Hey guys, howdy, I hope you are fine. As you seen in the thumbnail, in this video, we are gonna assume if Harry was legendary but neglected son of god Zeus. Part 1. I request you to check the author of this fanfic, and show some love and support. Name of the story is Third Life by Queen Apolline. Do check it out. All details in description, and if you want next part of this series, please leave a like and comment 5 blue emoji. Let's get into the video. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Naruto X Daenerys Targaryen uncensored spicy version, link in description. You did what? Hades yelled. Thanatos and Persephone, both used to his rages, did not even flinch. We decided that you were lonely in the summers, so we set up a test to find a companion for you 8 centuries ago. I created 3 items associated with the powers of the dead, to find someone that would not abuse the powers that would come with being your concubine. When the 3 items united and accepted their owner, Lady Persephone made it so that person would automatically become your secondary consort, Thanatos explained calmly. She's a very nice young lady, Persephone said. I approve. You've had time to meet her. But it's winter. When did this girl accomplish your test, anyway? Hades questioned irritably. The conspirators exchanged guilty looks. Last May, Persephone admitted. Hades resisted the urge to grind his teeth. And why did you wait until now to tell me? Hades asked. I was waiting until Lady Persephone was back, This was her idea in the first place, Thanatos redirected shamelessly. I was trying to finish collecting information on your new companion, Persephone stated. I am not quite done, but you need to know what I recently found out. Hades sighed, slumped in his throne, and waved his hand for them to continue. Go on, tell me about this girl. I wouldn't let her hear you calling her that, if I were you, Persephone warned. She hates being called girl. Her name is Amaranth Chrysocome Potter, Thanatos interrupted. Hades blinked. Isn't Chrysocome just Greek for amaranth? He asked. Well, yes, Thanatos said. It turns out that Amaranth's father, James Potter, was only her adoptive father. Hades groaned. Please don't tell me she's a demigod. There was silence from the pair. Hades groaned again. Whose is she? Thanatos and Persephone stared at each other, silently arguing over who should tell him. Spit it out, he ordered. Persephone sighed. My father's. What? She's already 17. Permanently 17, Thanatos said quickly. She's not the prophecy child. She doesn't fit. She had her own prophecy, and it has already been accomplished. How did my dear Aungest brother have a child that made it to 17 without anyone noticing? Hades asked incredulously. She's a witch, Thanatos offered. One of Hecate's blessed. She's spent almost all her life behind strong wards. And she had a blood sacrifice protecting her from the notice of the gods and muddling her aura. Zeus originally claimed her when she was a year old. She was attacked by the warlock Tom Riddle. The one who split his soul attempting avoidance and was a general pain for years. It was due to Zeus's claiming of her that the killing curse hit Riddle instead of her. She has a lightning bolt-shaped scar on her forehead from the claiming. The entire wizarding world recognizes her as the girl who lived. She's famous. She also is the one responsible for finally sending that blasted Tom Riddle to us. I was glad to finally acquire the entirety of Riddle's soul, Hades mused. I suppose I should at the very least thank her for that. Have you told her that she unintentionally became the immortal concubine of a god? Yes, the pair said as one. We covered the immortal part last May, a few days after she acquired the Hallows, Thanatos said. Hallows? Hades asked. Thanatos waved a hand in dismissal. The 3 objects I created. The unbeatable Elder Wand, the resurrection stone that could summon shades of the dead, and the invisibility cloak that was modeled after your helm. The wizards called them the Deathly Hallows. Anyways, Lady Persephone went in person to explain the immortal concubine of the god of the dead, part after I visited one of Amaranth's dreams to warn her about her godly visitor. How did she take it? Hades asked, hoping that they couldn't hear the anticipation in his voice. From the quick glance they exchanged, he failed. At first, badly. However, the only 2 people she ever cared enough to date are both dead now, so she's willing to at least try to be friends. I know she'll be perfect, though. She wouldn't have been able to master the Hallows if she wasn't. Persephone claimed. And she's going by Chrysa now, not Amaranth. Hades sighed. Fine. When am I supposed to meet her? I was planning on arranging a date for the two of you a week from today. Persephone said helpfully. I've already cleared your schedule. Hades sighed again, deeper this time, well used to his wife when she was feeling stubborn. Very well. It seems I have no choice in the matter. A week later, Hades found himself sitting in a cafe in Manhattan, waiting for the woman his wife had set him up with. Excuse me, a British accented voice said from behind him. Hades turned to see a woman he was instantly attracted to. She was not beautiful as Persephone was beautiful. His queen had golden hair and bright blue eyes, a bright light amidst the darkness of the underworld. No, this was a darker beauty, though no less beautiful than Persephone. The woman had long black hair and bright green eyes. Most of Hades' lovers had similar features, usually. When he took a lover it was because she reminded him of his first love. His last lover, Maria, had also had black hair and green eyes. Chrissa Potter? He asked hesitantly. The woman smiled and took the seat across from him. That would be me. I presume you are Hades. Indeed I am, the god replied. I admit, I was somewhat in shock that my wife set me up like this. Chrissa let out a huff of laughter. I was shocked about being set up by people I'd never met. Though it did help me kill Voldemort, even if there was the unintended somewhat marriage part of it. Hades laughed in reply. I'd like to thank you for that, by the way. Thanatos and I were quite vexed with what Riddle had done. However, since it had to do with Hecate's blessed, we were unable to interfere, Hades explained. Chrissa tilted her head to him. Glad I could help, then. I had wondered, after learning that the Greek gods were real and reading some of the myths, why Thanatos had never collected the pieces of Riddle's soul on his own after his first death. Hecate was one of the first titans to turn against the gods. She received 2 boons for her aid, the free right of travel through mine and my brother's realms. And a second favor that she withheld for a later date. When she originally blessed the mortals who became witches and wizards, her demand, her second favor, was that they remain outside the auspices of the gods. We are not forbidden interaction with Hecate's blessed, which is how your father was able to meet your mortal parents, but we are forbidden interference. That seems problematic, Chrissa stated. Hades tilted his head in agreement. It can be, especially in cases such as Riddle's. Hecate did not word her bargain well, as even she cannot interfere any longer since she is recognized as a goddess and not simply a titaness. He said, we can only watch. And demigods? Chrissa asked. Are they also forbidden from interference? Hades raised an eyebrow. She caught on quickly. They are not, he said. They are, in fact. How most gods circumvent rules against interference. My last children were lost in 1945, and Thanatos has not had mortal children in many centuries, so we have had no one available to take care of the Riddle issue. Chrissa nodded in understanding. They sat in an awkward silence for a minute, before Hades said quietly, I am not expecting you to do anything that you do not want to do. If you would rather avoid me on a personal level and merely work together professionally for the rest of time, I will not stop you. However, since we are both going to be working in close contact with one another in the foreseeable future, most likely for a very, very long time, I hope to at least be friendly, if not friends. Chrissa smiled slightly, but it was bittersweet. She placed her clasped hands on the table and looked down at them. That makes me feel a bit better. My first boyfriend, Cedric, well, Voldemort killed him in front of me when I was 14, nearly 15. I saw him die. My second and last boyfriend so far, Fred, he died last May, during the Battle of Hogwarts. He died when a wall exploded in on us. Again, I was there, and I saw him die. So, I'm not really ready to jump straight into a romantic relationship just yet. That's completely understandable, Hades reassured, placing a hand over hers. Besides Persephone, I have taken several lovers over the centuries. When the loneliness got to me, I never slept with as many people as my brothers did, and mine was always out of loneliness, not just an inability to keep it in my pants, unlike some people. He pointed upwards, causing Chrissa to snicker. My last lover's name was Maria, he continued. We had 2 children, Bianca and Nico. She died in 1945, when Zeus destroyed the telephone they were staying at in an attempt to murder my children. I've never even thought of taking another lover since Maria, barring Persephone, of course. Chrysa was silent for a moment, before slowly saying, according to Thanatos. Zeus is my father. Do you hold that against me? He could. He should. But she was far past the potential of being the prophecy child, and there was something about her. I might have if I learned of you when you were younger, Hades said honestly. Zeus tried to murder Nico and Bianca because of a prophecy that stated that a half-blood child of the eldest gods, the eldest gods being myself and my brothers, would reach 16 and possibly destroy Olympus. If I knew about a child of his under the age of 16, I would probably try to destroy them in revenge. Chrysa looked alarmed. I am already 18, well, Thanatos said that my body is never going to grow older than 17 now, but I am older than 16. That prophecy cannot apply to me, can it? No, Hades said. The fates have assured us that you have nothing to do with the prophecy. You are already too old, for one. For another, you're one of Hecate's blessed, which acts as a sort of loophole for the half-blood of the eldest gods, bit. You're not really a half-blood, and therefore ineligible. May I ask what the prophecy says? Having had one prophecy kept from me for most of my life, I would at least like to know what this one is, especially if it could possibly mean a sibling or child of mine in the future, Chrysa said. Hades nodded, feeling a slight spark of excitement when she referred to her future children. A half-blood of the eldest gods shall reach 16 against all odds, and see the world in endless sleep. The hero's soul-cursed blade shall reap. A single choice shall end his days. Olympus to preserve or raise. Chrysa looked slightly shocked. Well, that's not ominous. Hades laughed bitterly. You can see why my brothers were so quick to attempt to kill my children. You keep saying, attempt. I assume Nico and Bianca survived. What happened to them? Chrysa asked, open curiosity clear on her face. Hades took a deep breath, trying to calm himself the thought of what he had been forced to do to his youngest children. They are in Las Vegas, at a place called the Lotus Hotel and Casino. You said you had been reading up on the myths, did you ever read about the Lotophagoi? He asked her. In the Odyssey, yes. The sailors ate the lotus flower and they forgot about ever trying to leave. The lotus eaters are in a casino now. Chrysa asked incredulously. Yes. Eating the lotus flower does not just make you forget about what you were doing, it makes you not want to ever leave. It also prevents you from aging. Bianca and Nico have been trapped in limbo there for more than 50 years now. Chrysa's face softened in pity. She reached across the table to grasp his hand. I can't imagine what that's been like for you. My godson, Teddy, is 8 months old tomorrow. And I can't imagine being separated from him for a year, much less 70. I don't think I could bear it. It is hard, Hades admitted. Whenever I think on it over much, I remind myself that one day the prophecy will be fulfilled, and I'll be able to get them out of there. It will be hard, their memories are locked currently, so they won't remember that they're demigods, and they won't remember me. They won't know why it's so many decades later than they thought it was. But they'll be alive, at least. Why are their memories locked? Chrysa asked. We were in the building when Maria, their mother, died. Hades admitted. They had already been threatened. Zeus ordered me to send them to Camp Half-Blood, but they were potential prophecy children, and my children at that. They would have been dead within a month. I planned to move all 3 of them to someplace safe. Maria refused to come to the underworld. She didn't want the children raised among the dead. I was going to protect Maria from the influence of the lotus flower and move all 3 of them into the hotel instead, until they could be safe. At least they'd still be together, and at least I could visit. Maria and I had been discussing it in the lobby they were staying in while the children played. She had finally agreed, and she went back upstairs to their rooms to get her purse. Zeus destroyed the hotel. Since I was with Nico and Bianca, I could protect them, but Maria was too far away, I had no time. Chrysa squeezed his hand. Up until that moment, Hades hadn't realized she was still holding it. I'm sure she knows you tried, she said softly. And I'm just as sure that she would have rather you protected her children than have possibly had them injured while you tried to get to her. Hades looked deep into her green eyes that seemed to know more than they should. That's exactly what she would have said, he admitted softly. As much as she loved me, she would They done anything to protect Nico and Bianca. How long were you with her? Chrysa asked, voice equally soft. 13 years, Hades admitted. It was about a year before Bianca was born, and I was with her until she died. Her death was so traumatic, I didn't want the children to remember. Strong memories can be enough to overcome the power of the Lotophagoi, and they need to stay there to be safe. Enough depressing talk, he said firmly, shoving Maria to the back of his mind. You mentioned your godson, Teddy. Would you tell me about him? Chris's face lit up as she began to talk about the baby. She released his hand to gesture animatedly. Hades privately mourned the loss. Several hours later, their conversation was interrupted by a cafe employee, who brusquely informed them that the cafe was now closed and could they please depart. The pair parted amicably, making hurried plans to meet again the next week. At the end of their next meeting, Hades broached a significant topic. Tomorrow is the winter solstice, he said. Chrysa nodded. The winter solstice is the one day a year where I am expected on Olympus. We have a council meeting every year on that day. Some years we have tional meetings at other times in the year, sometimes none, but we always hold a meeting on winter solstice, and I am always invited. I do eventually have to announce your ascension to the position of my secondary consort and the champion of Thanatos. Technically, I should do so this year, but if you would like, I can put it off until later, he explained. Chrysa thought for a moment. Can you see how this announcement might affect me in any way? She asked, tilting her head. There's nothing that I can think of, Hades replied. You might have some curious gods showing up at your door, or stalking you through the grocery store. But threatening them with me ought to be enough to get them to back off. Nothing should interrupt your daily life, and nothing should get back to your family in England. Then go ahead, Chrysa said firmly. I wouldn't want you to get into trouble for no real reason. Chrysokamakatakhthonia. After Hades' revelation the night before, Zeus had one thing on his mind. Besides avoiding his very irate wife meeting his 18-year-old, newly immortal daughter. While the laws prohibited him seeking her out as a demigod, her quasi-immortal status made her an exemption to the rules. He had kept an eye on his eldest demigod daughter over the years, though as she was protected behind wards as one of Hecate's blessed, he had admittedly watched her less closely than he had Talia and Jason. Saving her from the killing curse as an infant had been his only true involvement in her life. He had obviously not kept quite close enough an eye on her, since she had nagged to become Hades' second consort without his notice, but that was just after Jason was left at Wolf House and Talia ran away, so he had been a little bit occupied at the time. Now, his little girl was all grown up. She had survived the dark prophecy of her birth, she had escaped the great prophecy, and she had somehow become his least favorite brother's second consort. Chrysokamakatakhthonia. Chrysocome of the underworld. But she was immortal now, which meant he was allowed to speak to her. Something small within him reminded that it wasn't right that he should seek out his elder daughter. On the birthday of the younger that she knew nothing about, the younger daughter who was right now on the streets, alone, but he squashed those doubts. He wanted to meet his daughter, damn it. He'd gotten so lost in thought while watching Chrysocome from the cafe across the street, that he did not notice someone come up behind him and tap him on the shoulder. Excuse me, a slightly British accented voice said. Zeus turned around, ready to tell off whoever it was that was interrupting him, only to find himself face to face with the very woman he had been watching. I can't help but notice that you've been watching me all morning, she said crisply. Is there something I can help you with, mister? Zeus was too busy drinking in the sight of his daughter to reply immediately. She was stunningly beautiful, with curly black hair and stunning emerald eyes. She bore the greatest resemblance to his mother, with only clues in her facial features hinting at which Olympian had fathered her. Chrysocome snapped her fingers in front of his face. You can understand me, right? She asked dubiously. My apologies, Chrysocome, Zeus said hastily, hoping to smooth over his transgression. I was just very pleased to finally meet you. Chrysocome frowned, and she ran her eyes over him discerningly. They lingered on his electric blue eyes before she hesitantly asked, Father. Zeus smiled, ting the urge to beam that his daughter recognized him. Yes, Chrysocome, he said. He gestured towards his table. Would you care to sit with me for a bit? First, it's Chrysa. Chrysocome was a bit too clunky for me. The young woman said firmly. She glanced down at the bags in her hands from her shopping. I really would like to stop and chat, but I have frozens I need to put away. Would you be willing to meet me for lunch? Zeus asked, unable to keep the strains of hope from his voice. Chrysocomb Chrysa hesitated, then smiled. I'd like that. There's a Thai place on East 28th Street I enjoy. If you'd like to meet there in an hour or so. I'll be there, Zeus promised. The reservations will be under the name, Bolt. I'll see you in an hour then, Chrysa said, slightly more firmly than her hesitant overtures earlier. She turned quickly from the cafe and began walking back in the direction Zeus knew her apartment building was in. Chrysocomicotictonia. Hades was understandably nervous as he waited in the lobby of DOA recording studios. For the first time since Persephone, he was bringing a lover down to the underworld. Well, potential lover. Neither he nor Chrysa had felt the need to take that particular step yet. But they had time. They had nothing but time. But still, it was only the second time he had ever brought a lover down to the underworld. While Luke, his first love, had lived in the underworld as well, she had been raised by Erebos and Nyx in Tartarus, so she had been more familiar with their home than he had for the first few centuries. Now, with all the expansion and rebuilding, he could probably get her lost. But unlike with Luke, who had seen the underworld when it was still one of the biggest messes in Olympian history and then helped him untangle it, Chrysa was coming to the finished underworld. He wanted to impress her. Every one of the servants had been instructed to clean the palace from top to bottom. Karen had built an exclusive, bejeweled barge to take her across the river on. The first cleanup project of the river Styx in more than a millennium had been instituted. Even the ghosts in Asphodel fields had been instructed to wander the fields and pick up any debris they might find. Instead of being offended by the lengths he was going to for a potential lover, Persephone had been amused. She had asked whether this was what he had been like before he had kidnapped her, a fact that was confirmed by Thanatos. Hades had spoken privately with her about her feelings for the new, other woman. Persephone had taken his hands and said, "Dear, I chose to set this test up. I want you to be happy, and you can never be happy when you're alone for so much of the year. I know that's why you took your lovers, and I know that you can't help falling quickly and deeply whenever you choose to give your love away. It's one of the things I love most about you. Now that you have Chrysa, you won't be lonely anymore. You'll always have one of us down here. If not both of us. Maybe not constantly, but Chrysa won't leave you for months on end. Maybe for a few days, so she can visit her godson or her godfather, but not like I do. I'm happy for you, Hades." The lord of the underworld had embraced his wife. "Thank you, Seth." She had laughed. "You're welcome, dear. Now, I think the servants are about to drop the vase your mother gave us as a wedding present." Hades had stormed off, just narrowly rescuing the vase from destruction. It was a beautiful piece of work, made of obsidian and pearl and silver, but Rhea had intended it to serve as a reminder. As much as she liked Persephone, her greatest favor would always be towards Luke, her former attendant, and Hades, first consort, though they had never wed. The vase depict several scenes from Luce's life: her birth to Oceanus and Tethys, her service to Rhea, her participation in the Titanomachy, her life with Hades, and finally, the largest scene on the vase, her death. Luke had been murdered in what should have been the safest place of them all, Elysium. No one knew what had happened to her. The spirits who had inhabited that area of Elysium had been annihilated, never to be reborn. Hades had found her broken and bleeding body at the exact center of Elysium. She had still been alive, but barely. She had been waiting for him. The Titaness had only enough strength in her to whisper, "I love you," before dying in his arms. In his grief, Hades had transformed her body into a beautiful white poplar tree that had lived in the center of Elysium for millennia. Before succumbing to the nature of the underworld and fossilizing, seeds from the tree had spread into the river Acheron, and grew upon its banks both in the underworld and above ground, especially near the Necromantean. The reminder of Luke was why it had always been Hades' favorite temple. Now, Hades was waiting for the woman who reminded him so much of his lost love. In appearance, they were quite similar. With the emerald eyes and black curls both Luke and Chrysa had inherited as descendants of Gaia. Luke was the first grandchild of Ouranos and Gaia and resembled her grandmother and her Aunt Rhea more than either of her parents. Chrysa was descended from Gaia on both sides of her family, Gaia was her great-grandmother through Zeus, and her twice-over great-great-great-great-grandmother through Lily Evans Potter, who was a granddaughter of both Poseidon and Hecate. Somehow, everything had come together in just the right way so that Chrysa was the closest image he had to Luke since Luke herself, with Maria D'Angelo as a close second. In personality, they were similar in some ways, but wildly different in others. Neither had been raised by the most loving of caregivers. Risa had been sent to live with the abusive Dursley family when she was just 15 months old. Luke had been practically abandoned by Oceanus and Tethys shortly after her birth, foisted off to Gaia as a supposed playmate for Kronos. Luke had not been abused as Chrysa had been, but having the bitter woman who would soon order her children to murder her husband as a caregiver did not set her up to be truly emotionally stable. Chrysa, however, had found friends at age 11, and gained a family in Remus and Sirius at the end of her 3rd year. By the time she reached adolescence, Luke was coming into her own as the Titaness of shadows and secrets. Gaia had promptly sent her off to Erebos and Nyx, who raised her for the rest of her youth. While a warmer environment than Gaia and Kronos, Nyx and her children were not exactly known for their strong moral compasses. As a result, Luke had little compassion for those she deemed weak, and tended to be utterly ruthless and remorseless. While Chrysa had a vicious and cunning streak as large as the underworld, she knew how to care. There was a slight shuffle among the spirits in the lobby of the studio as the door to the outside world opened and a slight figure stepped in. Hades quickly moved to greet her, the spirits of the dead instinctively moving out of their lord's way. Chrysa, he called. Hades, she replied with a bright smile, stepping towards him and embracing him briefly. It's good to see you. How's the underworld? Anxious to meet its newest lady, Hades replied, offering her his arm courteously. She smiled as she took it, and he led her into the elevator, where Charon was already waiting, dressed as usual in one of his Italian suits. Chrysocomb Potter, may I introduce you to Charon, son of Nyx and Erebos, god of boundaries and territories, and ferryman of the underworld, Hades said politely. Charon bowed to Chrysa. A pleasure to meet you, Lady Chrysocomb, he said. The pleasure is mine, Charon, Chrysa replied politely. You're Thanatos, brother, aren't you? That would be correct, lady. One of them. The others are Geras, Hypnos, Ether, Phanes, Moros, Dolos, Momus, and Epiphron. Chrysa asked, her face scrunching slightly as she tried to remember. Hypnos is the god of sleep, Geras is the god of old age, Ether is the god of light, Phanes is the firstborn king, Moros is the god of doom, Dolos is the god of deceit. Momus is the god of blame, and Epiphron is the god of prudence, if I'm not mistaken. You're not, Hades said, amused. You've been studying, I see. Chrysa shrugged, looking slightly sheepish. I've been focusing on the underworld when going through Greek mythology. I'm sure not all my information is right, but I thought it would be best to be at least somewhat familiar with everything, since I'm going to be living down here 6 months out of the year. Suddenly, the elevator morphed into a barge, Charon's suit into a long black robe, and their surroundings into a river. This is the river Styx, Hades explained to Chrysa, but she was no longer paying attention to their surroundings. I'm feeling very dizzy, she said faintly. Hades wrapped a steadying arm around her waist and felt her nearly collapse into him. My lord, Charon asked uncertainly. Get this boat across the river, Hades growled. Chrysa chose that moment to pass out completely. Hades caught her easily and lifted her up into his arms. Charon must have used some sort of magic on them, because the barge reached the underworld side of the Styx faster than Hades had ever seen him go before. Call for Thanatos, Hades said, tossing a drachma to Charon. Tell him to get to the palace now for Chrysa. Once in the underworld, there were no boundaries to stop Hades as he ran. He could have simply flashed to his palace, were it not for the mortal-born woman in his arms. Spirits moved away as he approached. Even Cerberus, sensing his master's worry, stepped aside. Asphodel fields were no different. All parted from the path of their lord. The Furies joined as an honor guard as they approached the palace. Distantly, Hades realized that he could probably give Chrysa to one of them, as they could fly faster than he could run. But he refused to release his precious cargo. Finally, he reached the rooms he and Persephone had prepared for Chrysa. He laid her gently on the bed. She looked peaceful in sleep, with nothing to indicate that she was ill. He knelt beside the bed, holding her hand in his. Thanatos appeared in the blink of an eye on the other side of the bed. What happened? He asked. Hades shook his head in bemusement. I don't know. We were crossing the Styx when she said she felt dizzy. A moment later, she fainted. She hasn't woken. Thanatos mirrored Hades, kneeling and taking Chris's other hand. She seems simply asleep, he observed. But there's no reason for her to be. Hades nearly growled. Suddenly, Chrysa twitched violently, and power exploded around her, throwing the room into chaos. Hades gritted his teeth and weathered the waves of power, dark power, until it died down enough for them to move again. The power was not gone, but it was not exploding anymore. It rested around Chrysa like a well-worn cloak. She feels like Luke, Thanatos said, slightly in awe. Her power, master, look at her. She holds the mantle of shadows and secrets. Hades stared at the young woman who had somehow taken over his first consort's domain. How is this possible? He whispered. Chrysa stirred, her eyes rapidly blinking. Hades, she asked hesitantly. I'm right here, the god replied. Squeezing her hand. In a sudden movement, the demi-goddess sat up and flung herself at the lord of the underworld, her arms wrapping around his neck and her head nestling beside his ear. I remember, she said quietly in his ear. By the void, I remember everything, well, not everything, but I'm sure the rest will come in time. Hades, beloved, Adoneus, I remember that this is not my first life. Hades froze at the name that very few people had ever called him. His mother had used it on occasion, and some of the chthonic deities used it after, Lord, in formal settings. But only one person had ever used it regularly. Who were you before? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. She brushed her lips against his cheek. In my first life, I was Luke Apatoria. In my second life, I was Maria D'Angelo. After that shocking declaration, she moved back so that she could press her lips to his. Hades remained frozen for a long minute, before suddenly and urgently kissing her back with all the passion that had been denied him since her death, both deaths. Here, before him, was his last love and mother of his children. Here, also, was his first and greatest love, the love he had never truly forgotten. Despite the many millennia that had passed, he kissed her with everything he had, in order to show her exactly how much he had missed her. They finally broke apart when someone cleared their throat. Both turned to see Thanatos, looking amused. As heartwarming as this reunion is, I do have a job to do. Luke, Suntrafi, it is good to see you alive again. I'll be informing the others that you're back. However, as I believe you'll be busy tonight, I shall endeavor to persuade them that you will not be receiving visitors until tomorrow, he said. Thank you, Suntechnos, Chrysa said warmly. It's good to see you again too. The death god leaned over the bed and pressed a kiss to Chrysa's hair. Shame about the room though. I suspect you won't be using it now. Between the destruction from your partial ascension and your rekindled relationship, he said casually. Partial ascension? Hades questioned, before immediately reaching out with his own power to check for himself. Thanatos nodded. Partial. She's still only a mortal through my power. She's just a demi-goddess with the powers and memories of a goddess, if our Luke could be described as just anything. Partial memories. Chrysa corrected. Both gods turned to look at her. She shrugged slightly. I remember all of my life as Maria D'Angelo, and the end of my life is Luke. Instinct tells me that the rest of my memories is Luke will return. It will just take time. I'd talk to Hypnos about that, Thanatos recommended helpfully. He's good with memories and can probably give you a time span. I'll tell him to come by in a few days. With a flap of his black wings, the death god disappeared. Chrysa looked back to Hades, a coy smile playing at her lips. I believe we were in the middle of something. She said. We were. Hades said, sweeping her into his arms again. Chrysakamakaticthonia. Chrysa trudged up the hill and walked through the archway labeled, Camp Half-Blood. The GREY light of false dawn dimly illuminated the valley below. 12 cabins formed a U around a central fire pit. An open-air pavilion filled with tables and benches served as the dining area. Basketball courts, archery ranges, an elliptic track, a truly massive rock wall, and a pastel mansion were laid out in other areas of the valley. Chrysa headed for the mansion first. According to her sources, this was where Chiron, the activities director, and Dionysus, the nominal camp head, spent their time. By sources, she meant Persephone, who was the only one who thought to give her directions after hearing about her intentions to visit Camp Half-Blood. She knocked sharply on the front door. While she waited, she glanced down at herself, making sure she was still presentable. She had Shadow Trav Elb directly outside of the camp boundaries, so she probably looked a good sight better than most demigods who arrived, who were fresh from the streets or monster attacks. She, on the other hand, was dressed in white blouse and black jeans, both tailored, along with dragonskin handbag and boots. The promise ring Hades had given her rested prominently on her left ring finger. The ring was carved from a single diamond and probably worth more than everything in her Manhattan penthouse. The door was eventually answered by a man with thinning brown hair, bushy eyebrows, and a scruffy beard. He was also a white centaur from the waist down. "Are you Chiron?" Krissa asked with a friendly smile. The man smiled at her. "I am indeed. May I ask your name?" "I am Krissa Potter." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Krissa replied, extending her hand for the centaur to shake. He did so, then offered, "Would you like to come in?" "Thank you," Krissa replied. Chiron opened the door wider and gestured for her to enter. She stepped into the house, looking around at the decor. "Would you come into my office?" the centaur asked politely. Krissa smiled and gestured for him to lead the way. The walls of the office were bronze. There was a large TV marked with an Ada on one wall, perpendicular to the centaur-sized desk that had several papers on it. There were several chairs of various styles in front of the desk, some facing the desk, others facing the television. On the wall opposite the television was a shelf holding both a boom box and a record player. The shelves below it were filled with CDs, tapes, and records. Chiron took his place behind the desk, and gestured for Krissa to sit. She did so. "I assume, since you did not seem shocked to see me, that you are somewhat familiar with your heritage?" he asked. "I am," Krissa nodded. "I've spoken with both my father and my patron, and they informed me of Camp Half-Blood." "Patron?" Chiron questioned, a curious look on his face. "I have a summer job, you could say. Working with one of the gods," Krissa said. "Not my father. But, well, I should probably start from the beginning. I've often found that to be the best place to start." Chiron nodded, folding his hands on the desk. "My full name is Amaranth Chrysocomb Potter. I was born on July 31, 1980 in Godric's Hollow, West County, England, to James Potter and Lily Evans Potter, both of whom were of Hecate's blessed. Lily Evans Potter was a granddaughter of both Poseidon and Hecate. James Potter was not my biological father, which they had suspected before I was born. Apparently, while they were on their honeymoon, they had a drunken threesome with a man who identified himself as Milan Bolt. James did not care, and blood adopted me as his daughter and heir. The only person who knew the truth was my godfather." She gave Chiron a quizzical look. "Are you at all familiar with the goings-on in Wizarding Britain over the past few decades?" she questioned. "I know there was a Ndson of Hecate who declared himself a Dark Lord and was terrorizing the populace," Chiron said. "I heard he died and then came back, only to die again, but that's all I know." Krissa nodded. "He called himself Lord Voldemort. But his proper name was Tom Riddle Jr. Before I was born, there was a prophecy about a child who would be born with the power to defeat him. That child was me. When I was 15 months old, Voldemort found my family and killed my parents. When he tried to kill me, I was protected by my father's claim, which caused the curse to rebound and kill Voldemort instead. Unfortunately, due to his forays into dark magic, his spirit remained attached to the living world despite the destruction of his body. He was able to gain a new body when I was 14 using my blood. I defeated him a year and a half ago after collecting 3 artifacts known as the Deathly Hallows. According to the legend, the person who can collect all 3 becomes the Master of Death." Chiron raised an eyebrow. "I cannot see Thanatos as having a master other than Hades." "That's correct," Krissa replied. "The Hallows were a test set up several centuries by Thanatos and Persephone. It was meant to find a summer companion for Hades, so that he wouldn't be lonely, and so that someone could do Persephone's half of the paperwork during the summer months. I did not take up the position that first summer. But I did attend my lord Hades in the underworld this past summer. Also, you should probably know, as the champion of Thanatos, I am somewhat immortal." Chiron looked shocked, but still managed to ask, somewhat immortal. I can die, but Thanatos will just send me back to my body if I end up at the underworld gates. It really hurts though. He only heals me enough so that I'm not dead. I got hit by a lorry last February. And it took me weeks to stop aching, even with magic. Chiron was looking more than a little stunned now. Chrysa waited patiently for the immortal centaur to gather his composure. Finally, he said, Miss Potter, I may be 10,000 years old, but this is the first time I have met an immortal demigod who is the legacy of 2 other gods. After the rest of this conversation, I'm almost afraid to ask this, but who is your father? Chrysa allowed the glamour charm on her forehead to melt away, revealing the lightning bolt scar on her forehead. Chiron sighed. Of course, I assume, if your father is Lord Zeus and you work with Lord Hades, you have been informed of the great prophecy. He asked. Chrysa nodded briskly. I have. It has also been determined. That the prophecy does not apply to me, since being one of Hecate's blessed means that I'm not quite a half-blood. The Moirai confirmed that I am not the child of that particular prophecy. I've had my own prophecy already. Thank you very much. Chiron seemed to gather his thoughts and nodded firmly. Well, I suppose since you are already aware of what our orientation video covers, all that is left to do is to introduce you to Mr. D. And to give you a tour of the camp, he said as he rose from his kneeling position. Chrysa rose as well. That would be lovely, thank you. From the moment Lily Evans Potter found out that she was pregnant, she and her husband both knew there was a chance that the baby wasn't James's. During their honeymoon, they had not exactly been chaste. During their month-long sojourn across Western Europe, Australia, and North America, several people of various genders, nationalities, and species had shared their bed. Lily called it a last dip in the pool of hedonism before our return to responsibility. James just called it fun. Whatever the case, they realized very quickly that there was a distinct possibility that James was not the baby's father. Lily was horrified. James was mildly worried but swore that he'd blood adopt the baby anyway, and he or she would be just like their biological child. He would even make the baby his heir in blood and magic, EV. And if he or she was not born of Potter blood. When Lily was 4 months along, the baby had developed enough for the spells to detect its gender and parentage. They decided to test the gender first. A&D were given the news that they were expecting a daughter. The second test did not have such pleasant results. While Lily Margaret Evans Potter was listed as the mother, the father was listed as Milan Bolt. All 3 present stared at the name. Finally, Sirius asked, do you even remember Milan Bolt? Lily slapped his arm. Ow. The man yelled. Why are you hitting so hard? That would be Lily's way of saying, yes, Padfoot. We remember Milan Bolt. We vetted everyone before we slept with them. We didn't want to accidentally sleep with a Death Eater, after all, James sighed. Milan Bolt was a half-blood. The son of an Irish wizard and an aura, a Greek wind elemental. We met with him in Australia, of all places, and spent a few days hanging out with him. And now he's the father of your kid, Sirius said with a nod. You going to tell him? How are we supposed to find him? It's not like we exchanged contact information, Lily said, frustrated. It'll be better if we don't, James said with a nod. Besides, after the blood adoption, she'll be as good as mine anyway. Just because she doesn't have my blood currently doesn't make her any less my daughter. I love her, and that's what matters. Lily looked at her husband with teary, adoring eyes. Oh, James, she said. He wrapped his arms around her, and she practically melted into his embrace. I still get to be the godfather, right? Sirius asked. Without leaving James's arms, Lily reached out and smacked him. Ow. Chrysocomicoticthonia. When she was born, she was perfect. The newest addition to the family had messy black curls, pale skin, and emerald green eyes. With her coloring, and the fact that James's mother had curly hair, they were easily able to pass little Amaranth off as James's daughter, especially after the blood adoption. They did not fully segregate her from her conception. Since her biological father was the son of a Greek nymph, Lily suggested that they give their little princess a Greek middle name. Sirius suggested Chrysocome, which was simply a translation of Amaranth into ancient Greek. Therefore, their little darling was named Amaranth Chrysocome Potter. Their life was perfect. Then Embledore showed up and told them that Amaranth was one of two possibilities for a child prophesied to destroy Voldemort, and that the Dark Lord was fully aware of that fact. They had left their home almost immediately to go on the run. And they had remained on the run for more than a year. Finally, shortly before Amaranth's first birthday, Dumbledore brought forward the idea of using something called the Fidelius Charm. It would allow them to remain in one place to raise their daughter, and they would not have to be constantly looking over their shoulders. They agreed, and told everyone that they were choosing James's best friend. And Amaranth's godfather, Sirius Black, as the secret keeper. Just before they were ready to do the spell, Sirius came to them and recommended a different course of action. Instead of using him as the secret keeper, they would use Peter Pettigrew but not tell anyone. That way, Voldemort would only think to target Sirius, and Peter and the Potters would be safe. It had been the perfect plan. Lily thought as she ran up the stairs. Except for the fact that Peter, sweet, shy Peter, was the spy who had been leaking information to Voldemort. From below her, she heard Voldemort yell, "Avada Kedavra!" She felt tears began to fall down her cheeks as she heard the thump that was her husband's body hitting the floor. She quickly made her way into the nursery and placed her daughter in her crib. "I love you, Amaranth Chrysocomb Potter," she said, tears choking her up. "Mummy and Daddy love you very much, and we're so very sorry that we're not going to be able to see you grow up." She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and invoked, "Zeus Olympios, O great god Zeus, ruler of the heavens and earth, son of Kronos, son of Rhea, come to me. Lord of thunderbolts, I invoke thee, great god Zeus. I am Lily Potter, and my child is yours also. She is going to be killed. I offer my life as a blood sacrifice for hers. Please, protect my daughter." She heard footsteps behind her, and whirled around to see Voldemort entering the room, wand out and pointed at her. "Step aside," he ordered her. "Not Amy. Please, have mercy," she begged, hands clutching the railing of the crib behind her. "Step aside, you foolish girl," Voldemort hissed. "Step aside. Have mercy, not Amy. Not Amy. Please, I'll do anything," Lily pleaded. Voldemort sneered. "Then die. Avada Kedavra." A green light rushed toward her, then Lily Potter knew no more. Chrysocomicotectonia. Voldemort pushed the mudblood's body out of the way with his foot, then moved forward to look at the child prophesied to be his doom. Pitiful, he sneered as he took in the jet-black curls and emerald green eyes. "Such a little thing is supposed to be able to oppose me. Me, I am starting to believe T. Hat the supposed seer was merely a drunkard. But no matter. You will not be a problem any longer." He pointed his wand at the babe, and called out for the third time, "Avada Kedavra." Before the spell could reach the child, the image of lightning appeared before her. The spell struck the lightning, and while part of it was pushed back against the babe's brow, causing her to cry out, the rest of the spell reflected on him, turning his body to dust. The last thing he saw before his spirit was forced out of the house was the inflamed cut in the shape of a lightning bolt on the child's forehead. Because I don't really feel like writing it out. So this is the SparkNotes version. If I don't say it, assume it happened as it did in canon. Sorry if the wording is sometimes weird, I pretty much just copy-pasted this from my timeline notes. Once I get through this, we get to the real story. At one point I was going to actually write it, at one point I was going to leave it out entirely, so ECIDED on the happy medium of summarizing. Honestly, third year and fourth year are the longest sections. Amaranth Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore left Amaranth Potter, known to the wizarding world as Amy Potter. The girl who lived with the Dursleys. They mistreat her, but whenever they attempt to physically abuse her, they receive electric shocks. Amaranth grows up loving heights. And the one time she accidentally apparates onto the roof of the school is not the only time she ends up there, it's just the only time she's caught. She still lives in the cupboard under the stairs and cooks for the Dursleys. She does not garden, as she has the opposite of a green thumb. Hagrid delivers her letter to her directly on the hut on the rock by the sea. She immediately informs Hagrid that she prefers Amaranth to Amy. He takes her to Diagon Alley the next morning. As a birthday present, Hagrid buys her a Madagascan serpent eagle that she names Hedwig. She picks Hedwig as our eagle because she can understand Hedwig when she speaks. Hedwig addresses her as "Little Lady." She becomes friends with Ron and Hermione on the train, and is sorted into Gryffindor. She joins the Quidditch team during their first flying lesson. She is able to subconsciously manipulate the winds to aid her while flying. She still absolutely adores flying. When Quirrell tries to knock her off her broom, she uses the winds to give herself a boost back onto her broom. During the troll incident, it is Amaranth who directs the Trolls Club with her wind powers to save Hermione, who had cried there after being insulted by Draco Malfoy. In the Mirror of Her Eyes, she sees the Evans family, which she recognizes from photo albums Petunia Dursley keeps in the attic: James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and the Olympians. Most prominently Zeus and Hades. She also clearly sees Métis, Amphitrite, Nico, Bianca, and Talia, though she doesn't know who they are. When Norbert the dragon hatches, Amaranth is just as entranced as Hagrid. Norbert listens to Amaranth and half considers her his mother. When facing down Voldemort and Quirrell, Amaranth destroys them with the electrifying protection granted to her by her father and her mother's blood sacrifice. Amaranth Potter and the Chamber of Secrets starts pretty much the same as canon. Due to the barrier closing, Amaranth and Ron cannot get through. Ron suggests they take the flying car. Amaranth instead recommends they wait for the Weasleys to come back. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley eventually find them and take them back to the burrow. While Mrs. Weasley feeds them lunch, Mr. Weasley flows Hogwarts to inform Professor McGonagall of what has happened. They go through the flow to Hogwarts that evening and arrive in time for the welcoming feast. Lockhart assigns Amaranth multiple detentions for various inane reasons. He makes sexual advances towards her in the detentions, before raping her on Halloween. Other than Lockhart County knowing to rape Amaranth throughout the school year proceeds canonically. Ron, Amaranth, and Lockhart go into the Chamber of Secrets. Lockhart is obliviated while trying to obliviate Ron and Amaranth. Amaranth defeats the Basilisk with the aid of Fawkes and the Sword of Gryffindor. The Basilisk is really a Drakon. A week after Amaranth returns to the Dursleys, Ron attempts to call her over the telephone. It goes badly, and Vernon is angry enough that he rapes Amaranth afterwards. He calls her a horse since she was not a virgin and continues to rape her for the rest of the summer. Amaranth Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban starts pretty much the same as canon, but Amaranth is taking arithmancy and runes instead of divination. She is still taking care. On the train, Amaranth, Ron, and Hermione sit with Professor Lupin. Due to what happened with the last professor, Amaranth makes sure that Ron is sitting between her and him. As the train approaches Hogwarts, it stops, and a Dementor enters the compartment. Professor Lupin drives it back, but Amaranth faints. She hears Avada Kedavra and sees a green light that is intercepted by a lightning bolt as she hears thunder. During their first Care of Magical Creatures class, Amaranth instantly bonds with the Hippogriffs. Being part eagle, they recognize her as their lady. She is able to save Malfoy from being mauled by Buckbeak, though she herself is injured when the creature's talons rip through her back. She is used to pain, and proceeds to slap Malfoy and give him a 5-minute tongue lashing before allowing Hermione and Ron to take her to the nurse. Buckbeak is very apologetic. Professor Lupin does not allow Amaranth to face the boggart in Dada, but she stays after so she can try it. Ron and Hermione do not stay. Her biggest fear looks like a cross between Gilderoy Lockhart and Uncle Vernon, and says sexually demeaning things to her. Amaranth is petrified, and is unable to cast the Ridiculous spell. Professor Lupin defeats the boggart, then gently asks her if either of the men had followed through with their threats. Amaranth is too worried to answer another man. Professor Lupin tells her that he was a friend of James and Lily's, and he would never do anything to hurt their baby girl. He saw her as a daughter figure. She is still unsure. Lupin takes out his wand and swears a magical oath that he will never make any sexual advances towards her, and he will do his very best to protect her from any more unwanted sexual advances. Over tea, she slowly admits everything that happened over the past year, between Lockhart and her uncle. Remus gently hugs her and promises to help her. He asks if she would be willing to go to McGonagall or Pomfrey, but she refuses at that time. After that, they begin regular tea and talks. Fred and George give Amaranth the Marauders map. She recognizes the names, as Remus had told her about the Marauders, though not their identities. She sneaks into Hogsmeade, under her invisibility cloak, and hears the story of Sirius Black's double cross from McGonagall. She storms back into Hogwarts and confronts Remus about it. He confirms the story, then apologizes to her for not telling her. He did not want to overshadow their time together with death and betrayal. Lupin warns Amaranth not to sneak out to Hogsmeade without telling him she is doing so, as it's not safe for her to go. After the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw match, Lupin and Amaranth go to McGonagall, and Amaranth shakily admits that Lockhart sexually abused her the entire previous school year. She also admits that her uncle continued the abuse over the summer. McGonagall takes the Lockhart case to Dumbledore, and agrees to keep the Vernon Dursley part quiet for the moment. McGonagall makes an announcement at dinner that a student has come forward admitting to be a victim of sexual abuse at the hands of Gilderoy Lockhart. She urges anyone else that was a victim to come to either her or their head of house so that they can receive justice. Second-year Luna Lovegood comes forward as one of Lockhart's victims, and she and Amaranth become friends. Ronald Weasley hears Trelawney make her second true prediction during his divination exam. That night, Sirius kidnaps Ron and Scabbers, and is followed by Hermione and Amaranth. Amaranth nearly electrocutes him to death, but is stopped by Lupin, who saw Pettigrew on the map. The real story comes out about Pettigrew and Sirius. Sirius offers to let Amaranth live with him once he's cleared. After checking with Remus, she agrees. Amaranth realizes it's the full moon and Remus hasn't taken his potion. She stuns Pettigrew, has Sirius force him back into his rat form, and has Remus transfigure an unbreakable jar. She shoves the rat inside, and carries him while she levitates Ron and Hermione levitates Snape. They go down the tunnel and leave Lupin to transform in the Shrieking Shack with Sirius in his animagus form. They take Ron and Snape to the hospital wing, then go straight to Dumbledore's office, where Cornelius Fudge still is. They tell their story, with the rat as proof, and Fudge immediately rescinds the kiss on sight order for Sirius. He takes the rat to Amelia Bones directly, and the DMLE gets the whole story out of him. Sirius turns himself in at the request of the DMLE. The Hogwarts Express goes back to London. Amaranth is picked up at the train station by Sirius, who has been freed, Remus, and McGonagall. They take her directly to the Little Whinging train station, so Amaranth can give her in-person report about her abuse at the hands of Vernon Dursley. During the questioning, she also admits to physical abuse, emotional abuse, and neglect at the hands of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. The social worker advises that she be removed from their care immediately. Sirius steps up and says that he is her godfather, and he had just started the process of trying to reclaim custody of her after being wrongfully imprisoned. The social worker signs her over to Sirius's custody. She, Sirius, and Remus are staying at a high-end hotel for a few days while they find a proper house. Vernon and Petunia Dursley are arrested. When police try to take Dudley to Marge Dursley, they arrest her as well for cruelty to animals. Dudley goes into foster care. Sirius, Remus, and Amaranth move into Black Manor. Amaranth Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Amaranth has her 14th birthday. She has a birthday party attended by the Weasleys, the other Gryffindors in her year, Luna Lovegood, Sirius, Remus, Sirius's favorite cousin Andromeda, her husband Ted, and her daughter Nymphadora. Dora brings along Alistair Moody, a former Auror who knew her parents and was James's Auror trainer as well as Dora's. He tells her stories of James. Later that night, Sirius tells Amaranth that James was not her biological father, though he did blood adopt her. He told her that her parents got very, very drunk on their honeymoon and had a threesome with a man called Milan Bolt, which is how Amaranth was conceived. He assures her that neither he nor James nor Remus ever loved her any less for not being James's biological daughter. Amaranth sees Voldemort kill Frank Bryce in a vision and wakes very early. She goes and wakes up Sirius, and tells him what happened. Later that day, Amaranth visits the Weasleys' house to spend the day with them. The Weasleys, Hermione, Sirius, Remus, and Amaranth go to the Quidditch World Cup. They all have seats for the top box. They are sharing a campsite, with Amaranth, Hermione, and Ginny in one tent, and the males in the other. They enjoy the World Cup, meet Victor Crumb, and Sirius decides to invest in the twins' joke shop, with the condition that they finish Hogwarts before opening up a storefront. That night, there is a riot with Death Eaters. Sirius sends Amaranth and the other children to Black Manor using their emergency portkeys. It is later discovered that it was Ron's wand used to cast the Dark Mark. Though he obviously did not do it, as he was at Black Manor at the time. When the Gryffindors have their first Dada lesson with Moody, he teaches the unforgivable curses. Amaranth takes Neville out of the class after giving a sharp warning to Moody that he should have warned that potentially traumatic materials were being taught, and asked if he had permission from the students' guardians to teach them such things. Hermione found spew. Amaranth's name comes out of the Goblet of Fire. Amaranth pulls out her wand in front of everyone and swears a magical oath that she did not willingly enter the Triwizard Tournament, and that she was entered against her will. When she goes into the side room, she demands that Dumbledore summon Sirius and Remus. McGonagall does so for her. After much debate, it is determined that she cannot be removed from the tournament. When Rita Skeeter tries to do an article on Amaranth at the weighing of the wands, she is forced to interview her with Sirius present. And is warned that the Black family lawyers are on call. When Hagrid shows Amaranth the dragons notice her, even with the invisibility cloak, and instantly fall in love with her. Amaranth tells Sirius and Remus that the task is dragons. Amaranth flies against the Hungarian Horntail. She starts the event by telling the dragon what is going on, and that it is a fake egg she is after. And then asks her to help her make it look good. Amaranth receives top points. Cedric Diggory writes to Sirius asking permission to take Amaranth to the Yule Ball. After discreetly querying Amaranth, Sirius gives Cedric permission to ask Amaranth to the Yule Ball. Amaranth agrees to go with Cedric to the Yule Ball. For the ball, Amaranth receives a gorgeous ball gown and jewelry. The gown is scarlet with silver accents. The jewelry includes a necklace, earrings, and tiara, all in silver with embedded rubies. When Professor Grubbly Plank tries to teach about unicorns in the new year, Amaranth refuses to go near them, as they will know she is not a virgin. Cedric gives Amaranth a clue to the egg. She sees Crouch in Moody's office on the map. She tells Sirius and Remus about it. She also tells them that she needs to know some way to breathe underwater. Sirius and Remus tell her about gillyweed and promise to get her some. Amaranth brings in the dark detector Mood. Y gave her for her birthday to class to ask Moody what it specifically does. He tells her, then asks who gave it to her. She tells him that Sirius did, then goes straight to McGonagall. McGonagall recruits Flitwick and Snape to go with her to confront Moody. He is defeated, revealed to be Bartemius Crouch Jr., and the real Moody is rescued. Defense class is cancelled for the next week. Sirius Blah. CK is then introduced as the new Dada professor. Amaranth uses the gillyweed to dive into the lake and rescue Sirius. She is unwilling to leave any of the hostages down there, so she waits. Cedric refuses to leave her down there. So he waits with her until Krum takes his hostage and it is obvious that Fleur is not coming. They go up together with Sirius, Mrs. Diggory, and Gabrielle Delacour. Due to their moral fiber, they are given extra points, leaving Amaranth in first place and Cedric tying with Krum. Rita publishes an article in Witch Weekly about Gilderoy Lockhart, and specifically names Amaranth as one of his victims. Amaranth hides in Sirius's rooms all day. When Amaranth is finally convinced to leave Sirius' rooms, she receives her first mail about the incident, mostly sympathetic letters. Though there are some that call her a whore and accuse her of defaming the name of a good man. She goes back to hide in Sirius's rooms for another couple days. The teachers let her. Cedric goes to Sirius, since he still can't find Amaranth, and asks him to tell her that he still loves her and what happened to her was not her fault, and he doesn't blame her for anything. She is listening, and steps out to talk to him. Their talk helps Amaranth to come out of hiding. When Bagman tells the champions what the first task is, Krum asks to speak with Amaranth, but Cedric won't let her go alone. Crouch Sr. appears on the grounds, apparently insane. Amaranth stuns him and levitates him to the hospital wing, guarded by Krum and Cedric. During the third task, Voldemort is resurrected and Amaranth watches her boyfriend die. When the Hogwarts Express returns to London, Amaranth is picked up by Sirius, Remus, Tonks, and Moody, who escort her to the newly Fidelius Ed Grimmauld place for her protection. She is informed that the Weasleys will be there in a few days. Amaranth Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Starts with everyone at Grimmauld Place. Ron and Hermione are the prefects. Sirius is still the Dada professor. There is no Dementor incident. At the welcome feast, Dolores Umbridge is introduced as ministerial oversight. She gives Amaranth detention in the first Dada class for claiming that Voldemort has returned. Amaranth has her first detention with Umbridge, who uses a blood quill on her. She goes straight to Sirius, who goes straight to the woman and threatens her. If she ever uses a blood quill on a student again, Sirius sends copies of the evidence to Remus, along with a letter from himself to send to Amelia Bones if things get bad. Umbridge cancels the rest of Amaranth's detentions. The Gryffindor Quidditch team has Quidditch tryouts. Ron becomes the Gryffindor keeper. Ginny is selected as the reserve chaser-seeker. At the suggestion of both Hermione and Sirius, who cannot fully teach Dada due to Umbridge, Amaranth agrees to teach a defense study group. The Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match occurs. Amaranth catches the snitch, preventing Ron's mistakes from being too embarrassing. Fred and George are banned from Quidditch by Umbridge. Umbridge tries to ban Amaranth, but all she did was insult Malfoy, as he did her. Amaranth dreams about Mr. Weasley being attacked by Nagini. Hermione informs McGonagall, who sends the Weasleys and Amaranth to Remus at Grimmauld Place. Amaranth, Hermione, and the Weasleys visit Mr. Weasley in St. Mungo's. Amaranth, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny see Neville and the Longbottoms there. They also see Lockhart, who calls Amaranth, pretty girl, which causes a panic attack, as that was what he called her when he raped her. Amaranth narrowly wins the Gryffindor Hufflepuff Quidditch game 252-40. The Defense Association is discovered. Instead of Amaranth being expelled, Sirius withdraws her from Hogwarts. He takes her back to Remus at Grimmauld Place. Tonks is also living there, as it is safer than her flat. Sirius continues as the defense teacher. Fred and George set off Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs. The prank attack on Umbridge begins. Aided and abetted by Sirius, Remus, and Amaranth. Remus and Amaranth spend a good portion of their tutoring time coming up with new pranks, which are then distributed to members of the DA through Sirius. When Amaranth returns to Hogwarts for her owls, much to the delight of the school, she stays in Sirius' spare bedroom. Amaranth has a vision of Voldemort at the Department of Mysteries. She tells Sirius, who tells Dumbledore, who sends the order. Sirius and Remus escort Amaranth through as well, so that she can take the prophecy. They are caught up in the fighting. Amaranth watches as Bellatrix sends Tonks through the veil. Amaranth duels Bellatrix, then Voldemort, who attempts to possess her, but is driven off by her electric personality. Dumbledore duels Voldemort away, but the Ministry sees that he has returned. Dumbledore explains the prophecy to Sirius, Remus, and Amaranth, while Fudge announces the return of Voldemort. When they return to Grimmauld Place after the school year is over, they learn that Ted and Andromeda Tonks have joined the Order. Andromeda is the spitting image of her sister, Bellatrix Lestrange. Andromeda and Ted have sworn to avenge their daughter, Amaranth Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Amaranth has her 16th birthday party at the Burrow. Fred kisses her for the first time. Amaranth acquires the potions book formerly owned by the Half-Blood Prince. She tells Sirius and Remus about it. They tell her that Severus Snape is the Half-Blood Prince, and advise her to copy the instructions in the book, then return it to Snape. Amaranth does so. Fred Weasley escorts Amaranth to Slughorn's Christmas party. Everyone spends Christmas at Grimmauld Place, with the exception of Christmas dinner, which is done at the Burrow. During Christmas dinner at the Burrow, Percy and Scrimgeour arrive so the Scrimgeour can try to convince Amaranth to support the Ministry. She refuses to speak with him without Sirius present. A.N.D. refuses to support the Ministry until they conduct fair trials under Veritaserum. Snape kills Dumbledore. Amaranth breaks up with Fred for his own protection. Hermione and Ron pledge to go with her on her Horcrux quest. The Hogwarts Express returns to London from Hogsmeade. The Weasleys, Hermione, and Amaranth go to Grimmauld Place. Amaranth Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin get married. Mad-Eye Moody is killed in a skirmish with Death Eaters. The Battle of the Seven Potters doesn't happen, so Hedwig lives. Everyone transfers to the Burrow in preparation for Bill and Fleur's wedding. The trio have dinner with the Order. They inform the Order that Dumbledore gave Amaranth a task from Dumbledore that will help defeat Voldemort, but secrecy is their best helper. After dinner, Sirius and Remus inform Amaranth that Sirius is pregnant, and they are going to move back to Black Manor for the duration of the pregnancy, leaving Grimald Place to her if she needs a safe spot. The trio goes to Godric's Hollow. They visit James and Lily's graves and visit Bathilda Bagshot, who is actually Nagini. They escape, but Amaranth's wand breaks. Thankfully, due to Sirius and Remus, she has a backup. Though it does not work quite as well for her. The trio relocates to the Forest of Dean. Amaranth follows a silver doe to find Gryffindor's sword in a frozen lake. She nearly drowns, even though she cannot drown. But Ron saves her and destroys the locket Horcrux. Edward Remus Lupin Black is born. Amaranth is named Godmother. Amaranth, Hermione, Ron, and Griphook break into Gringotts. They steal Hufflepuff's cup, lose Gryffindor's sword, and escape on the back of a dragon. They return to Hogsmeade, the Hog's Head, and Hogwarts. Hogwarts prepares for battle. Hermione and Ron destroy Hufflepuff's cup while Amaranth looks for Ravenclaw's diadem. The Battle of Hogwarts begins at midnight. The diadem and Crabbe die in Crabbe's fiendfire. Amaranth watches Fred die when a wall explodes. Andromeda sacrifices her life to save Sirius. Amaranth becomes Master of the Hallows and is killed by Voldemort. She meets Thanatos, who informs her that there are other conditions Hattie will relate to her after she has defeated Voldemort concerning her mastery of the Hallows. Amaranth returns to life. Neville kills Nagini. Sirius kills Bellatrix Lestrange. Amaranth destroys Voldemort. Amaranth meets Thanatos and Persephone in her dreams. They explain to her that becoming Master of the Hallows shows that she is the destined companion and second consort of Hades, Lord of the Underworld. To keep him company during the summer months. They also tell her that she is the daughter of Zeus and a great-granddaughter of Poseidon. They then discuss Camp Half-Blood, the great prophecy that she is now ineligible for. And the Pact of the Big Three. Amaranth returns with Sirius to Black Manor, where she reunites with Remus and meets Teddy for the first time. She explains the true story of her divine heritage. She also explains that she accidentally became the consort of a god the same day her boyfriend died. Amaranth meets Persephone in person for the first time. They get along famously. Amaranth decides to use her Greek name, Chrysocome, while interacting with the divine world. Persephone nicknames her, Chrysa. Amaranth moves from Potter Manor in England to an upscale apartment building she owns in New York City. She has the penthouse. When Zeus realized his master bolt was missing the morning after the winter solstice, his first response was to summon his children to look for it. Apollo, Artemis, Athena, and Ares were sent out, though the rest of the gods were instructed to keep an eye out for it anyway. Between the storm he had summoned and the amount of yelling that had taken place, everyone on Olympus knew about the master bolt. When his godly children returned and reported that there was no sign of the master bolt, Zeus' next response was to blame his brothers, Poseidon more so than Hades. As Poseidon had actually been present for the night the bolt went missing. The god of the underworld had not bothered to stay for the winter solstice this year. He had made a perfunctory appearance during the council meeting, but he had not stayed long. Hades was not above suspicion, however, so Zeus summoned the only person that he had power over with a connection to the underworld. "You wanted to see me, father?" Chrysa Potter asked as she entered the room, her emerald robes showing exactly where she had been when she received Zeus' letter. The king of the gods drank in the sight of his demigod daughter, the oldest he had still alive. Chrysa was just as beautiful as any of his godly daughters, with long black hair and stunning emerald eyes that stood out against her pale skin. Though she did not have the same death-like pallor that Hades had, she was still far paler than normal, due to spending the winter months inside and the summer months in the underworld. Zeus and his siblings often noted how much the demi-goddess was coming to resemble Luke, her previous incarnation, the older she became. She did not age due to Thanatos' patronage, but she still changed slightly as the years passed. "Yes, Chrysocome," Zeus said with a nod, his voice gentler than it would be with anyone but Artemis. The young woman looked like she was barely resisting rolling her eyes. "It's Chrysa, father. I'm only Chrysocome in official situations between the months of March and September. And it's still December." Zeus grimaced inwardly. He knew that, as far as he was concerned, this was an official situation, though he could see why his daughter would think otherwise since it was just the two of them. "As you wish, daughter. I will cut straight to the point. My master bolt has been stolen. And the immediate suspects are your brothers, so you want me to find out whether Hades took the master bolt, Chrysa deduced. Zeus nodded, not even caring that she had interrupted him. He favored her too much for that. Chrysa sighed. Fine, I'll ask Hades if he has it. And then I'll ask Persephone if I think he's lying. Give me an hour or so to talk to them both. I just know that I'll somehow get roped into doing some of the paperwork while I'm down there. How do you feel about meeting at that tight place on East 28th Street? I haven't had lunch yet. I will meet you there, Zeus promised. Chrysa bowed to her father and stepped away into the shadows, which came up to cover her as she disappeared. Her powers grow stronger, a voice came from behind him. Luke returns to us at last. Zeus did not turn as his eldest sister came to stand beside him. I lose my daughter to Luke, Zeus said quietly. For once she fully remembers herself as Luke. She will no longer think of me as her father, but as the child she raised to rescue his siblings and overthrow his father. You will always be her father, Hestia soothed, laying a calming hand on Zeus' arm. She was born as Chrysa Potter, and her hold on this life will be strong. That does not mean that either of her other lives will be less important, nay, she has strong ties to them as well. Her children from when she was Maria in the next life. She died for those children, brother. You mean I killed her because of those children, Zeus said glumly. She is not likely to forgive that. She already has, Hestia said calmly. Zeus looked at her in shock. Hestia explained, the first thing she remembered was her death as Maria D'Angelo. She knew then that the god who killed her and our second life was her father in the third. She had difficulty with that, for a bit, but she has long since forgiven you. Though perhaps an oath on the sticks not to harm her children, from any life, ld not be amiss and would greatly soothe her nerves regarding you. I will think on that, Zeus said softly. The siblings were silent for a long moment, until Zeus asked, what ties her to Luke? Nowadays, very little. Luke and Hades' only child was born after her death. The world is greatly changed from when Luke died, and the council is completely changed from when Luke sat upon it. She and her sisters are no longer on it. Métis is no longer with us, and Amphitrite rarely leaves Atlantis. She is more inheriting Luke's domain than she is becoming Luke herself. You will still have your daughter, little brother, Hestia said. Embracing Zeus and turning to leave. Just before she stepped back into the fire, Hestia turned and said with a slight smile, you may wish to slightly wary though. The more of Luke's memories Chrysa gains, the more of Luke's stash of blackmail material she gains. And Hecate's blessed have a spell that allows them to turn memories into photographs. Zeus groaned at the reminder. Before transporting himself to the tight place Chrysa liked so he could get a table. The staff at Gaius seemed surprised to see him. Mr. Bolt, the hostess greeted. We weren't expecting you for another week. Table for two, I presume. Yes, Zeus said smoothly. My daughter will be joining me shortly. Your usual drinks, sir? The hostess asked as she led Zeus to his usual table. Please, the sky god said. The hostess smiled politely and left to place the order with the bartender. Just after the waitress brought their drinks, a scotch for Zeus and a Pinot Gris for his daughter. He felt the aura of both his daughter and his brother enter the restaurant. He caught the waitress's arm as she walked past. Excuse me, but would it be possible to change to a different table? My daughter is apparently bringing her beau with her to lunch, and I would prefer to be at a larger table. Of course, Mr. Bolt, the waitress said with a nod and a smile. Let me get your drinks, and I'll move you right now. Do you happen to know the drink preference of Miss Bolt's escort? I am unsure what he will wish for at the moment, Zeus replied evenly, even as he took his seat on one side of the square table. A moment later, Chrysa came around the corner on Hades' arm. Zeus rose to greet them. Father, I hope you don't mind that I brought my boyfriend with me, but I really do think that you need to talk to him. Chrysa said as she embraced her father. Zeus returned the embrace warmly, noting Hades' raised eyebrows at the public display of affection between father and daughter. As you say, darling. Zeus replied, releasing his daughter. He nodded coolly towards his brother. Hades. Zeus, Hades replied, equally cool. Both of you, behave. Chrysa scolded as she sat down at an angle to her father. She dragged Hades into the seat across from Zeus. The waitress from before chose that moment to show up. Hello, Angela, Chrysa greeted. Good afternoon, Miss Bolt, the waitress, Angela, replied. It's a pleasure to see you again so soon. Is this your boyfriend? Indeed I am, Hades said in his deep voice, reaching out a hand to lay atop Chris's clasped ones. This is Mr. Mortimer D'Arc, Chrissa introduced. Would you care to take a look at our drink menu, Mr. D'Arc? Angela asked. Water, please. With lime, Hades replied. Certainly, sir, the waitress replied as she left. Zeus gave his brother a look. Mortimer D'Arc. Really? It's D'Arc, not dark. Zeus, do keep up, Hades replied snidely. What did I say about behaving? Chrissa asked warningly. Both men wisely shut up. Now, Chrissa continued calmly. You are both here because of what happened on the winter solstice. Father's master bolt was stolen. Hades, helm of darkness was stolen. Zeus, head jerked towards his brother. Your helm was stolen, he asked incredulously. Yes, Hades replied irritably. And keep it down. Unlike you, I do not plan on broadcasting the fact that my symbol of power is missing. With both of our symbols of power missing, Poseidon is the main suspect, Zeus said. And I believe that he has a son. Chiron has been personally observing an exceptionally powerful demigod since September. He could very well be Poseidon's son. We should act him, Hades began, only to be cut off by Chrissa. We should not act rashly. Send Alecto to begin as a teacher at the boys' school for the spring semester. How old is this boy, father? 12, Zeus replied. His name is Perseus Jackson. Chrissa snorted. Well, that's a giveaway that he's a demigod. No one uses ancient Greek to name their children unless they're demigods. That's how I got my name, after all. Mortal parents give their children such names so that they can connect with their heritage, not realizing that they're basically putting up a giant flashing sign that says, I'm a demigod. Come kill me, says the woman who named her daughter, White, and Life, and her son, Victory of the People, and Savior, Zeus pointed out. Chrissa pointed a fork at him. Not ancient Greek names, they don't count. Not even Italian versions of ancient Greek names, though I did consider Achille and Cesare for my son's middle name. What do you propose Alecto do? Hades asked her, changing the subject. Watch the boy. If the opportunity comes up where she can separate him from Chiron and whoever his satyr is, confront him. But she must summon me when she does so, in order that I may observe. If he's lucky, Alecto will take the fast route back to the underworld. If he's unlucky, we'll have full authority to interrogate him. If he does survive, Chiron and the satyr will whisk him off to Camp Half-Blood as soon as possible. Once he's at Camp Half-Blood, I'll have full access to him. She turned to look at Hades. Sorry, dear, it looks like I'll be abandoning you for a few weeks. Hades leaned over to her and kissed her chastely. I'll miss you, just as I always miss you. I'll be fine. I'll drown myself in paperwork. Chrissa laughed. That's the spirit. Brother, please do not kiss my daughter in front of me, Zeus said stiffly. While I am aware of your relationship, I prefer to pretend that it does not exist. Indulge me. Hades looked towards Chrissa, who nodded. It's the least we can do, she shrugged. He hasn't tried to forbid us from seeing each other. He's actually been very good about the whole thing. Though that's probably because he knows that I remember what he looked like in diapers. How far have you gotten back, anyway? Zeus asked. I'm nearing the beginning of my time on Mount Othrys, Chrissa replied. It's amazing, looking back at it, how much Kronos trusted me with. It also shocks me how ruthless I was. I didn't even flinch when Kronos retold the story of how he killed Ouranos. I wasn't fearful, horrified, or sympathetic. I was annoyed that I hadn't been called to join, she admitted. If grandmother had asked me, I would have done the job myself. We did know Luke, Zeus said carefully. We do know her dark side. Darling, all of our domains have a dark side. For me, it is the fact that I govern the fields of punishment alongside Elysium. For Zeus, it is that justice causes death as much as order. For Ares, it is the bloodlust he loses himself to. For Aphrodite, it is the sexual lust she inspires. Your dark side just happens to be a bit darker than most, Hades said comfortingly. Considering I'm a goddess of darkness, I suppose it's only to be expected that my dark side is darker than most. After all, I was raised by darkness and night themselves. Compassion for lesser beings wasn't exactly promoted in the House of Night, Krissa replied with a sigh. Even though I don't remember it yet, I know what lessons I was taught there. You weren't entirely awful, Zeus pointed out. You always did your best to help your sisters and mine, especially Hera. Zeus' wife and demigod daughter had an interesting relationship, to say the least. On one hand, Zeus had cheated on Hera in order to bring about Crissa's conception. On the other hand, Crissa was the reincarnation of Luke, a woman Hera had greatly admired growing up, a woman whom she had considered family. In the end, Hera treated Crissa differently than she did Luke, but with nowhere near the hostility shown to Talia, Heracles, and even Hermes, Apollo, and Artemis. In some ways, Hera acted as a maternal figure for Crissa, and occasionally came along on their monthly, family outings. Still, the pair were remarkably close, and grew closer with each new thing Crissa remembered about their previous relationship. I was still mad at you for what happened to Métis, Crissa replied dryly. I was keeping an eye on Hera to make sure she didn't end up like Rhea. So, are we in agreement then? Hades asked, changing the subject before it could get heated. Do nothing but observe and search discreetly for the moment, and have Alecto and Crissa spy on the boy. And preferable. Why not completely screwing with the weather because you're arguing with Poseidon, father, Crissa put in. At least try to keep it calm until late March. I'd like to get a bit of sun instead of a constant thunderstorm. Daughter, you live in either England or New York. You never see sun, Zeus pointed out. The waitress chose that moment to reappear with Hades' drink. Here you are, sir, she said with a smile. Have you decided whether you'd like an appetizer today? We'll take the Nur Yang Nam Tok please, Angela, Crissa said, grabbing Hades' sleeve and holding him down as he made to stand up. I'd also like the volcanic tom yum soup with prawns. Father would like the coconut tom kha with mixed seafood, and Mortimer would like the shrimp salad with seared shrimp. I'll bring those out directly. The waitress promised before disappearing again. I assume you ordered food for us in order to convince us to stay. Zeus asked dryly. You would have stayed, father. You like Jaya too much. But Hades would not have stayed since you were staying, and if I tried to convince him to stay, you would leave. Now you are both staying and eating lunch with me without threatening or insulting each other. Off-limits topics include my relationships with the two of you, this robbery mess, Persephone, the D'Angelos, and Talia. Hades looked towards his brother. Is this how all of your dinners go? Usually, Zeus admitted, though there's usually fewer restrictions. It prevents us from arguing. Not yours. We avoid controversial topics over dinner. We argue about them at other times, Hades replied. What all do you know about this possible son of Poseidon's? His name is Perseus Richard Jackson. He attends boarding school at Yancey Academy in upstate New York. That is his 6th school in 6 years. When not in school, he lives with his mother, Sally Jackson, and her husband, Gabriel Giuliano. Sally Jackson works at the candy store, Sweet on America. Gabriel Giuliano is the manager at an electronics mega mart. Gabriel Giuliano appears to be abusive towards Sally Jackson. They live in an apartment in the Upper East Side. Perseus appears to go by the name, Percy, and has ADHD and dyslexia, as is typical for demigods. Quote, I am so very glad that my magic corrected the dyslexia, Crissa said. School was bad enough without being unable to read and write properly. I would have never passed my owls and newts. Didn't you mention the other day that you were considering attending Mortal College, daughter? Zeus asked. I have been considering it, yes, Crissa admitted, glancing at Hades. I would not live on campus. So I shouldn't miss too much of our time together when the school year overlaps. I know how much you've wanted something else to do with your time, dearest, Hades said. Taking Crissa's hand tenderly. I could never object to anything that makes you happy. Especially if you're only gone for classes and still spend the rest of your time during the spring and summer months with me. Crissa pressed a quick, chaste kiss to Hades' cheek. Thank you, darling. I really have been wishing for something else to do with my time. Certainly, I have my Wizengamot meetings. And the political balls and dinners, as well as the guest speaking I do at Hogwarts, along with babysitting the newest generation of Weasleys, and helping George and Ron in the shop, spending time at Camp Half-Blood. Why do you want more to do again? Zeus asked. All of those things are short-term. Nothing takes more than a few hours. Besides, I want to be able to establish a presence in the Muggle world in case I ever end up there again. For example, if Hades and I have children, then they will be demigods. I can't just drag any children we might have all around the world like I'm living now. Short visits into the wizarding world, yes. This constant movement that I seem to have adopted during the winter months. No. Children need stability. Demigod children need stability in the mortal world. For that, I need to exist in the mortal world. Papers are easily snapped up, but I want to have credentials to back up anything I snap up. I've been catching up on my mortal education rough secondary school with the help of private tutoring, so I'm certain I will be prepared to begin college classes, Krissa explained. When have you had the time to find a private tutor? Hades asked. I borrowed some dead people. Krissa replied nonchalantly, as if it explained everything. Hades seemed to accept that. Zeus did not. They listened to you, he exclaimed. Krissa raised an eyebrow at him. I am the legally recognized lady regnant of the underworld. I'm not Seth. She is the queen consort. Our original bond named me as the equal ruler of the underworld alongside Hades. However, I was never named queen. So Hades made Persephone the queen consort when she married him. I am still the lady regnant, equal to Hades in power. With Persephone, her word is Hades' word. With me, my word is my own. But it has equal weight to Hades' word, Krissa explained. Their appetizer and salads had arrived, so all three devoted the next several minutes to eating. Finally, Krissa asked if Poseidon was responsible. Will Amphitrite be affected? She asked quietly. Zeus was silent for a long moment. That depends on whether she stands by her husband, he finally said. You are more than welcome to convince her otherwise. Trite won't talk to me if I open the conversation by accusing her husband of thievery. And I shouldn't go down to see her, not with the trouble brewing between you and Poseidon. I'll think on it, Krissa replied. The rest of the meal proceeded in similar conversation, though the weight of the current situation was constantly hanging over them. There were no major arguments between the two brothers. So the meal ended with relative success. On the street outside, they parted ways. Zeus returned to Olympus, Hades to the underworld, and Krissa to Britain to prepare for the ball she was supposed to attend that night. Nothing happened for the next 3 months. Alecto sent in daily reports to both Hades and Krissa. Krissa forwarded hers to Zeus through her shadows. By the time that Krissa traveled down to the underworld, the weather had begun getting worse, especially in New York. At least in London she'd had the northern Atlantic as a barrier between her and Olympus, allowing her to see some sun. Rare as it was in her homeland. Any news from father? Persephone asked as she entered the dining room for their customary lunch before the younger older gods. Left the underworld for her months with her mother. Nothing, Krissa replied, taking her seat at Hades, right and across from Persephone. He's still blaming Poseidon, Poseidon is still denying it. And Alecto hasn't seen anything with the half-blood to indicate that he had anything to do with the theft or even that he actually is Poseidon's son. I believe she may be leaning towards more desperate measures soon enough. Desperate measures came a month and a half later, at the beginning of May. Alecto reported that the class that included Percy Jackson would be taking a field trip to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. She and Chiron would be the two chaperones on the trip. She thought that it could provide the perfect opportunity to separate the boy from Chiron and his satyr. Protect her so that she could question him. Krissa made sure that all her paperwork was completed several days in advance, packed herself a lunch in an overly large purse, made sure she had her daggers and throwing knives. Then left the underworld for a day at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It was nearly noon before the hint of other pinged on her senses. She followed it all the way back to the main hall of the museum. To the wing on the left and just inside the front doors. This was the Greek and Roman art, which she had been avoiding as she knew that she would probably see it later. Besides, she had seen it all before. She had been alive for a good portion of the Greek period, and she had studied Roman art extensively as Maria D'Angelo. She spotted a group of 30 middle schoolers being led by a middle-aged man in a motorized wheelchair. The man had thinning hair and a scruffy beard hiding a familiar face. She'd never seen Chiron in his human guise, but he was easy enough to spot. Nearby, wearing a black leather jacket, was Alecto. The Fury subtly looked towards her once she entered the hall and gave her a slight nod of acknowledgement. Krissa loitered near the group as they opt near a stele so that the disguised Chiron could explain Greek funeral art. About halfway through the presentation, a freckled redhead snickered about the nudity of one of the carvings on the statue. A dark-haired boy turned to her and burst out, "Will you shut up?" It came out very loudly. The whole group laughed at him. Krissa herself held back a snicker. Chiron turned to the boy and said, "Mr. Jackson, do you have a comment?" Krissa's eyes went immediately to her target. This boy was the infamous Percy Jackson, potential son of Poseidon and lightning thief. The boy blushed. "No, sir." Chiron pointed to a carving of Kronos and his children. "Perhaps you'll tell us what this picture represents." The boy studied the carving for a moment, and then said, "That's Kronos eating his kids, right?" "Yes," Chiron said leadingly. "And he did this because..." "Well," Jackson said, "Kronos was the king god, and..." "God." Chiron cut Jackson off. "Titan," the boy corrected. Krissa relaxed from W. Here she had unconsciously tensed at the insult. Jackson continued, "And, he didn't trust his kids, who were the gods. So, Kronos ate them, right? But his wife hid baby Zeus, and gave Kronos a rock to eat instead. And later, when Zeus grew up, he tricked his dad, Kronos, into barfing up his brothers and sisters." "Ew," one of the girls in the group exclaimed. Jackson continued without pausing, "And so, there was this big fight between the gods and the titans, and the gods won." Others in the group snickered, and the freckled redhead from before muttered, "Like we're going to use this in real life. Like it's going to say on our job applications, please explain why Kronos ate his kids." Chiron obviously heard her. "And why, Mr. Jackson, to paraphrase Miss Bobofit's excellent question, does this matter in real life?" "Busted," another kid muttered. From his wispy beard and crutches, Krissa assumed he was the satyr. He looked familiar. Krissa studied him the best she could without appearing to be watching the students. Suddenly, it struck her, this was the satyr who had found Annabeth, Luke, and Talia. This was the satyr who had failed to get her sister safely to camp. Of course it had to be that satyr. She muttered to herself. Meanwhile, she had missed Jackson's reply to the question. Oh well, if he was a demigod, and he had the aura of a demigod, though an unclaimed one, he would find out soon enough. Well, half credit, Mr. Jackson, Chiron told him. Zeus did indeed feed Kronos a mixture of mustard and wine. Nectar, actually, Krissa muttered to herself. Get it right, nephew. Which made him disgorge his other 5 children, who, of course, being immortal gods, had been living and growing up completely undigested in the Titan's stomach. The gods defeated their father, sliced him to pieces with his own scythe, and scattered his remains in Tartarus, the darkest part of the underworld. On that happy note, it's time for lunch. Mrs. Gods, would you lead us back outside? Krissa stood still as the class began drifting out of the gallery. The girls were holding their stomachs, the guys were pushing each other around, acting like typical middle schoolers. Jackson and the satyr looked ready to follow them when Chiron said, Jackson. He seemed to tell the satyr to go on without him before turning to the centaur in disguise. Sir, he asked, you must learn the answer to my question. Chiron said mysteriously. About the Titans. The boy asked in confusion. About real life. And how your studies apply it, Chiron replied. Oh, the boy said articulately. What you learn from me, Chiron said, is vitally important. I expect you to treat it as such. I will accept only the best from you, Percy Jackson. The boy did not look very happy about that. He doesn't seem to know. Krissa whispered to herself, even as the boy mumbled something, probably about doing better. Chiron directed the boy to go outside with the rest of his classmates, and then wheeled himself after him. Krissa stayed put. Alecto had a sense for the dramatic, so she would definitely bring the boy back into this section. While she waited, she magically compelled everyone currently in the wing to leave. And then set up wards on all the entrances that would prevent mortals from entering. Even so, it still took several minutes for Alecto to return, followed by Percy Jackson. Alecto stopped in front of a marble frieze of the gods, then turned to face her wayward student. She began to growl sub-vocally. Krissa watched as the boy twitched uncomfortably. You've been giving us problems, honey. Alecto finally said. Yes, ma'am, Jackson said in a subdued voice, though his eyes were anything but submissive. Alecto glared at him as she tugged on the cuffs of her leather jacket. Did you really think you would get away with it? She demanded. Jackson looked nervous. Whether from guilt or because Alecto was terrifying, even in human form, Krissa didn't know. I'll try harder, ma'am. The boy stammered. Thunder shook the building, proving that Zeus was indeed keeping an eye on the conversation. Krissa felt a slight tremor under her feet. Hades was also watching. We are not fools, Percy Jackson, Alecto said. It was only a matter of time before we found you out. Confess, and you will suffer less pain. Percy Jackson looked terribly confused, and slightly panicky. Krissa wondered what he was thinking about, since it was starting to look like stealing the Master Bolt wasn't a possibility. Well, Alecto demanded. Ma'am, I don't, Percy Jackson began, still looking lost. Your time is up, Alecto hissed as she began to transform. Her eyes began to glow like barbecue coals. Her fingers stretched, turning into talons. Her jacket melted into large, leathery wings. She opened her mouth, exposing her large yellow fangs. Krissa was certain she would have been terrified at Jackson's age, well, if it weren't for the fact that she'd already faced Voldemort twice by that point in her life. Near-death experiences at a young age tended to skew your fear perception. Of course, Chiron chose that moment to interfere. Still in his mortal disguise, he rolled his wheelchair into the doorway of the gallery, pen in hand. What ho, Percy, he yelled, tossing the pen through the air. Alecto lunged towards the boy. He yelped, dodged, and managed to snatch the sword that was formerly a pen out of the air. He looked at it in shock. Alecto turned back towards Jackson with a murderous growl. The boy did not look good. He was unsteady on his feet, had no idea of the proper way to hold a sword, and looked scared out of his mind. Krissa had at least been too busy trying not to die to be scared her first time holding a sword, as Amaranth, not Luke or Maria. Maria had never held a sword and Luke already had experience with knives before moving to the longer weapon. She was sure her stance and grip were just as bad as the boy's though. Alecto snarled, "Die, honey," and flew straight toward him. The boy did the smart thing and swung the sword. It hit her shoulder and passed through her body as she immediately turned into dust. Chiron snapped his fingers, and the mist took care of the rest. The centaur moved quickly away, leaving Percy Jackson seemingly alone in the Greek and Roman art gallery with a ballpoint pen in his hand. The boy was still trembling. He looked absolutely terrified at what happened, before shaking his head slightly and going back outside. Once he was gone, Krissa dropped her wards and said to herself, well, that was interesting. Tyche had a soft spot for demigods. Dumb luck in early monster attacks was the only reason most of them, Krissa included, lived long enough to get proper training. It seemed that the boy was no exception to that. She turned on a heel and apparated away. She reappeared at an Italian restaurant she favored in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Table for 4, please, she told the hostess. Under the name Theos. The rest of my party will be here in a few minutes, so please direct them to my table when they arrive. Of course, ma'am, the hostess agreed before leading her to a table. It was only a few minutes later that Zeus showed up. Hera on his arm. Good afternoon, Father, Hera, Krissa greeted. I assume you were watching. Yes, but I would like to hear your perspective as well, Zeus said as he helped Hera into her chair. Being there in person is much different from watching from above. Is my eldest brother coming? Hera asked stiffly. The goddess of marriage and family was not fond of the eldest of her brothers in the first place, and the fact that he was consistently breaking his marriage vows, even with mutual consent, did not sit well with her. According to Zeus, Hera thought of Luke as Hades' proper wife, and disapproved that she and Hades had never been truly married. Their entire branch of the family tree annoyed her greatly. He'll be here shortly, I hear whispers that he is trying to calm Alecto down before she sets Megara and Tisiphone off and they burn down part of his palace, Krissa replied calmly. The waitress had arrived, collected their drink orders, and returned with all 4 drinks Krissa had ordered for Hades before the man in question showed up. He arrived just as the waitress was delivering bread and asking about appetizers. The mozzarella alla caprese, please, Krissa said charmingly. Hades waited until she had left before taking his seat beside Krissa. My apologies for my tardiness, Alecto was most wroth that she had spent So many months as a schoolteacher only to be defeated by a 12-year-old touched by Tyche, the dark god said smoothly. Krissa pressed a quick kiss to his cheek in greeting. I heard something through the shadows about Tisiphone and Megara and potential structural damage. She questioned. Hades sighed. We managed to avoid any major structural damage, but I would recommend avoiding the East Wing until it's fully repaired. He replied. I sent the sisters to the Fields of Punishment to calm down. I think they were going to search out Riddle and Dumbledore again. Hecate promised to keep an eye on them. Now that we're all here, Hera said, can we get started? Really, sister dear, Hades drawled, some of us have jobs. Surprisingly, it was Zeus who cut them off before it could descend into a full-blown argument. You wanted to report on your encounter with the boy? He asked Krissa. Yes, father. From my observations so far, I do not think, to put it bluntly, that Percy Jackson had anything to do with the theft. Both Hades and Zeus froze. Hades actually choked slightly on his drink. Why do you say that? Hera pressed. He had no idea what Alecto was talking about when she accused him of being a thief. He was in complete shock that she turned into a monster, and not just the typical demigod. Oh snap, my teacher's a monster shock. He had no idea what was going on. Even if he did steal the missing items. He did not know what was going on, Krissa stated, before smiling at the waitress who had just returned with their appetizer. Are you ready to order the main course? The waitress asked. I would like the vitello osso buco, and my husband would like the modena di agnello, Hera said, shutting her menu firmly and passing it to the waitress. I'll take the penne arrabbiata with lobster, Krissa said with a smile. And I would like the pasta al nero di seppia, Hades finished, handing his and Krissa's menus to the waitress. Thank you, sir, the waitress said with a smile before turning to head back to the kitchen. You think Poseidon is innocent? Zeus asked dubiously. In the best-case scenario, this is Poseidon throwing a fit again and he convinced his son to steal the bolt without telling him what it was about. Second best scenario, it's still Poseidon and he convinced some other demigod to steal the items. However, Poseidon has declared his innocence in this event. So we need to be prepared for this to be something much bigger than a spat between brothers, Krissa warned. What else could it be? Hera asked incredulously. I don't know, Krissa said seriously. I'll try to find out. Secrets are my specialty, after all. Are you still planning on going to Camp Half-Blood? Hades asked. Yes, dear. Whoever has done this, Percy Jackson is involved somehow. Whether he is the culprit or just a scapegoat, he will be involved further. With the escalating situation between Father and Poseidon, I would not be surprised if Chiron grants the boy the quest to find the Master Bolt. If he finds the bolt, he will find the helm. Either way, it will be most convenient for me to spend June at Camp Half-Blood, until after the solstice. But you'll be home until then? Hades asked hopefully. Krissa pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Of course, darling. Barring any unforeseen circumstances. Yancey Academy's school term ends on June 3rd. I'll arrive at Camp Half-Blood that morning. Chiron and the satyr won't wait too long to bring him to camp. They have to know that he's in danger, especially after Alecto's attack today. So until then, all we need to do is make Poseidon sweat. Zeus asked. And keep an eye out for any other possible culprits, Hera added. At this point, everyone is suspect, even family. All three turned to look at her in surprise. She raised an eyebrow at them. As the goddess of family, I am very aware that ours does not get along. There are certain members that I wouldn't be too surprised to find that they had stolen the Master Bolt. Now, since we've decided our course of action, onto more pleasant subjects. How are your classes going, Chrysocome? She asked, redirecting attention to the demi-goddess. Between Zeus and Hades, they had pulled enough strings so that Krissa had been accepted into Columbia University for the spring semester. With the current situation, she had wanted the proximity to Olympus, though. The weather had been worse than if she'd chosen something a bit further away. Everything is going very well so far, as expected. It's a bit of a joke, taking ancient Greek when you're already fluent in it, Krissa replied. I also have some general studies courses, English, mathematics, history. English and history are fine, I'm used to research and writing essays from Hogwarts, but math is a different story. It's the only class one have trouble in. I keep recruiting Gottfried Leibniz and Isaac Newton to tutor me. Their food arrived, and they spent a few minutes exchanging more pleasantries with the waitress. Once she was gone, Hades asked, "What is your history course focused on?" "Ancient Rome," Krissa responded promptly. "You all lived through it. I did not. I need to catch up. And before you ask, Father, I have been informed about the Greek-Roman split and the different aspects of all the gods' personalities." "How did you find out?" Zeus asked, looking slightly alarmed before giving his brother an angry look. "Hades didn't tell me," Krissa soothed. "I just found out. Nothing really stays secret for very long in the underworld. The dead have no need for secrets, and they are physically incapable of lying to me. Additionally, I was, the goddess of secrets, so I'm very good at ferreting out such things." "You're still the goddess of secrets and shadows, even if you're no longer immortal," Hera said sharply. "Your family, Luke, in rebirth and temporarily missing memory doesn't change that. Shadows still come at your call. Secrets still come to your ear. No matter your form, human, titaness, or half-blood, you will always be the goddess of shadows and secrets." She nodded sharply, effectively dismissing the topic, and returned to her meal. Her brothers stared at her, dumbfounded. "Hera's right," Zeus said finally. "You're still a goddess, even if you're not immortal. Apollo and Poseidon were still gods when I sent them to Earth as mortals as punishment. You're a reborn goddess, which makes you a goddess." Krissa did her best to hide her shock, but doing so while eating lunch with three deities capable of telepathy probably rendered it less effective than she hoped. Still, they were kind enough not to mention anything. The rest of the meal passed in idle conversation, probably due to Krissa's tumultuous feelings. They forewent dessert and left the restaurant as a group. Zeus and Hera transported themselves back to Olympus, while Krissa and Hades went through the shadows to the underworld. Once they were safely ensconced in their rooms, Krissa pushed Hades onto the couch and curled up beside him so that she was nearly on his lap. She was quiet for several minutes, simply enjoying the comfort that contact brought. "I know you still consider me to be the goddess of secrets and shadows, and that our court does the same, but I didn't expect Father and Hera to think so," she said quietly. "You are yourself, and your domain is a part of your very being," Hades said. "You are not simply Luke, as some on Olympus might think. Nor are you simply Maria d'Angelo, or Amaranth Potter. You are Krissa, and you are all three of those things, all at the same time. Titaness, mortal, demigod, you have been all three. You have ruled and still do rule the underworld. You were the strongest witch since Morgana Le Fay. You were and are still a mother. Even if our children are hidden for their own protection. Perhaps, with this new son of Poseidon's, the great prophecy will be fulfilled so that we can bring our children home. But I digress, your power is in secrets and shadows. And there is never a shortage of either across the world. Zeus knows this. Hera knows this. Hestia, Demeter, and Poseidon know this. You have all your powers without being truly immortal. You are a goddess. Chrysocome. At that, Krissa burst into tears. Hades pulled her impossibly closer to himself and soothed her with gentle noises while stroking her black hair. As her sobs quieted to sniffling, Hades pulled away slightly so he could look into her face. "Feel better?" he asked. She nodded, eyes still red and cheeks still wet. "Much," she said. "It's just 9 years. And it's finally hit me that everyone cares about who I am now, not who I used to be." She saw Hades look like he meant to protest. "Not you, Hades. Maybe at the beginning, I wondered if you were really seeing me. Or whether you were seeing Luke or Maria, but I live with you 6 months out of the year. I know you love me for me. Father I also see rather often, so I know he loves me as his daughter and not just as his former teacher. Despite that, I thought Hera and all the others would simply think of me as Luke's reincarnation. But Hera thinks of me as me, not as Luke, just me. Husband's bastard daughter and all. As you said a few months ago, Luke could be a bit cold. You're much nicer. I'm not sure anyone can know you and not love you, my darling," Hades replied, pressing a kiss to his consort's lips. There were no words needed for a long time afterwards. The rest of May went by in a flash, and soon the date for Krissa's departure was upon them. June 3rd was the last day of school at Yancey Academy, where Percy Jackson attended, so they had determined that June 3rd would be the best day for Krissa to make her appearance at Camp Half-Blood. She shadow traveled into camp. Arriving inside her cabin and leisurely unpacking her bags. She had eaten breakfast in the underworld with Hades, followed by a rather passionate goodbye. She had managed to time her arrival at CA.MP to give herself just enough time to unpack before heading to the pavilion for lunch. Zeus' cabin was intimidating at first glance. A massive statue of the god stood in the center of the temple-like construct. The alcoves that lined the room were filled with bronze eagle statues. The domed ceiling was constantly moving with clouds and lightning bolts. It also constantly thundered, which was why Rissa had set up a permanent silencing charm her first night there. Early on, Krissa had vanished one of the eagle statues and turned the alcove it had previously resided in into her bedroom, of sorts. Her bed was along the back wall, with a dresser on one side of it and a series of shelves on the other. She did not keep very many items in her cabin, due to her easy access via apparition or shadow. Traveled to her bedrooms at any of her numerous residences. She quickly unpacked the 2 bags she had brought with her and double-checked to make sure she was armed. Even within the boundaries of camp, she didn't like to go out without a weapon. With her magic and her shadow powers, she was never truly defenseless, but it was comforting to have her wand in its arm holster and several knives in various places on her person. The only visible 2 were a celestial bronze knife belted on her left hip and a steel dagger belted on her right. Chiron had tried several times to dissuade her from carrying weaponry that could injure mortals. But she had promptly informed him that she still ran into people upset with how she dealt with Voldemort, and she preferred having a readily available weapon that could actually hurt them. When the lunch bell rang, Krissa left the cabin and made her way to the dining pavilion, head held high. She received several looks from many of the campers there. Only the year-rounders knew her, since she was usually only there between the months of September and March. She knew she made quite a sight, with her leather bracers and orange Camp Half-Blood t-shirt, skinny jeans, and knee-high combat boots. Surprisingly, one camper decided to approach her. Unsurprising was which camper decided to approach her. Krissa smiled at the curly-haired blonde girl as she leaned in to embrace her. "Hello, Annabeth. It's good to see you again." "It's good to see you too, Krissa," the gray-eyed daughter of Athena replied. "What are you doing here? It's the middle of summer. I thought you had a job." "I do," Krissa nodded. "With the current Olympian situation, my father and my superior agreed that it would be best for me to come to camp for the next few weeks." Annabeth glanced skywards, then briefly in the direction of the sea. "I can guess why. Well, I guess we'll have time to introduce you to the 3/4 of camp who don't know you. Are you eating at the head table today?" "I think so. I'll speak with Mr. D during lunch, and Chiron will probably want to talk to me at dinner," Krissa replied. Annabeth's face lit up. "Chiron's coming back today." "I think so," Krissa replied. "From my information, it'll be within the next couple of days, if it's not today. But my money's on today." "I'll talk to you later, Annabeth." "Alright. I'll try to stop by your cabin later." "I'd like that," the younger girl said with a nod. Krissa smiled in reply and moved on toward the dining pavilion. She had a great fondness for the young girl her sister had died to protect. She held some fondness for Luke Castellan as well, but he had changed after his failed quest to the Garden of the Hesperides. He had withdrawn from her, from everyone, really, and nothing she had done had managed to bring him out again. Hopefully, it was just a matter of growing up, and he'd come out of it. After all, he was physically older than her now. She walked into the dining pavilion and made her way to the head table. Dionysus sat in the center of the table, wearing his usual leopard pattern Hawaiian shirt, walking shorts, and tennis shoes with black socks. There was a nervous-looking satyr behind him, peeling grapes and then passing them to the god. The space to the right of Dionysus, where Chiron normally stood, was empty. Krissa moved around to Dionysus, left and conjured a chair. She took her seat beside him. "I see you're back," he commented idly. "Bad weather at home this time of year." There was a slight mocking edge to his voice. Dionysus was much younger than Luke, and both of them knew it. He had not even been born at the time of Luke's death, so he, unlike the other Olympians, had no long-held affection or awe of her. However, he did know how powerful she was. And he did respect her for that. She was his sister, which granted her the respect of him not pretending to forget her name, but she was also a hero, which he disliked on principle. Thus, The interesting dynamic between the two of them. Not particularly, Krissa replied as she began to serve her food. It's more the weather here that I'm concerned by, if you catch my meaning. Father asked me to stay here until after the solstice deadline. My lord agreed. She took the best piece of meat from her place and floated it over to the bronze braziers. As she dropped it into the fire, she thought, to my beloved Aidoneus. So that you do not feel so alone. Does Chiron know you're coming? Dionysus asked lazily, popping a peeled grape into his mouth. Not that I know of. I am quite interested in whatever little protege he's been keeping an eye on though. I ran into them in New York a few months ago, but I'm afraid I did not have the chance to say hello, Krissa replied with a smirk. Oh, Dionysus said with a matching smirk. Do tell. Krissa glanced around the dining hall at the eyes watching them closely. Not the time or place, I don't think. I'll be sure to share later though. I'll hold you to it. Dionysus replied, tipping his Diet Coke in her direction. The rest of the meal passed in a minor battle of wits, Krissa's sharp tongue easily matching Dionysus, drawling sarcasm. At the end of the meal, Dionysus rose from his seat to address the campers. As most of you have noticed, we have a visitor, he drawled. While the year-rounders will recognize her, the rest of you are probably unfamiliar with her. This is Krissa Potter, daughter of Zeus. There were gasps throughout the pavilion. Dionysus waved a dismissive hand. Yes, we know, she's technically forbidden, we hashed this out years ago. Krissa Potter usually only stays here during the winter months, but she'll be here for the next few weeks this time. Make her feel welcome, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's done. Feel free to leave whenever. Many campers chose that moment to leave. Dionysus turned to Krissa and asked, Poker. I haven't had anyone decent to play with since Chiron's been gone. Certainly, Krissa replied. She had to tell Dionysus the story of the Fury attack anyway. It was nearly dinner time when Chiron arrived at the big house. He obviously came to find Dionysus first and report that he had returned. He seemed shocked to see Krissa sitting with him. Oh, you're back, Dionysus said dismissively, keeping his attention on the exploding snap game that the pair were playing. Hi Chiron, Krissa said with a wave, before reaching out to slap a matching pair of cards. Hello, Krissa, the centaur replied. What are you doing here? Visiting. Father and Lord Hades agreed to. It would be safest for me to be here for the moment, until this Master Bolt matter is solved. Both for my safety and the safety of the campers. I arrived shortly before lunch today. Where's your house call? She asked. His mother doesn't want him sent to camp yet, Chiron admitted. He's powerful though. He's not going to last much longer in the outside world. Grover's keeping an eye on him. He's going to try to convince Mrs. Jackson to send her son to camp. Grover. As in the satyr who let my sister die Grover? Krissa asked, her voice going cold, even though she already knew the answer. Yes, that Grover. Grover Underwood is his full name, Chiron replied. What's your protege's name? Krissa asked, despite knowing the answer full well. Percy Jackson. You'll hopefully be meeting him in the next few days. As it turned out, Krissa met him that very night, as a raging thunderstorm swept around camp. She was embroiled in a fierce poker tournament with Chiron, Dionysus, and Annabeth. Tonight's counselor sacrificed to the poker game, when Dionysus tilted his head and said, there's something happening outside the wards. Krissa immediately covered her cards and closed her eyes, casting her senses outward through the shadows, toward Half-Blood Hill. What she saw was shocking and somewhat horrifying. The Minotaur was there, along with the satyr Grover, Percy Jackson, and a clear-sighted mortal woman who must have been Jackson's mother. The Minotaur had charged Mrs. Jackson and was just closing his fists around her neck when the woman dissolved into golden light. She knew what that meant. Hades had taken her. The Minotaur was leaning over the unconscious satyr when Jackson yelled, "Hey!" and started waving his red rain jacket. "Hey, stupid!" the boy yelled. "Ground beef." The Minotaur roared and shook its fists at the young demigod before charging. Instead of jumping to the side like the matador he was imitating, Jackson leapt forward, kicked off the monster's head, turned in midair, and landed on its neck. He locked his arms around the horns in order to keep from being thrown off. Impressive, Krissa whispered. Krissa, Chiron asked. What is it? Shish, she exclaimed. I'm watching the show. In the meantime, the satyr moaned and attracted the Minotaur's ire. The monster was getting ready to charge when Jackson snapped one of its horns off. The monster screamed in fury and threw Jackson through the air. He landed on his back and seemed to crack his head rather hard on a rock, but he managed to hold onto the horn. The Minotaur charged, but Jackson rolled to one side and came up kneeling. As the monster barreled past him, the demigod drove the broken horn straight into the Minotaur's side, right up under his furry rib cage. As with all monsters, the Minotaur crumpled into dust. Krissa, Chiron asked again, "Does someone need our help?" "He's not quite past the boundary yet," Krissa replied, opening her eyes. "He'll probably need help making it to the big house. He cracked his head rather hard on a rock, and the satyr appears to be semi-conscious. They ought to be fine in a few days though." "Who, Krissa?" Chiron urged. "Your little protege and Grover Underwood," Krissa replied, placing her cards down face up. "A royal flush. The laurels, if you will, Mr. D." Dionysus grudgingly handed over the golden laurels that signified the winner of the previous game. "I suppose we have to stop now to go see the boy," he drawled. "I would prefer we did," Chiron said. By the time they were all up and made it to the front porch, Percy Jackson had already collapsed there. It appeared that he had carried Grover Underwood there from Half-Blood Hill. "He's the one," Annabeth said. "He must be." "Silence, Annabeth," Chiron chided. "He's still conscious. Bring them inside." Annabeth looked to Krissa, who had her wand in hand with a flick of her wrist. She did a familiar swish and flick motion, and both bodies levitated themselves before them into the hospital wing. She and Annabeth remained there in order to aid Chiron in healing the pair. Grover was up again within the hour, twisting his hands and bemoaning the fact that he had failed to get Percy into camp unharmed. He genuinely seemed to care for the boy and winced when Krissa made a snide comment about his bad record for keeping demigods safe. Percy Jackson, on the other hand, was out for 2 days. Krissa had given up on babysitting duty by the time he came to and had returned to playing games with Chiron and Dionysus to pass the time. Annabeth, on the other hand, seemed to find their newest camper enough of a novelty to devote most of her free time to watching him or hovering around the big house, usually near Krissa to avoid Dionysus' ire. The boy finally chose to wake up during one of the times that Krissa, Chiron, and Dionysus were playing poker. Much to Dionysus' dismay, either Krissa or Chiron had won every hand. Annabeth was leaning on the porch rail next to them. The boy announced his approach by crying out, "Mr. Brunner." Chiron turned to smile at the boy. "Ah, good, Percy," he said. "Now we have 4 for Pinnacle." Chiron gestured to the chair across from Krissa, to Dionysus, right. The god looked at Jackson and heaved a great sigh. "Oh, I suppose I must say it. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood. There. Now, don't expect me to be glad to see you." "Ah, thanks," the boy said as he scooted his chair slightly further away from him. "Annabeth," Chiron called, gesturing the younger girl forwards. Chiron introduced, "This young lady nursed you back to health, Percy." "Annabeth, my dear, why don't you go check on Percy's bunk? We'll be putting him in cabin 11 for now." "Sure, Chiron," Annabeth said. She looked at the Minotaur horn in the boy's hands, then back at him. She told him, "You drool when you sleep," before sprinting off towards the cabins. "And this, Percy, is Krissa. She's one of our oldest campers, though this is the first time she's spent the summer with us." "Pleasure to meet you," Krissa said, extending her hand to the boy. "You're British?" he asked curiously. Krissa let out a small laugh. "Born and raised, I'm afraid, though I've lived in the States for 8 years now." Quote. "So," Jackson said, looking nervous, "you, work here, Mr. Brunner." "Not Mr. Brunner," Chiron said. "I'm afraid that was a pseudonym. You may call me Chiron." "Okay," the boy said. Looking completely befuddled, he looked over at Dionysus. "And Mr. D, does that stand for something?" Dionysus stopped shuffling the cards and gave the boy a look. "Young man, names are powerful things. You don't just go around using them for no reason." "Oh, right. Sorry," Jackson said, still sounding confused. "I must say, Percy," Chiron said, "I'm glad to see you alive. It's been a long time since I've made a house call to a potential camper. I'd hate to think I've wasted my time." "House call?" Jackson questioned. "My year at Yancey Academy, to instruct you. We have satyrs at most schools of course. Keeping a lookout." But Grover alerted me as soon as he met you. He sensed you were something special, so I decided to come upstate. I convinced the other Latin teacher to, take a leave of absence. You came to Yancey just to teach me? Jackson asked warily. Chiron nodded. Honestly, I wasn't sure about you at first. We contacted your mother, let her know we keeping an eye on you in case you were ready for Camp Half-Blood. But you still had so much to learn. Nevertheless, you made it here alive, and that's always the first test. Even if some people wanted to interfere with the entrance exam, Chrysa said, glaring slightly at Chiron. Are we playing or not? Dionysus demanded. He turned to eye Jackson suspiciously. You do know how to play pinochle. I'm afraid not, the boy said. I'm afraid not, sir, Dionysus corrected. Sir, Jackson parroted with a slightly angry look. Well, Dionysus said, it is, along with gladiator fighting and Pac-Man. One of the greatest games ever invented by humans. I would expect all civilized young men to know the rules. I'm sure the boy can learn, Chiron said. Please, the boy said, what is this place? What am I doing here? Mr. Brun, Chiron, why would you go to Yancey Academy just to teach me? I asked the same question, Dionysus said with a snort. So did I, Chrysa added. Dionysus gestured to her with his can of Diet Coke. And they clinked their soda cans together. He then dealt the cards. Chiron smiled sympathetically at Jackson. Percy, he said, did your mother tell you nothing? Shish. He said, she told me she was afraid to send me here, even though my father had wanted her to. She said that once I was here, I probably couldn't leave. She wanted to keep me close to her, the boy said. Typical, Dionysus said. That's how they usually get killed. Young man, are you bidding or not? What? Jackson asked. Dionysus impatiently explained how to bid in pinochle, and Jackson proceeded to make his bid. I'm afraid there's too much to tell, Chiron said. I'm afraid our usual orientation film won't be sufficient. It would still help, Chrysa pointed out. You had me watch it, and I already knew most of this. Orientation film? The boy asked. No, Chiron decided. Well, Percy, you know your friend Grover is a satyr. You know that you have killed the Minotaur, he said, pointing to the shoebox the boy held. No small feat either, lad. What you may not know is that great powers are at work in your life. Gods, the forces you call the Greek gods, are very much alive. The boy stared blankly at them. Dionysus interrupted the silence by yelling, oh, a royal marriage. Trick, he cackled as he tallied up his points. Mr. D. Grover asked timidly, if you're not going to eat it. Could I have your Diet Coke can? Oh, all right. The satyr bit a large chunk out of the aluminum can and chewed it mournfully. Wait, Jackson said, you're telling me there's such a thing as God? Well, now, Chiron said, God, capital G, God. That's a different matter altogether. We shan't deal with the metaphysical. Metaphysical? The boy asked, bewildered. But you were just talking about. Gods, plural. As in, great beings that control the forces of nature and human endeavors, the immortal gods of Olympus. That's a smaller matter. Smaller? The boy questioned. Yes, quite. The gods we discussed in Latin class. Zeus, Hera, Apollo. You mean them, the boy said, dumbfounded. There was thunder in the distance. Why do some Latin teachers choose to use the Greek names in Latin class? My first Latin teacher did the same, Chrysa said. They're not even words in Latin. We had to learn the Roman names later in order to translate properly. I kept the names Greek in order to not confuse Percy here, Chiron explained. I can't speak for other Latin teachers. Young man, Dionysus said, addressing Jackson, I would really be less casual about throwing those names around, if I were you. But they're stories. The boy protested. They're myths, to explain lightning and the seasons and stuff. They're what people believed before there was science. Science, Dionysus scoffed. And tell me, Perseus Jackson, the boy flinched when his full name was said, what will people think of your science 2,000 years from now? They will call it primitive mumbo-jumbo. That's what. Oh, I love mortals, they have absolutely no sense of perspective. They think they've come so far. And have they, Chiron? Look at this boy and tell me. Well, Chrysa pointed out. They're not hiding in dark caves anymore. I think that in and of itself counts as development. Chiron ignored them. They probably weren't helping the situation, but she didn't particularly like being told that she was a myth, even if two parts of her remembered believing that as a fact before learning differently. Percy, Chiron said, you may choose to believe or not, the fact is that immortal means immortal. Can you imagine that for a moment, never dying, never fading, existing, just as you are, for all time? You mean, whether people believed in you or not, Jackson said. Exactly, Chiron agreed. If you were a god, how would you like being called a myth, an old story to explain lightning? What if I told you, Perseus Jackson, that someday people would call you a myth? Just created to explain how little boys can get over losing their mothers. The boy opened his mouth to speak, but shut it again. Finally, he said, I wouldn't like it. But I don't believe in gods. Oh, you'd better, Dionysus muttered, before one of them incinerates you. Please, sir, Grover stuttered. He's just lost his mother. He's in shock. A lucky thing, too, Dionysus grumbled. Bad enough I'm confined to this miserable job, working with boys who don't even believe. He waved his hand and a goblet appeared on the table. It filled itself with red wine. Mr. D, Chiron warned, barely looking up. Your restrictions. Dionysus looked at the goblet in feigned surprise. Dear me. He looked at the sky and yelled, old habits. Sorry. It thundered briefly. Before he could change it into a Diet Coke. Chryssa reached over and snagged the wine glass. Dionysus glared at her. She huffed haughtily. I'm not the one on probation. And you always summon the best wines. She lightly sniffed the glass. Then asked, Cabernet. Dionysus nodded, looking slightly appeased by her flattery. It's the 1945 Mouton Rothschild. Wonderful, Chryssa agreed, taking a sip. Dionysus sighed and summoned up a can of Diet Coke, popped the top, and went back to the card game. Chiron winked at Jackson. Mr. D offended his father a while back, took a fancy to a wood nymph who had been declared off limits. A wood nymph, the boy said flatly, still staring between Dionysus, Diet Coke and the goblet of wine that Chryssa had stolen. Yes, Dionysus confessed. Father loves to punish me. The first time, prohibition. Ghastly. Absolutely horrid 10 years. The second time, well, she really was pretty, and I couldn't stay away. The second time, he sent me here. Half-Blood Hill. Summer camp for brats like you. Be a better influence, he told me. Work with youths rather than tearing them down. Absolutely unfair. He sounded like a pouting little kid, though Chryssa kept that thought to herself. And, the boy stammered, your father is. Immortals, Chiron, I thought you taught this boy the basics. Dionysus exclaimed. My father is Zeus, of course. Chryssa could practically see Jackson running through D names in Greek mythology in his mind. You're Dionysus, he finally said. The god of wine. Dionysus rolled his eyes. What did they say, these days, Grover? Do the children say, well, duh. Why yes, Mr. D, the satyr stammered. Then, well, duh. Percy Jackson. Did you think I was Aphrodite, perhaps? You're a god, the boy said flatly. Yes, child. A god. You. Dionysus looked Jackson straight in the eyes, then asked quietly, the smallest fraction of his power leaking into his voice, would you like to test me, child? No, sir, the boy replied. He was smarter than he'd proven himself so far. Dionysus turned back to the card game, the wild power around him fading back into his usual veneer of normality. I believe I win. Actually, I win, Chryssa said, laying down her hand. And Chiron takes second, if I'm not mistaken. Dionysus sighed through his nose, then got up from his chair. Grover leapt up from his position leaning on the porch rail. I'm tired, Dionysus declared. I believe I'll take a nap before the sing-along tonight. But first, Grover, we need to talk, again, about your less-than-perfect performance on this assignment. The satyr looked like he was sweating. Chryssa hid her smirk. Why yes, sir, he replied. Dionysus turned to Jackson and said, Cabin 11, Percy Jackson. And mind your manners, before sweeping into the farmhouse. Followed closely by the satyr. Will Grover be okay? The boy asked. Chiron nodded, looking slightly troubled. Dionysus isn't really mad, he just hates his job. He's been, grounded, I guess you would say. And he can't stand waiting another century before he's allowed to go back to Olympus. Mount Olympus, the boy said. You're telling me there really is a palace there. Well, now, there's Mount Olympus in Greece. And then there's the home of the gods, the convergence point of their powers, which did indeed used to be on Mount Olympus. It's still called Mount Olympus, out of respect to the old ways. But the palace moved, Percy, just as the gods do. You mean the Greek gods are here? Like, in America? The boy asked in shock. Well, certainly. The gods move with the heart of the West. The what? The boy asked. Come now, Percy. What you call Western civilization. Do you think it's just an abstract concept? No, it's a living force. A collective consciousness that has burned bright for thousands of years. The gods are part of it. You might even say they are the source of it, or at least, they are tied so tightly to it that they couldn't possibly fade, not only. All of Western civilization were obliterated. The fire started in Greece. Then, as you well know, or as I hope you know, since you passed my course, the heart of the fire moved to Rome, and so did the gods. Oh, different names. Perhaps, Jupiter for Zeus, Venus for Aphrodite, and so on, but the same forces, the same gods. And then they died, the boy said flatly. You did just meet Dionysus, you know, Chryssa pointed out. Died? No. Did the West die? The gods simply moved, to Germany, to France, to Spain, for a while. Wherever the flame was brightest, the gods were there. They spent several centuries in England. All you need to do is look at the architecture. People do not forget the gods. Every place they've ruled, for the last 3,000 years, you can see them in paintings, in statues. On the most important buildings. And yes, Percy, of course they are now in the United States. Look at your symbol, the eagle of Zeus. Look at the statue of Prometheus in Rockefeller Center. The Greek facades of your government buildings in Washington, D.C. I defy you to find any American city where the Olympians are not prominently displayed multiple places. Like it or not, and believe me, plenty of people weren't very fond of Rome, either. America is now the heart of the flame. It is the great power of the West. And so, Olympus is here. And we are here. Not that they are bound to America or anything. After all, I'm from Britain, and I've been reliably informed that I was conceived in Australia, Chryssa put in. Jackson was just sitting in shocked silence. Finally, he asked, Who are you, Chiron? Who am I? Chiron smiled, and shifted his weight as he prepared to get out of his chair. Who are you? He mused. Well, that's the question we all want answered, isn't it? But for now, we should get you a bunk in cabin 11. There will be new friends to meet. And plenty of time for lessons tomorrow. Besides, there will be s'mores at the campfire tonight, and I simply adore chocolate. He rose from his wheelchair, revealing his horsey lower half. The boy's jaw dropped. What a relief, he said. I'd been cooped up in there so long, my fetlocks had fallen asleep. Now come, Percy Jackson. Let's meet the other campers. Are you coming, Chryssa? Certainly, the immortal demi-goddess replied. I might as well, since all of my gaming friends are leaving me. She rose from her seat and stood on Chiron's right as he began the tour of the camp. As they passed the volleyball pit, several campers nudged each other and pointed to the Jackson boy's minotaur horn. One said, That's him. The boy looked slightly uncomfortable at the attention, most of which was from teenagers years older than he was. A good percentage looked older than Chryssa as well, but the word had spread about her suspected age. Since she had never confirmed or denied anything, and no one had attempted anything against her yet. What's up there? The boy asked, pointing towards the attic of the big house. Chiron's smile faded slightly. Just the attic, he replied. Somebody lives there. The boy persisted. No, Chiron said with finality. Not a single living thing. Come along, Percy. The continued the tour through the strawberry fields. Some members of Demeter cabin were picking strawberries while a satyr played a tune on a reed pipe. Grover won't get in too much trouble, will he? Jackson asked. I mean, he was a good protector. Really? Chiron sighed while Chryssa scowled. She did not agree that Grover Underwood was a fit protector for anyone. Chiron removed his tweed jacket and draped it over his horse's back like a saddle. Grover has big dreams, Percy. Perhaps bigger than are reasonable. To reach his goal, he must first demonstrate great courage by succeeding as a keeper. Finding a new camper and bringing him, or her, Chryssa cut in. Or her, Chiron agreed, safely to Half-Blood Hill. But he did that. The boy exclaimed. I might agree with you, Chiron said. But it is not my place to judge. Dionysus and the Council of Cloven Elders must decide. I'm afraid they might not see this assignment as a success. After all, Grover lost you in New York. Then there's the unfortunate, fate of your mother. And the fact that Grover was unconscious when you dragged him over the property line. The council might question whether this shows any courage on Grover's part. The boy looked very guilty. He'll get a second chance, won't he? Jackson asked in a small voice. Chiron winced. I'm afraid that was Grover's second chance, Percy. The council was not anxious to give him another, either. After what happened the first time, 5 years ago. Olympus knows, I advised him to wait longer before trying again. He's still so small for his age. How old is he? The boy asked curiously. Oh, 28, Chiron said nonchalantly. What? And he's in the 6th grade? Jackson demanded. Satyrs mature half as fast as humans, Percy. Grover has been the equivalent of a middle school student for the past 6 years. That's horrible, the boy said flatly. Quite, Chiron agreed. At any rate, Grover is a late bloomer, even by satyr standards, and not yet very accomplished at woodland magic. Alas, he was anxious to pursue his dream. Perhaps now he will find some other career. That's not fair, the boy objected. What happened the first time? Was it really so bad? Before Chiron could answer, Chryssa cut in. You can bet it was so bad, she nearly growled. And neither father nor I have forgotten it. My little sister died because of Grover Underwood, and none of us are particularly anxious to forgive him. Someone died, Percy asked quietly. Chryssa sighed, then began to explain. My little sister, Talia, she wasn't supposed to exist, neither of us are, but there are extenuating circumstances with me that protect me from any repercussions. Talia wasn't so lucky. Your little satyr friend found Talia and the 2 demigods she was traveling with and tried to get them back to camp. The thing was, his orders were to bring Talia and only Talia. Talia wouldn't leave her friends though, so they all moved towards Camp Half-Blood together. Your little satyr friend didn't think to call for backup, so by the time anyone knew something was wrong, they had half the monsters of the underworld on their tails. They were almost to camp, on the border actually. She turned and pointed to the tall pine tree atop Half-Blood Hill. Talia told her friends to go on without her. Grover Underwood brought the other 2 demigods into camp, while Talia to her last stand, alone, atop Half-Blood Hill. Father had pity on her as she was about to die, and turned her into a pine tree in order to protect her. Her life force powers the wards around camp to this day, Chryssa said grimly. The boy was silent for a moment, before asking, Who is your father? Chryssa smiled somewhat nastily at him. Why, you've heard his name already today. My father is Zeus, Lord of the skies and King of the gods. And the Lord of Olympus is not happy about what happened to his youngest daughter. Neither am I. Your satyr friend was this close, she said, holding her fingers a millimeter apart. To be deep-fried goat. This close. And he and the Council of Cloven Elders both know it. The chances of him getting a third try, well, let's just say it'll happen around the same time that Sisyphus gets that rock to the top of the hill. Why don't we go see the woods? Chiron said, pushing them back to lighter conversation. Chiron continued his tour guide speech. The woods are stocked, if you care to try your luck, but go armed. Stocked with what? Jackson asked. Armed with what? You'll see. Capture the flag is Friday night. Do you have your own sword and shield? Chiron. He's known about this for an entire half hour. Of course he doesn't have his own sword and shield, Chryssa snorted. Right. I think I size 5 will do. I'll visit the armory later. The tour continued to the archery range. The canoe lake, the stables, the javelin range, the sing-along amphitheater, and the sword-fighting arena. Sword and spear fights? The boy asked. Cabin challenges and all that, Chiron explained. Not lethal. Usually. For the most part, this is where you'll find Chryssa, when she's here. She likes to referee the matches, and she teaches lessons as well. Oh, yes, and there's the mess hall. Chiron pointed to the dining pavilion. What do you do when it rains? Jackson asked. Chiron and Chryssa both gave him weird looks. We still have to eat, don't we? Chiron said. Finally. They made it to the cabins. Hestia was tending the flames at the central fire pit. Chrysa resolved to speak to her later. The boy pointed to cabins 1 and 2. Zeus and Hera, he asked. Correct, Chiron said. Their cabins look empty, the boy pointed out. Several of the cabins are. That's true. No one ever stays in cabin 2, and Chrysa is the only person who stays in cabin 1. And she is not always there. Jackson stopped in front of cabin 3, Poseidon's cabin, and peered inside. Oh, I wouldn't do that, Chiron said. He pulled the boy back, saying, come along, Percy. Chrysa raised an eyebrow at the display. If that wasn't a hint to the boy's heritage, she didn't know what was. As they passed cabin 5, Clarice LaRue seemed to zero in on Jackson, thou. Chrysa's warning look seemed to scare her off slightly. The girl was a year-round camper and knew exactly what she was capable of. We haven't seen any other centaurs, Jackson pointed out. No, Chiron said sadly. My kinsmen are a wild and barbaric folk, I'm afraid. You might encounter them in the wilderness, or at major sporting events. But you won't see any here. You said your name was Chiron. Are you really? The boy trailed off. Chiron smiled down at him. The Chiron from the stories. Trainer of Heracles and all that. Yes, Percy, I am. But, shouldn't you be dead? Chiron paused, as if the question intrigued him. But Chrysa knew the real reason why he was still alive. She had been present at his birth, after all. I honestly don't know about should be. The truth is, I can't be dead. You see, eons ago the gods granted my wish. I could continue the work I loved. I could be a teacher of heroes as long as humanity needed me. I gained much from that wish, and I gave up much. But I'm still here, so I can only assume I'm still needed. Doesn't it ever get boring? Jackson asked. No, Chiron replied with a shake of his head. Horribly depressing, at times, but never boring. Why depressing? The boy asked. Chrysa rolled her eyes. He hadn't caught on yet. He would though. Heroes always did. Oh, look, he said. Annabeth is waiting for us. They continued on to cabin 11, where Annabeth was reading an architecture book. Annabeth, Chiron said, I have a master's archery class at noon, and I believe Chrysa also has someplace to be. Would you take Percy from here? Yes, sir, Annabeth replied. Cabin 11, Chiron told the boy, gesturing towards it. Make yourself at home. He turned and galloped off towards the archery fields. Chrysa checked her watch. He was right. I do have someplace to be. I'll talk to you later, Annabeth, Percy. I'll probably see you in the arena, actually. Cabin 11 has a lesson the day after tomorrow, and Luke's asked me to help out. She turned around and jogged back to cabin 1, so she could iris message her father and beloved in peace. Due to her brief iris message to her father and much longer one to Hades, Chrysa completely missed the incident involving Clarice, Annabeth, Percy, and toilet water. She still did not know entirely what happened, but she entirely planned to corner Annabeth later in order to speak with her. She had moved to the sword-fighting arena and was training with some enchanted dummies when the conch shell sounded, summoning everyone to dinner. With a quick movement of her daggers, she slit one dummy's throat before throwing the same dagger into the eye of another. With her other dagger, she gutted the third. A wave of her wand cleaned up the mess she had left, and she made her way to the dining pavilion for dinner. As she took her seat to Dionysus, left at the head table, she noted that Percy Jackson was shoved in at cabin 11's table, almost falling off of the bench. As always, the tables belonging to Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, and Artemis were empty. She could have sat at cabin 1's table, or cabin 3's, since her mother was a granddaughter of Poseidon, or cabin 11's. Since her mother was also a granddaughter of Hecate, but she had no interest in sitting alone or with the masses, so at the head table it was. Once everyone was settled, Chiron pounded his hoof against the marble floor of the pavilion, causing everyone to fall silent. He raised his glass and called out, to the gods. Everyone else, including Chrysa and Dionysus, raised their glasses as well. To the gods. They echoed. The traditional toast done, the wood nymphs came forward bearing platters of food. Grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, fresh bread, barbecue, all typical camp half-blood fare. Chrysa filled a plate with food and made her way to the brazier. She offered an apple, several strawberries, a piece of bread, and some cheese to Hestia before sacrificing some of her brisket in for Hades. She made her way back to her seat and promptly engaged Chiron in a lively debate about swords versus knives with random input from Dionysus, usually about how to use a thyrsus against one of S. 8 weapons that occupied them for the rest of the meal. Once everyone was done, Chiron pounded his hoof again to gain everyone's attention. Dionysus stood with a huge sigh. Yes, I suppose I'd better say hello to all you brats. Well, hello. Our activities director, Chiron, says that the next capture the flag is Friday. Cabin 5 presently holds the laurels. The campers from Ares' cabin began to cheer. Personally, Dionysus continued, I couldn't care less, but congratulations. Also, I should tell you that we have a new camper today. Peter Johnson. Percy Jackson, Chiron murmured. Percy Jackson, Dionysus corrected. That's right. Hurrah and all that. Now run along to your silly campfire. Go on. Everyone cheered and began to head down to the amphitheater for the nightly sing-along. Krissa hurried and managed to end up next to Annabeth. So, what's this I hear about toilet water? She asked pleasantly, taking a seat beside the blonde. Annabeth shrugged. I was showing Percy around the camp a bit more. Clarice interrupted with some of her siblings and decided to initiate Percy. She took him to the girls' toilets and was going to shove his head in the toilet. Then all the pipes just exploded. Oh really? Krissa questioned idly. That must have been a sight. Have the bathrooms been fixed? Annabeth sighed. Not the last time I checked, and that was slightly before dinner. Krissa wrinkled her nose. Well, I can't not shower tonight. I guess I'll nip home for a bit. If Chiron's looking for me and can't find me, that's where I am, but I won't be gone long. Is that safe? Annabeth asked, worried. Krissa laughed. Don't worry, Annabeth. My being here is just a precaution. Poseidon is my great-grandfather on my mother's side, so we don't think anything will actually happen to me. Me staying here is to keep me out of the way more than anything. They had no more time to speak, as Apollo Cabin began a rousing rendition of This Land is Minos' Land. The next 2 days, she spent her time alternating between watching Percy Jackson and helping out in the sword-fighting arena. On Thursday afternoon, Luke asked her to help with Cabin 11. While he was probably camp's best sword fighter, 20 people was a little much for him to manage on his own. Especially with a true newbie there. Everyone gathered in the big circular arena. All right, everyone, He asked Krissa if she'd be willing to help out with this lesson. I'm sure you've all heard that she's been helping out the cabins who aren't that great at sword fighting. I may be good with a sword, but so is she. And if we let her have her knives, she could take me out easily. If she went all out, well, I don't think I'd last a minute. Don't be so hard on yourself, Luke, Krissa teased, a smile on her face. I'd give you at least 90 seconds. The campers from Hermes' cabin joined their laughter. Okay, to start off, I'd like everyone to go practice basic stabbing and slashing with the dummies. I'm going to try to get Percy set up with a blade. Krissa's going to make sure none of you kill yourselves. Krissa moved with the rest of the campers to the side of the arena, where the stuffed dummies in Greek armor were. She kept one eye on Percy and Luke as they tried to find a proper sword for Percy. Eventually, they seemed to give up and Luke quickly showed Percy the best stabbing and slashing maneuvers. Alright, everyone, we're going to move on to dueling in pairs. I'll be partnering with Percy, since it's his first time. Again, Krissa is going to be supervising, so don't be afraid to go to her with any problems. I promise I don't bite, Krissa promised. She heard one of the older campers tell Percy, good luck. Luke's the best swordsman in the last 300 years. Maybe he'll go easy on me. Percy replied. The camper snorted. Krissa barely avoided it. She and Luke were both firm believers in teaching by bruising. It was entertaining to watch Luke teach Percy. It was the same way she had been taught. It was probably harsher than the way Luke had first been taught. After all, he had learned to fight while facing monsters, no aid in sight except for Talia. Luke had at least known that no one was going to attempt to kill her. That was her job, after all. Finally, she decided to call for a break to give Percy a break. Everyone swarmed the drinks cooler. Both Luke and Percy chose to pour ice water over their heads. Okay, everybody circle up. Luke ordered. If Percy doesn't mind, I want to give you a little demo. It was obvious that Percy did mind. But he wasn't going to complain. All the members of Hermes' cabin circled around the pair. Krissa chose to hang further back, seeing no need to get close to the sweaty people and their stench if she didn't have to. I'm going to demonstrate a disarming technique, Luke announced. How to twist the enemy's blade with the flat of your own sword so that he has no choice but to drop his weapon. This is difficult, he emphasized. I've had it used against me. Krissa actually taught me this move by using it against me. Repeatedly. Everyone laughed. No laughing at Percy, now, Luke ordered. Most swordsmen have to work years to master this technique. Luke demonstrated the move on Percy in slow motion. He easily knocked Percy's sword out of his hand. Now in real time, he said, gesturing for Percy to pick up his sword. We keep sparring until one of us pulls it off. Ready, Percy. The boy nodded, and Luke charged. Percy blocked. He countered Luke's attack, then tried a thrust of his own. Krissa saw the look in Luke's eyes when he realized that something had clicked for Percy, and he increased his attacks. Percy hit his blade against the base of Luke's and twisted, putting his weight into a downward thrust. Luke's sword clattered to the ground. Percy's sword was an inch from his undefended chest. Everyone was silent. Krissa could tell that her own eyes were wide. Percy lower. Ed his sword and shifted slightly on his feet. Sorry, he said. For a moment, Luke was too stunned to speak. Sorry, he said, grinning. By the gods, Percy, why are you sorry? Show me that again. From the look on his face. Percy didn't think he could, but he got into the ready position anyway. Luke knocked his blade out of his hand in less than a second. Everyone stared in silence. Finally one of the Hermes campers suggested. Beginner's luck. Luke wiped the sweat off his brow as he stared at Percy. Maybe, he said. But I wonder what Percy could do with a balanced sword. We'll have to find out, won't we? Krissa said. Moving forward. The circle of campers parted before her, allowing her to step into the center with Luke. But I think that it's time for another lesson, isn't it, Luke? Another lesson, and another demonstration. Luke sent her a cocky grin, and gestured for Percy to leave the circle. Krissa turned to address the group of campers, though she kept one eye on Luke. Normally, we teach you how to fight monsters, or how to fight duels. While all this is well and good, there may come a time where you need to fight for your life. Yes, you fight for your life while fighting monsters. But for the most part, monsters are easy for demigods and can be fought with very little training. Take Mr. Jackson's entrance to camp for example. He did not even know he was a demigod. But he was able to kill Pasiphae's son. The same holds true for a large number of monsters. However, dueling a fellow demigod, or even a nymph or other minor immortal, without restraint is a different matter. It's not like a friendly or even not so friendly fight in the arena, Luke said. We're talking about fighting for your life. In that case, you can't let something like honor slow you down, Krissa chided. Winning is as much about outwitting your enemy as it is being the better fighter. You must be utterly ruthless in your movements, and if you see an opening, you take it. But don't be overhasty. Sun Tzu said, he will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. I like to think of it as, he will win who knows when to strike and when not to strike. Ready, Luke. The blonde saluted her with his sword. At your word, my. Before he could finish his statement, Krissa leapt at him, her sword aimed for his throat. Luke managed to bring his blade into a position to block her in time. But the force behind her blow knocked him off his balance slightly. Krissa took advantage of that and continued with the harsh strikes of the sword while pulling a dagger from its sheath at the small of her back with her left hand. She kept her hand behind her back so Luke did not see it. They continued trading blows, and Krissa made sure to keep Luke on the defensive. Finally, the opening she was waiting for occurred. Their blades locked together, putting them only a few feet away from each other. Krissa's other hand flew from behind her back to press her dagger against Luke's throat. Do you yield? She asked. Luke made as to move away, but Krissa pressed the sharp edge of the dagger further into Luke's throat, drawing a thin trickle of blood. Fine, I yield, Luke exclaimed. Properly, Krissa insisted. Luke sighed. Luke, I don't use my last name, are you sure I have to do this? Krissa raised an eyebrow at him. Yes. Would you prefer I make it so no one else can hear us? Yes. Krissa flicked a finger on the hand holding the sword, and felt the charm go up. It's up, she stated. Luke sighed again. I, Luke Castellan, son of Hermes, do formally submit myself to Chrysa Potter, daughter of Zeus, as the champion of this duel. I, Chrysa Potter, accept your submission, Chrysa said, before stepping back from Luke and dropping the silencing charm. Both sheathed their weapons before turning to face their students. Now, what did I do differently from a traditional duel? She asked. One of Stoll brothers, Chrysa thought it was Travis, said, you didn't have rules. You drew a dagger on Luke even though it was a sword fight. You also didn't use either of the daggers that Luke could see, the other Stoll brother offered. You used one that was hidden, so he didn't know it was coming. Correct, both of you, Luke said with a nod as he wiped the sweat off his brow with the corner of his t-shirt. Chrysa did not hold to any rules of a duel, except that she did not go instantly for the kill. She could easily killed me, or at least seriously injured, with that dagger several times before she actually brought it out. The lesson was over shortly after that, with Luke and Chrysa sending everyone back to their cabin to shower before dinner. That was the most excitement Chrysa had before the Capture the Flag game. There wasn't usually a game during the winter when she was there, as there were too few campers, but she couldn't play this time since she was keeping an eye on Percy Jackson. Still, she was excited for the game. She'd heard good things about it and had even watched a few games on Hephaestus TV with Hades. When all the plates were cleared away at the end of Friday's dinner, the conch horn sounded and everyone stood from their seats at the tables, with the exception of Dionysus, who simply looked bored with the entire thing. Campers yelled and cheered as Annabeth and two of her siblings ran into the pavilion carrying a silk banner. It was about 10 feet long, glistening gray, emblazoned with the image of a barn owl and an olive tree. Chrysa made sure to keep her applause subtle. Since she was helping referee, she didn't want to be accused of favoritism. From the other side of the pavilion, Clarice and two of her siblings ran in with another banner, of identical size, but gaudy red, painted with a bloody spear and a boar's head. Chiron hammered his hoof on the marble in his usual method for accruing attention. Heroes, he announced. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed but may not be bound or gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I will serve as referee and battlefield medic. Chrysa Potter will serve as my second set of eyes and is to be obeyed as a referee. Arm yourselves. He spread his hands, and the tables were suddenly covered with equipment, helmets, bronze swords, spears, oxhide shields coated in metal. Everyone on Athena's side, Athena, Apollo, and Hermes' cabins, had helmets with blue horsehair plumes on top. Ares and their allies, Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus, had red plumes. Chrysa flicked her wrist, and minimalistic armor formed around her. It was not her preferred set of shadow armor, the armor had been Luke's originally, and Hades had kept it since then. She'd had no reason to wear it since her memories returned. That armor was made of Stygian iron. This armor was simply hardened leather, though it was hand-stitched with golden thread in scenes of her adventures. It consisted of a breastplate, backplate, pauldrons, greaves, bracers, and a matching belt for her dagger sheaths to attach to. She was already heavily armed with daggers, though she also attached her sword to the belt. Unlike the rest of the campers, she did not wear a helmet, though she did have a black cape that fell to her knees. She watched as the campers kitted themselves. Due to their lack of magic, it took them quite a bit longer than it took her. Finally, Annabeth yelled, "Blue team, forward!" He team cheered and shook their swords as they marched off to the south woods. The red team yelled taunts at them as they headed towards the north. Chrysa turned to Chiron. "Where do you want me?" "You can fly, correct?" the centaur asked. Chrysa nodded. "How long can you sustain it?" "I've never flown for more than half an hour before, but I didn't feel tired when I stopped. I can probably hold it at least an hour. And if I do get tired, I can always summon my broom and fly on that." "I assume you want me flying over the woods, keeping an eye on things." Chiron nodded. "Do you mind if I make an announcement not to shoot me?" Chiron chuckled. "Go ahead." Chrysa flicked her wrist so that her wand was in hand. She tapped it to her throat, saying, "Sonorous." She took a deep breath and called, "Attention campers. This is Chrysa Potter speaking. Just so you are aware, I will be flying above the woods in order to keep an eye on things. I am wearing a black cape. If you shoot me, I will electrocute you. If I have already been struck with an arrow and/or another thrown projectile, I am less likely to control the voltage of the lightning bolts. She pointed her wand at her throat again and whispered, Quietus. Chiron gave her a mildly disapproving look. You could have been a bit nicer about it, he said. She shrugged. Now they really won't want to hit me, she replied. Before Chiron could lecture her, she took off into the air and flew towards the creek that divided the woods. She suspected Annabeth would be posting Percy as a border guard to draw out Clarice and her siblings, and she wanted to keep an eye on him. After all, it was very unfair to gang up on a 12-year-old boy who hadn't even known about the gods for a week. She found Percy easily enough and was just in time to settle into a tree before the conch horn blew and the fight began. She watched as one of the Apollo campers darted past Percy and into enemy territory. Percy hadn't noticed her, but that was only to be expected. Very few people saw her when she didn't want to see, and she doubted a newly discovered demigod would manage it. Zeus couldn't manage it. Suddenly, she heard a low canine growl from the forest below her. Percy raised his shield. He'd heard it too. Chryssa flared her aura, projecting her underworld power and her intention to protect Percy Jackson. The beast, most likely a hellhound, moved away. Percy twitched violently, but he wouldn't be able to sense anything more than a chill down his spine. On the other side of the creek, the underbrush exploded. 5 Ares warriors came yelling and screaming out of the dark. Cream the punk! Clarice screamed as she brandished her electric spear. They charged across the stream. Percy managed to sidestep the first kid's swing, but the AR's warriors were wise enough to surround the boy. Clarice thrust at him with her spear. Percy managed to deflect the point with his shield, but jerked backwards when he was electrocuted. Chryssa felt sorry for him. She did her best to reroute most of the electricity from Clarice's spear, which she affectionately called Maimer. Chryssa had heard campers from other cabins call it Lamer. Another Ares camper slammed the butt of his sword into Percy's chest, causing the younger boy to fall to the ground. All 5 burst out laughing. Give him a haircut, Clarice ordered. Grab his hair. Percy somehow managed to get to his feet and raised his sword. Clarice slammed it aside with her spear. The electricity was lessened that time, thanks to Chryssa's assistance, but she could still feel that a painful amount had reached her probable cousin. Oh, wow, Clarice mocked. I'm scared of this guy. Really scared. The flag is that way, Percy said with a gesture, obviously trying to get out the situation with the least amount of pain. Yes, one of other campers, Chryssa thought his name was Mark, said. But see, we don't care about the flag. We care about a guy who made our cabin look stupid. You do that without my help. Percy shot back. Chryssa winced. That was not the smartest thing to say. Granted, she'd said worse to scarier opponents. 2 of the Ares campers charged Percy. He backed up towards the creek and tried to raise his shield, but Clarice was too fast. Her spear struck Percy in the ribs. He would have been dead if he hadn't been wearing an armored breastplate. He was obviously electrocuted as well. Possibly Mark slashed his sword across Percy's arm, leaving a good-sized cut. No maiming, Percy said dizzily. Oops, possibly Mark replied. Guess I lost my dessert privileges. He pushed Percy into the creek, causing the Ares campers to laugh again. As the campers wandered into the creek to get Percy, the boy managed to stand up to meet him. He looked stronger than before. Of course, Chryssa muttered to herself. Son of Poseidon. He gains power from the water. Percy swung the flat of his sword against the first camper's head and knocked his helmet off. He crumpled into the water. The second and third campers came at Percy as a pair. The boy slammed one in the face with his shield and used his sword to cut through the other's horsehair plume. Both of them backed up quickly. The fourth camper did not look anxious to attack, but Clarice moved forward with all the anger of a rampaging boar. She thrust her spear, but Percy caught the shaft between the edge of his shield and his sword, and snapped it like a twig. Ah! She screamed. You idiot! You corpse breath worm! She probably would have gone further, but Percy smacked her between the EY's with his sword butt and sent her stumbling backward out of the creek. Chryssa could hear yelling approaching. From her perch in the tree, she could see Luke racing towards the boundary line with the red team's banner lifted high. He was flanked by Travis and Connor Stoll, followed by some of the Apollo campers, who were fighting off Charles Beckendorf and his siblings. The Ares campers got up, and Clarice muttered a dazed curse. "A trick," she shouted. It was a trick. They staggered towards Luke, but it was too late. Everyone converged on the creek as Luke ran across into friendly territory. The blue team exploded into cheers as the red banner shimmered and turned to silver. The boar and spear were replaced by a caduceus, the symbol of Hermes. Everyone on the blue team continued to cheer as they picked Luke up and started carrying him on their shoulders. Chiron cantered out from the woods and blew the conch horn. Chryssa flew down and landed near Percy in the creek. She could hear Annabeth begin to speak. "Not bad, hero," she told Percy. The boy started looking around wildly for her. "Where the heck did you learn to fight like that?" Annabeth asked as she took off her Yankees cap. Percy looked angry. "You set me up. You put me here because you knew Clarice would come after me, while you sent Luke around the flank. You had it all figured out," he said. Annabeth shrugged. "I told you, Athena always has a plan to get me pulverized. I came as fast as I could. I was about to jump in, but," she shrugged. "You didn't need the help. And don't worry about them getting punished. I wasn't the only one keeping an eye on you," she said, pointing her thumb towards Chryssa. Percy started as he noticed her. "How long were you there?" he demanded. "I was up in a tree the entire time. I thought that Annabeth might capitalize on Clarice's hatred for you, so I made sure to come and find you first." "I've been up in a tree since the game started," Chryssa said. "As a referee, I couldn't help you officially. I can step in, but not until after a certain level of injuries have been incurred. Once you ended up in the creek, I knew you'd be fine." Annabeth seemed to notice Percy's rapidly healing arm. "How did you do that?" she asked. "Sword cut," Percy replied confusedly. "What do you think?" "No, it was a sword cut. Look at it." The arm had already sealed itself together. As they watched, it faded into a scar and disappeared. I don't get it," Percy said, bemused. Annabeth was thinking hard. Chryssa could almost see the gears turning. She looked down at Percy's feet. Then at Clarice's broken spear, and said, "Step out of the water, Percy." Chryssa let out a small smile. Annabeth had figured it out. "What?" Percy began to ask, but Annabeth interrupted him. "Just do it." Percy came out of the creek and seemed to immediately sag. He almost fell over, but Annabeth steadied him. "Oh, sticks," she cursed. "This is not good. I assumed it would be Zeus." Before she could continue, the probable hellhound growled again. A howl ripped through the forest. The campers, cheering, died out instantly. Chiron shouted in ancient Greek, "Stand ready. My bow." Annabeth drew her sword. Chryssa flicked her wrist, and a Stygian iron throwing knife was in her hand. She moved to stand in front of Percy. There on the rocks just above the creek was a hellhound. Like most of its kind. It was the size of a rhinoceros and had lava-red eyes and dagger-like fangs. It was completely focused on Percy. Annabeth yelled, "Percy, run!" as she moved to join Chryssa. The hellhound leapt over both of them, headed for Percy. As it passed over them, Chryssa threw her knife into its heart. The hellhound screamed with fury, but just before it died, it managed to rip through Percy's armor with its claws. Chryssa moved quickly over to the hellhound. She grabbed her knife and drew it across the hellhound's throat, causing it to disintegrate all the faster. She used her shadow power to drag its carcass back to the underworld even as she sheathed her knife. Chiron trotted over to them, his bow in hand, face grim. "The immortals," Annabeth cursed. "That's a hellhound from the fields of punishment. They're not supposed to." "Someone summoned it," Chryssa whispered, but it was silent enough in the clearing that it carried throughout. "Someone at Camp H. Alf Blood summoned a monster from the underworld to attack Perseus Jackson. Someone summoned a monster from her kingdom and she hadn't felt it. She was the lady of the underworld. There were very few beings with the power to hide such a summoning from her. The idea that any of them had participated in this. Luke came over as well, his moment of glory gone, even as Clarice yelled, "It's Percy's fault." Percy summoned it. "Be quiet, child," Chiron told her sharply, his eyes scanning the area for signs of any other monsters. "You're wounded," Annabeth told Percy. "Quick, Percy, get in the water." "I'm okay." "No, you're not," Chryssa snapped. Listen to Annabeth, child. She clearly has more common sense than you do. Percy stepped back into the creek, the whole camp gathering around him. He perked up immediately upon entering the water. The cuts on his chest started healing. At that moment, a glowing green trident appeared above his head. Some of the campers gasped. Look, I don't know why, Percy said, sounding both confused and apologetic. I'm sorry, Percy, Annabeth said, pointing upwards. Percy looked up, but the trident was already fading. Your father, Annabeth murmured. This is really not good. It is determined, Chiron announced. The campers knelt, with the exception of Chryssa. As was her right as a daughter of Zeus and as a not quite immortal goddess in her own right, she did not kneel. She kept her head high, and sunk into a deep curtsy. My father? Percy asked, sounding bewildered. Poseidon, Chiron stated. Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god. After that, no one seemed to be in any state of mind to help out the completely confused and bewildered boy. Chiron dismissed the campers, and they all wandered off in a sort of daze. Chiron, Annabeth, and Chryssa were the only three to stay. Before Luke left, Chryssa grabbed him by the arm and asked him, in a low voice, to bring Percy's things to cabin 3. So she could get him moved in. He had nodded and promised to do so. Chryssa then turned to Chiron. You need to get back to the main camp, she said firmly. Pass on the news to Dionysus, though I'm sure he already knows. I know the gods all watch their children in the capture the flag game. I'll get Percy back to camp. You can stay if you wish, Annabeth, but I'm sure you have a celebratory party for winning the game back at your cabin. I'll stay, the girl quickly said. I leave this in your capable hands, Chiron replied before galloping off. Percy tried to leave the creek, but Chryssa grabbed his hand. Not yet, little cousin. Wait until I'm sure you're healed. You're not going to be feeling too great once you're out of there, and I'd like you in the best shape possible before we get you to your new cabin. New cabin? Percy asked. That's right, Chryssa replied, forcing herself to be cheerful. You'll be in cabin 3 now. I think you'll like it there. You'll have your own bed, with nice silk sheets. You'll be able to go to sleep to the sound of the sea. That sound nice? She asked gently. Yeah, Percy said dazedly. After enough time had passed, Chryssa gently led him out of the creek, supporting him on one side while Annabeth had the other, and they began a slow walk back to camp. Thankfully, their position allowed them to go directly to Poseidon's cabin without having to skirt any of the other cabins. Luke met them at the doorway of cabin 3, holding a small bag with Percy's things. Chryssa stopped at the doorway of the cabin and said, I, Chryssa Potter, great-granddaughter of Poseidon, give you, Luke Castellan and Annabeth Chase, permission to enter cabin 3. She then stepped inside and continued walking, guiding Percy to the nearest bed. If he didn't like it, he could change later. He wasn't exactly likely to have siblings anytime soon. He seemed to fall asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Set his things over there, Luke, Chryssa ordered. Annabeth, you head back to your cabin and get some rest. I'll take care of my little cousin. While other demigods might have been cautious about leaving a weakened son of Poseidon in the hands of a daughter of Zeus given the current political situation, Annabeth and Luke both knew how much family meant to her. After all, she looked after both of them because they had been family to the little sister she was unable to help. By calling Percy her cousin, she claimed him as her family, and promised not to hurt him without just cause. Both nodded and moved to leave the room. Annabeth, you'll still be helping Percy with Greek in the mornings, correct? Chryssa asked. I don't mind doing it, the girl promised. And Luke, well, Hermes' cabin is going to be scared of him. Most of camp's going to be scared of him. Would you be willing to give him one-on-one sword lessons? Chryssa asked. Luke raised an eyebrow. Why not you? Chryssa shrugged and glanced at her snoozing cousin. He's going to need a male role model. Annabeth seems pretty determined to be his friend, and the satyr probably will as well, and I'll be there for him, but he's a 12-year-old boy. He needs guidance. Male guidance. And Chiron doesn't count. Quote. Luke chuckled lightly. Sure, Chryssa. I'll meet him every afternoon. Chryssa nodded decisively. Good. Luke turned and left the room. Chryssa waved her hand, and the door closed behind him. Using a mixture of magic and aerokinesis, Krissa managed to maneuver Percy enough to get him out of his armor and shoes. She cast a cleaning charm and an air-freshening charm on him. Then maneuvered him under the covers. She placed the Minotaur horn on his nightstand, and then placed his pitiful clothing selection, a single change of clothes, into a drawer with his toiletry bag. Before she closed the door, she conjured a sheet of paper and a pencil and scribbled down his clothing sizes. She also copied down his shoe size after taking a second look at his ragged trainers. She quickly conjured a second sheet of paper and wrote him a quick note, telling him that his lessons with Annabeth were still on and that he would be having one-on-one sword lessons with Luke in the afternoons. And that he should go to Luke for the exact time. However, he should feel free to cancel either or both lessons if he still wasn't feeling well the next morning. She scribbled her signature after writing, "Love, your cousin," and returned to her own cabin for a good night's rest after a long day. The next morning, Krissa walked into breakfast, told Chiron that she'd be back by dinner, and left camp. Armed with the list she had made of Percy's sizes, she spent the day at Roosevelt Field, one of the largest malls in the country, and the closest to camp. She was determined that her cousin would not have such a pitiful amount of possessions at camp any longer. Especially since she was now relatively certain that he was not the lightning thief. Besides, from what they had discovered while investigating the boy, he was from a lower-class family and didn't have that much to spend on clothes anyway. She barged into cabin 3 shortly before dinner, arms filled with bags, causing Percy to almost fall off his bed. "Krissa," he asked bemused, "what's all this?" "The state of your wardrobe was pitiful," she told him bluntly. "I simply decided to rectify that. I copied down your sizes last night. And I went shopping earlier. But I don't have any money." Percy burst out. "I can't pay for all this." "You don't need to," Krissa said briskly, pulling clothing items out of bags and placing them on another bed. "I already did. I bought all of this for you. And don't start saying you can't accept charity," she said, whirling around and pointing a finger at Percy, who had his mouth open to protest. Percy shut his mouth. Krissa put her finger down and smiled at him. "Look, Percy, I don't have much family. My mortal parents were murdered when I was 15 months old, and I was sent to my aunt and uncle, who hated me. They were the worst sort of people, and they hated me for being different. They made sure to show it too. I was removed from their care when I was 13. And my godfather took custody. He, his husband, and their children, my godchildren, are the only non-godly family I have left, along with some friends back in England who are as good as family. But the point is, I grew up without family, so when I find family, I do whatever I can to take care of them. I wasn't able to help Talia. I didn't even know she existed until 3 months after she'd been turned into a tree. But I can help you, and if that means buying you a new wardrobe, then I will buy you a new wardrobe." She shrugged. "Besides, I inherited a literal fortune and a lordship from my adoptive father. I could spend thousands of dollars every day still be rich. So, shut up and accept that your wardrobe has been expanded." Percy closed his mouth. By the time they had finished putting Percy's new clothes away, the horn was blowing for dinner. Krissa walked Percy to the dining pavilion, and instead of making her way to the head table, plopped down across from him at the Poseidon table. He stared at her in shock. Everyone else did too. Krissa sighed and raised her voice. "My mother was the daughter of the demigod son of Hecate and the demigod daughter of Poseidon. As a great-granddaughter of Poseidon, I am allowed to sit at cabin 3's table if I so choose." The noise level slowly returned, but Percy still looked shocked. Krissa began placing food on both of their plates. "But why would you want to sit with me?" Percy asked hesitantly. "I told you, your family. I know how lonely it is, sitting at a table all on your own. That's why I sit at the head table instead of cabin 1's table. You're not old enough to sit at the head table though, and you don't have my leverage. So I just had to come to you," she replied. "What kind of leverage?" Percy asked. Krissa smirked. "I told Chiron and Dionysus, that since Dionysus was the son of Zeus and Semele, that meant he was also supposed to sit at cabin 1's table with me. I could sit at the head table, or I could drag him to sit amongst the campers." Percy stared at her, wide-eyed. "How did you get away with that? Dionysus is here in the first place because he's being punished. Father isn't too happy with him right now. Besides, I'm Daddy's favorite. You call the king of Olympus Daddy. Percy demanded in a low voice. Not usually. He's usually father. But father has always favored his daughters more than his sons, Artemis. Athena, they pretty much always got what they wanted in the myths. I'm just following their example. Besides, father is still upset over Talia, and he does his best to keep me safe and happy because of that. Chryssa replied quietly. What was she like? Percy asked. Talia, I mean. Chryssa sighed. I only know secondhand, I'm afraid. Not personally. Talia was already a tree by the time I learned of her existence. From what I know of her, she was brave, protective, and a natural leader. She loved her friends very dearly. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Talia did that. She sacrificed herself to the teeth and claws of the worst monsters, also her friends could live, Chryssa said. Percy was quiet for a moment. Was that Shakespeare? He finally asked. The Bible, actually. John 15:13. You know the Bible. My aunt was very determined to be normal. She was also convinced I was demon spawn. We were in church every Sunday. I don't think anyone else in her family was listening to the sermons, but I enjoyed it. It was 3 straight hours a week where my cousin couldn't be mean to me and my aunt and uncle had to be civil. Chryssa picked up her food and made her way to the brazier. Her sacrifice at this meal was to Hecate and Thanatos, and she threw in a bar of chocolate she'd picked up at the mall for Hades. Percy followed her there. She heard him whisper, Poseidon. Dinner went well, and Chryssa walked Percy back to his cabin afterwards. I know how isolating it is, she confessed as they walked. You and I, we're not supposed to exist. That's why I only stay for a couple months in the fall. Most people avoid me too. Annabeth and Luke are better than most. Luke and Talia were on the streets together for 2 years. And they raised Annabeth for 6 months of that. Neither of them has any problem dealing with demigods who aren't supposed to exist. But the rest of camp, there's a stigma there. It'll get better though. They'll get used to you, and while you might still be on a pedestal, you won't be a pariah anymore. Her words were discounted as soon as they walked into cabin 3. There. Was a copy of the New York Daily News on the floor, open to the Metro page. The headline of the article read, Boy and Mother Still Missing After Freak Car Accident. Percy picked it up and began to read. Chryssa read it over his shoulder. She was fuming after she read it, but didn't say anything as Percy was still reading. After several more minutes of him looking frustrated, she said, You're dyslexic, aren't you? Percy flushed. Yeah. Do you want me to read it to you? I'm one of the few demigods who didn't get that trait, Chryssa offered. Percy looked torn between accepting the help and admitting his weakness. I can also cast a spell that will translate it into ancient Greek, Chryssa said. I do it for Annabeth all the time. Percy looked relieved. Please. Chryssa pulled out her wand and cast the translation spell. Percy returned to the article and made it through much faster that time. He looked more fatigued than angry when he was done. People have always been cruel at all my different schools. But I thought it would be different here, he said quietly as he wadded the paper up and threw it away. He flopped down on his bed. People are fickle. And you're young. Once they spend more time with you. Once they get to know you better, they'll see what I see, Chryssa replied comfortingly, laying a gentle hand on his shoulder. Percy looked up at her. What do you see? See. Chryssa smiled as she brushed his hair away from his face. A charming young man who has the potential to be a great hero one day. She kissed the top of his head. Get some rest, little cousin. Tomorrow's probably going to be a long day. For her at least, the day started early. Chiron came by her cabin before dawn. He looked surprised when she opened the door fully dressed. Mr. D is going to call Percy Jackson to the big house today. He said. Since I'm certain that you're here to watch him because of this whole lightning thief problem, I thought you might like to be there. Besides, Mr. DMISSES having more people to play Pinnacle with. I'll be there in a few minutes, Chryssa promised. As soon as she closed the door behind him, she waved her hand to summon her new Gucci purse, while icking her other wrist to bring her wand into her hand. A wave of her wand had supplies flying from around the room into the bottomless compartment of her purse. She filled it with everything from food and water to ambrosia, drachmas. Sleeping bags, blankets, pillows, changes of clothing, 2 jackets, flashlights, batteries, extra weapons, her leather armor, etc. The non-expanded portion of her purse contained her wallet, car keys, and magical cell phone. She double-checked that she had everything, laced up her boots, and made her way to the big house porch. Chiron and Dionysus were waiting for her to start the game. It was several hours later, long past dawn, when the satyr showed up, Percy Jackson in tow. Well, Dionysus said without looking up. Our little celebrity. Percy was silent. Come closer, Dionysus ordered. And don't expect me to kowtow to you, mortal, just because old Barnacle Beard is your father. A net of lightning flashed across the clouds. Thunder shook the windows of the house. Blah, blah, blah. Dionysus said. Chrysa and Chiron were both studiously attending their pinnacle cards. The satyr was cowering by the railing, his hooves clopping back and forth. If I had my way, Dionysus said, I would cause your molecules to erupt in flames. We'd sweep up the ashes and be done with a lot of trouble. But Chiron seems to feel this would be against my miss. Ion at this cursed camp, to keep you little brats safe from harm. Spontaneous combustion is a form of harm, Mr. D. Chiron put in. Nonsense, Dionysus said. Boy wouldn't feel a thing. Chrysa put down her cards and looked at her half-brother. Have you ever been spontaneously combusted? I promise you, it's not pleasant. Even if you die really quickly, you still remember it when you wake up in the underworld. She pointed out. It could be worse, yes, but it still hurts. Dionysus sighed. Fine. He turned his attention back to Percy. Nevertheless, I've agreed to restrain myself. I am thinking of turning you into a dolphin instead, sending you back to your father. Mr. D. Chiron warned. Oh, all right, Dionysus relented. There's one more option, but it's deadly foolishness. He rose, and his cards dropped to the table. I'm off to Olympus for the emergency meeting. If the boy is still here when I get back, I'll turn him into an Atlantic bottlenose. Do you understand? And Perseus Jackson, if you're at all smart, you'll see that's a much more sensible choice than what Chiron feels you must do. Dionysus picked up a playing card, twisted it, and it became his Olympus security pass. He snapped his fingers and disappeared to Olympus, leaving only the smell of fresh pressed grapes behind. Chiron smiled at Percy, but he looked tired and strained. Sit, Percy, please. And Grover. Both sat. Percy took Dionysus' vacated seat, and the satyr was across from Chrysa. She avidly avoided looking at him. Chiron laid his cards on the table. It was a winning hand. Chrysa cursed as she laid her lesser hand down, then took the laurels off her head and tossed them to Chiron. He smiled briefly at her. Tell me, Percy, he said, what did you make of the hellhound? It scared me, Percy admitted. If Chrysa hadn't killed it, I'd be dead. You'll meet worse, Percy. Far worse, before you're done, Chiron said ominously. Done? With what? Your quest, of course. Will you accept it? Percy glanced at the satyr, who appeared to be crossing his fingers. Sir, Percy said. You haven't told me what it is yet. Chiron grimaced. Well, that's the hard part, the details. Thunder rumbled across the valley. Chrysa glanced toward the ocean, and could see that the storm had reached the edge of the beach. Poseidon and Zeus, Percy said. They're fighting over something valuable, something that was stolen. Aren't they? Chrysa gave Percy a sharp look. She didn't think he was the thief, but there was no way he could have known that. Chiron sat forward in his wheelchair. How did you know that? He asked. Percy flushed. The weather since Christmas has been weird, like the sea and the sky are fighting. Then I talked to Annabeth, and she'd overheard something about a theft. Everyone was completely shocked that Chrysa would go anywhere near me, let alone be nice to me. And, I've also been having these dreams. I knew it, the satyr said. Hush, satyr, Chiron ordered. But it is his quest. The satyr exclaimed, eyes bright with excitement. It must be. Only the oracle can determine, Chiron said as he stroked his bristly beard. Nevertheless, Percy, you are correct. Your father and Zeus are having their worst quarrel in centuries. They are fighting over something valuable that was stolen. A lightning bolt, to be precise. Percy laughed nervously. A what? Do not take this lightly. Chiron warned. I'm not talking about some tinfoil-covered zigzag you'd see in a second-grade play. I'm talking about a 2-foot-long cylinder of high-grade celestial bronze. capped on both ends with god-level explosives. "Oh, Zeus Master Bolt," Chiron said, getting worked up now. "The symbol of his power, from which all other lightning bolts are patterned. The Saint weapon made by the Cyclops for the war against the Titans, the bolt that sheared the top off Mount Othrys and hurled Kronos from his throne, the Master Bolt, which packs enough power to make mortal hydrogen bombs look like firecrackers." Quote, "And it's missing?" Percy asked. "Stolen," Chiron said. "By who?" "By whom?" Chiron corrected. "Once a teacher, always a teacher." "By you," Chrysa said quietly. Percy's mouth fell open. "At least, that's the main theory. I've spoken with Father about this multiple times since the theft. During the winter solstice, when all the gods gathered together for a council on Olympus. Father and Poseidon had an argument. It wasn't anything major, just two brothers sniping at each other. Mother Rhea always liked you best, air disasters are more spectacular than sea disasters, etc. It's not an unusual occurrence, it happens nearly every solstice. There's a reason the three brothers spend most of their time in their own kingdoms, none of them can get on for more than a few minutes without something to distract them. After the meeting, Father realized his Master Bolt was missing, taken from the throne room under his very nose. He immediately blamed Poseidon, Chrysa explained. Chiron took over from there. Now, a god cannot usurp another god's symbol of power directly, that is forbidden by the most ancient of divine laws. But Zeus believes your father convinced a human hero to take it. But I didn't, Percy began. Patience and listen, child, Chiron said. Zeus has good reason to be suspicious. The forges of the Cyclops are under the ocean, which gives Poseidon some influence over the makers of his brother's lightning. Zeus believes Poseidon has taken the Master Bolt and is now secretly having the Cyclops build an arsenal of illegal copies, which might be used to topple Zeus from his throne. The only thing Zeus wasn't sure about was which hero Poseidon used to steal the bolt. Now Poseidon has openly claimed you as his son. You were in New York over the winter holidays. You could have easily snuck into Olympus. Zeus believes he has found his thief. But I've never even been to Olympus. Zeus is crazy. Percy burst out. Sheer. On and the satyr glanced nervously at the sky. Please do not call my father crazy, Chrysa put in coolly. We don't really use the C word to describe the Lord of the Sky, the satyr said. Perhaps paranoid, Chiron suggested. Glancing at Chrysa, she thought a moment, then nodded. I'll accept that. Then again, Poseidon has tried to unseat Zeus before. I believe that was question 38 on your final exam. He looked at Percy as if he expected him to remember question 38. Chrysa had a sudden flashback of Hermione doing the exact same thing after the owls. Something about a golden net? Percy asked. Poseidon and Hera and a few other gods, they, trapped Zeus and wouldn't let him out until he promised to be a better ruler, right? Correct, Chiron said. And Zeus has never trusted Poseidon since. Even though he really did need the kick, Chrysa pointed out. He was well on his way to Kronos-level tyranny. Luke had been one of the masterminds of that debacle, though mortal histories never mentioned her involvement. Of course, Poseidon denies stealing the Master Bolt. He took great offense at the accusation. The two have been arguing back and forth for months, threatening war. And now, you've come along, the proverbial last straw, Chiron said. But I'm just a kid. Percy exclaimed. Percy, the satyr cut in, if you were Zeus, and you already thought your brother was plotting to overthrow you, then your brother suddenly admitted that he had broken the sacred oath he took after World War II, that he's fathered a new mortal hero who might be used as a weapon against you. Wouldn't that put a twist in your toga? But I didn't do anything. Poseidon, my dad, he didn't really have this Master Bolt stolen, did he? Chiron sighed. Most thinking B servers would agree that thievery is not Poseidon's style. But the sea god is too proud to try convincing Zeus of that. Zeus has demanded that Poseidon return the bolt by the summer solstice. That's June 21st, 10 days from now. Poseidon wants an apology for being called a thief by the same date. I hope that diplomacy might prevail, that Hera or Demeter or Hestia would make the brothers see sense. But your arrival has inflamed Zeus' temper. Now neither god will back down. Unless someone intervenes, unless the Master Bolt is found and returned to Zeus before the solstice, there will be war. And do you know what a full-fledged war would look like, Percy? Bad? He asked. Imagine the world in chaos. Nature at war with itself. Olympians forced to choose sides between Zeus and Poseidon. Destruction. Carnage. Millions dead. Western civilization turned into a battleground so big it will make the Trojan War look like a water balloon fight. Bad, Percy repeated. And you, Percy Jackson, would be the first to feel Zeus' wrath. It started to rain. Volleyball players stopped their game and stared in stunned silence at the sky. Chrissa let out a groan and reached out a hand towards the sky, pushing the storm away. Pushing the clouds away from Camp Half-Blood in a reminder to her father that yes, his brother's son was at Camp Half-Blood, but she was here too and she did not appreciate getting wet. Thank you, Chrissa, Chiron said as the storm disappeared. Zeus is very unhappy, he told Percy. Chrissa is here for her own protection, yes, but I would not doubt that she also has orders from her father to keep an eye on the campers for potential thieves and you in particular. When Percy looked at her, Chrissa nodded. He's right. Father has suspected you might be Poseidon's son since Chiron first went to Yancy Academy. Since father had previously broken the oath, twice, he wasn't going to say anything. When the master bolt went missing, he had a full dossier on you the next day. You have been the prime suspect since December 23rd. He's had me keeping an eye on you since. I told him back in April that I did not think that you were the thief. I have only become firm in that opinion since you arrived at camp, and by the time you were claimed, I told father in no uncertain terms that you were not the lightning thief. However, he still blames Poseidon, and father's wrath will still fall on you if a war begins, Chrissa said. You've been watching me since December? Percy asked, dumbfounded. Not constantly, or anything, Chrissa said. I do have my own life to live. And you were at Yancy for most of that. I did follow you around the mall one day when you were there while your mother was working. I visited the candy shop she worked at several times during the school year. I was at the Metropolitan Museum of Art when Alecto attacked you. Who? The Fury. Your former teacher, Chrissa said. Mrs. Dodds, the satyr put in. You were there? Chiron asked. I didn't see you. I spent most of my time in the other wings of the museum until you all showed up. I didn't catch up to you until you were explaining about the steel. I was visible, but I had a notice me not charm up. Good job with Alecto though, Percy. But other than those occasions, I haven't been following you. Keeping an eye on you, yes. Following you, no. And nothing I've done since you've been claimed was to try to spy on you for my father. I told you, I don't believe you stole the bolt. I've been helping you because I want to, Chrissa said firmly. Percy still looked furious, but he didn't appear to be angry at Chrissa. So I have to find the stupid bolt and return it to Zeus, Percy said. What better peace offering, Chiron said, than to have the son of Poseidon return Zeus' lost property? If Poseidon doesn't have it, where is the thing? Percy asked. I believe I know, Chiron said, his expression dark. Part of a prophecy I had years ago. Well, some of the lines make more sense to me now. But before I can say more, you must officially take up the quest. You must seek the counsel of the oracle. Why can't you tell me where the bolt is beforehand? Because if I did, you would be too afraid to accept the challenge. Percy swallowed visibly. Good reason. You agree then? Chiron questioned. Percy looked at the satyr, who nodded encouragingly. He then looked at Chrissa. It may be the only way to save your life, she said quietly. Percy gulped again, then turned to Chiron. All right. It's better than being turned into a dolphin. Then it's time you consulted the oracle, Chiron said. Go upstairs, Percy Jackson, to the attic. When you come back assuming you're still sane, we'll talk more. The table was quiet once Percy left. Chrissa occupied herself by putting the playing cards back into a neat stack. Finally, Chiron asked her, do you have orders to kill Percy Jackson after the summer solstice? Chrissa glared at him. First of all, I wouldn't even if I did, but no. Father's only orders were to keep an eye on him. Keeping me safe at Camp Half-Blood was just a bonus. I think we both know that I could be safe from Poseidon even if I wasn't here. But I will not harm my cousin. Barring cases of possession, mind control, or induced psychopathy, of course. There was more silence at the table, before Chiron stated, I apologize if I have offended you. You have, Chrissa replied. I understand why you asked though, so you're forgiven. It was the truth. She didn't have orders to kill Percy Jackson. But she had once been Luke, left hand of Kronos. And had served Zeus in the same manner. She didn't need orders to kill someone who might become a threat to the gods. It was her job to take care of it. She did like her cousin though, and her sense of empathy was much more developed now than it had been when Luke was her only name. If he became a problem, she'd take care of him, but that didn't mean she'd kill him. She was a witch, after all. The draft of living death was always an option, one she could follow up by leaving him sleeping in the Lotus Hotel. Several minutes of awkward silence later, only broken by the sounds of E. Satyr chewing a Diet Coke can, Percy came back. Well? Chiron asked. Percy slumped into the empty chair at the pinnacle table. She said I would retrieve what was stolen, Percy said. The satyr sat forward and exclaimed, that's great. Quote, what did the oracle say exactly? Chiron pressed. This is important. She said I would go west and face a god who had turned. I would retrieve what was stolen and see it safely returned. I knew it, the satyr said, almost crowing in glee. Chiron and Chrysa exchanged glances. Prophecies were never that short. Anything else? Chiron asked. No, Percy replied. That's about it. Chiron stared intently at him. Very well, Percy. But know this, the oracle's words often have double meanings. Don't dwell on them too much. The truth is not always clear until events come to pass. Okay, Percy said. So where do I go? Who's this god in the west? Think Percy, Chiron said. If Zeus and Poseidon weaken each other in a war, who stands to gain? Somebody else who wants to take over. Percy guessed. Yes, quite. Someone who harbors a grudge, who has been unhappy with his lot since the world was divided eons ago, whose kingdom would grow powerful with the deaths of millions. Someone who hates his brothers for forcing him into an oath to have no more children, an oath that both of them have now broken, Chiron said. Chrysa fumed inwardly at the defamation of her beloved's character. Hades had been perfectly fine taking the underworld as his lot. He wasn't the biggest fan of water, and he felt more comfortable on or under the ground anyway. Besides, Luke had grown up in the house of Nyx, in Tartarus, and she had always seen visits to the underworld as happy vacations. She had been happy there, and what made her happy made him happy. Yes, Hades harbored a grudge against his brothers, but it was more a grudge that everyone had pretty much abandoned him when Luke died, with the exception of his mother and Hestia. He didn't want to harm his family. And while the deaths of millions would increase the number of subjects in Hades' kingdom, he already had billions. Adding millions more would be a hassle and require more renovations of the underworld. Hades did not hate his brothers for forcing him into the oath. He severely disliked Zeus for killing Maria d'Angelo and attempting to kill Nico and Bianca. Even then, his dislike had mostly dissipated now that Maria had returned to him in the form of Chrysa, Zeus' daughter. Hades, Percy said. Chiron nodded. The Lord of the Dead is the only possibility. A scrap of aluminum fell out of the satyr's mouth. Whoa, wait, what? He asked. A fury came after Percy, Chiron reminded the satyr. She watched the young man until she was sure of his identity, then tried to kill him. Furies obey only one lord, Hades. Quote, yes, but Hades hates all heroes, Grover protested. Especially if he found out that Percy is a son of Poseidon. A hellhound got into the forest, Chiron continued. Those can only be summoned from the fields of punishment, and it had to be summoned by someone within the camp. Hades must have a spy here. He must suspect Poseidon will try to use Percy to clear his name. Hades would very much like to kill this young half-blood before he can take on the quest. Great, Percy muttered. That's two major gods who want to kill me. But a quest too, the satyr swallowed. I mean, couldn't the Master Bolt be in some place like Maine? Maine's very nice this time of year. Hades sent a minion to steal the Master Bolt, Chiron insisted. He hid it in the underworld, knowing full well that Zeus would blame Poseidon. I don't pretend to understand the Lord of the Dead's motives perfectly, or why he chose this time to start a war, but one thing is certain. Percy must go to the underworld, find the Master Bolt, and reveal the truth. The satyr was trembling. He had started to eat Chrysa's neatly stacked pinnacle cards like potato chips. Look, if we know it's Hades, why can't we just tell the other gods? Zeus or Poseidon could go down to the underworld and butt some heads, Percy said. Suspecting and knowing are two different things, Krissa said sharply. Hades is the best guess based upon the information we have. However, even if it is not Hades, someone is still trying to start a war, and they would suspect us to think what we do. The truth will come out. Besides, even if the other gods suspect Hades, and I imagine Poseidon does, they couldn't retrieve the bolt themselves. Gods cannot cross each other's territories except by invitation. That is another ancient rule. Heroes, on the other hand, have certain privileges. They can go anywhere, challenge anyone, as long as they're bold enough and strong enough to do it. No god can be held responsible for a hero's actions. Why do you think the gods always operate through humans? Chiron asked. You're saying I'm being used, Percy said flatly. I'm saying it's no accident Poseidon has claimed you now. It's a very risky gamble, but he's in a desperate situation. He needs you. Percy looked at Chiron. You've known I was Poseidon's son all along, haven't you? I had my suspicions, as did Zeus apparently. As I said, I've spoken to the oracle too, Chiron replied. So let me get this straight, Percy said. I'm supposed to go to the underworld and confront the Lord of the Dead. Check, Chiron said. Find the most powerful weapon in the universe. Check. And get it back to Olympus before the summer solstice, in 10 days. That's about right. Percy looked at the satyr, who gulped down an ace of hearts. Did I mention that Maine is very nice this time of year? He said weakly. You don't have to go, Percy told him. I can't ask that of you. Oh, he shifted his hooves. No, it's just that satyrs and underground places, well. He took a deep breath, then stood, brushing the shredded remains of his snacking off his t-shirt. You saved my life, Percy. If you're serious about wanting me along, I won't let you down. Percy looked incredibly thankful. All the way, G-man, he replied. He turned to Chiron. So where do we go? The oracle just said to go west. The entrance of the underworld is always in the west. It moves from age to age, just like Olympus. Right now, it's in America. Where? Percy asked. Chiron looked surprised. I thought it would be obvious enough. The entrance to the underworld is in Los Angeles. Oh, Percy said. Naturally. So we just get on a plane. No. The satyr shrieked, sounding surprisingly girlish for someone in his 6th year of middle school. Percy, what are you thinking? Have you ever been on a plane in your life? He shook his head. Percy, think, Chiron said. You are the son of the sea god. Your father's bitterest rival is Zeus, Lord of the sky. Your mother knew better than to trust you in an airplane. You would be in Zeus' domain. You would never come down again. At least, not alive and most likely not in one piece, Krissa said. The only reason I can go swimming is the fact that Poseidon is my great-grandfather. Okay, Percy said. So I'll travel overland. That's right, Chiron said. 2 companions may accompany you. Grover is one. The other has already volunteered, if you will accept her help. Gee, Percy said, feigning surprise. Who else would be stupid enough to volunteer for a quest like this? The air shimmered behind Chiron, and Annabeth became visible, stuffing her Yankees cap into her back pocket. I've been waiting a long time for a quest, Seaweed Brain, she said. Athena is no fan of Poseidon. But if you're going to save the world, I'm the best person to keep you from messing up. If you do say so yourself, Percy said. I suppose you have a plan, wise girl. She blushed. Do you want my help or not? She demanded. A trio, Percy said. That'll work. Excellent, Chiron said. Krissa has volunteered to chaperone. All 3 campers looked at her in surprise. She leaned forward on the table. As I won't be an official member of the quest, I can't help you with your quest directly. However, I can be around so no one tries to call the police about E3 12-year-olds who are running around unaccompanied. I can protect myself, though I can't fight your battles for you. I can keep Zeus from deciding to randomly smite Percy in a fit of anger. Because I'll be there too and he won't kill me. Oh, and I can drive, until the first monster attacks my car and it gets totaled. I've lost so many good cars that way. She shook her head. My poor Lamborghini only lasted a week and a half. Quote, this afternoon, we will take you as far Manhattan, so that Krissa can pick up her car. After that, you are on your own, Chiron said. No time to waste. I think you should all get packing. There's no time to waste, Krissa said. We leave in an hour. It took 3 hours for Argus to drive them from camp to the Upper East Side apartment building that Chris owned. Despite the security guard's lead foot, traffic once they hit Queens slowed them down considerably. Chrissa used the time, and the privacy of the front passenger seat, to work on some of the paperwork she had missed due to being at camp instead of in the underworld. In the backseat, Annabeth was taking the time to drill Percy on his ancient Greek while the satyr snored beside them, on Lita jolt awake when Argus hit the horn in response to a particularly stupid driver. Chrissa dropped her paperwork through the shadows back to her desk in the underworld as Argus pulled up to her building. "We're here," she announced. "Everybody out. Argus, please don't kill any drivers on your way back to camp." The security guard nodded in acknowledgement before tearing off into traffic as soon as the van doors were shut. "Why are we here?" Percy asked, examining their surroundings with the practiced eye of a native New Yorker. "My cars are in the parking garage below," Chrissa said matter-of-factly. "I own the building." "Wow," Annabeth said. "It's Gothic Art Deco, right? 1930s. How long have you had it?" "My grandparents had it built in the 1930s, Chrissa stated. She led them toward the building, where the doorman immediately allowed them entrance. "Miss Potter Black," he greeted. "And guests. Shall I add them to the guest log?" "No need, Clarence," Chrissa said. "We're just stopping by to grab my car. Have a pleasant day." "You as well, ma'am," the doorman said. She led them to the stairs instead of the elevator. It was only 1 floor down and they'd been in the car for hours. EY could use the walk before starting their next car ride. Completion of the building was in 1934, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember the architect off the top of my head, but I know I have the information somewhere if you'd like me to send it to you, Annabeth. She glanced at the blonde, who nodded, looking utterly fascinated. The satyr looked like he was ignoring the conversation with the Say of long practice while Percy just looked confused. "I've owned the building since my parents died, but I didn't move in until almost 9 years ago. I've lived here since I moved to America, though I split my time between here, Britain, and my California house," she continued, which also has an interesting architectural history. It was done by John Lautner, but due to the wards around it it's not known as one of his works. She held the door open and ushered the children into the parking garage. "I'd love to see anything you have on it," Annabeth said. "I'll try to remember to dig up everything I have," Chrissa said. "Now, the Bentley and the Rolls-Royce are back in England, the Porsche, the Audi, and the Mercedes are in California, and the Ferrari only seats 2, so I guess we're taking the Maserati," she explained as she led the way to the VIP section. "You have 7 cars," Annabeth demanded, even as Percy and the satyr burst out. "You have a Ferrari." "I have 7 cars that I use on a regular basis. I have several more in storage in case I need them. Yes, boys, I have a Ferrari. My boyfriend gave it to me for our anniversary. I'm really, really rich." She fished the keys to her Maserati Quattroporte out of her purse and clicked the unlock. The lights flashed, and the kids hurried over to it. Before anyone could say anything, Chrissa called, "Girls in the front seat, boys in the back." Both the satyr and Percy sighed but moved obediently back. Annabeth smugly took shotgun. A few minutes later, they were driving out of Manhattan. As they drove through Upper East Side, Chrissa could see Percy staring longingly at something in the rearview mirror, possibly his mother's apartment, based on their location. "You want to know why she married him, Percy?" the satyr asked him. Percy turned to stare at the satyr. "Were you reading my mind or something?" "Just your emotions," the satyr replied with a shrug. "Guess I forgot to tell you satyrs can do that. You were thinking about your mom and stepdad. Right?" Chrissa could see him nodding in the mirror. "Your mom married Gabe for you," the satyr told him. "You call him smelly, but you've got no idea. The guy has this aura, yuck. I can smell him from here. I can smell traces of him on you, and you haven't been near him for a week." "Thanks," Percy said. "Where's the nearest shower?" "You should be grateful, Percy. Your stepfather smells so repulsively human he could mask the presence of any demigod. As soon as I took a whiff inside his Camaro, I knew, Gabe has been covering your scent for years. If you hadn't lived with him every summer, you probably would have been found by monsters a long time ago. Your mom stayed with him to protect you. She was a smart lady. She must have loved you a lot to put up "Ith that guy, if that makes you feel any better." Percy was silent for a long time after that. Chris sighed and asked Annabeth how her architecture studies were going. It was a surefire way to fill the car with conversation, even one-sided conversation, in 2 seconds flat. They made it through the Lincoln Tunnel, onto a rural New Jersey road, before the Furies attacked. Granted, Chrissa was expecting the attack. She knew that Hades would be sending Alecto, Megara, and Tisiphone after them in order to keep up the ruse that he blamed Percy for the missing Helm of Darkness. She was not expecting them to total her car that quickly. The car flipped several times before slamming into a tree. Thanks to the numerous ward and charms on the car, no one was harmed. "Out!" Chrissa barked. "Get out of the car now. You're sitting ducks." The three were out of the car in seconds, abandoning all of their things. Chrissa took a little longer, as she wasn't actually allowed to help. "Perseus Jackson," she heard Alecto say. "You have offended the gods. You shall die." "I liked you better as a math teacher," Percy fired back. Chrissa watched out of the corner of her eye as Percy drew the same pen SW. Ord he had wielded against Alecto in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. "Submit now," Alecto hissed, "and you will not suffer eternal torment." "Nice try," Percy replied. "Percy, look out," Annabeth cried. Alecto lashed her whip around Percy's sword hand while Megara and Tisiphone lunged at him. Percy hit Megara with the sword hilt, before turning and slicing Tisiphone's neck with the blade. She reamed and exploded into dust as the celestial bronze touched her neck. Annabeth managed to get Alecto in a wrestler's hold and yank her backwards while the satyr ripped the whip out of her hands. "Ow!" he yelled. "Ow! Hot! Hot!" Megara charged Percy again, but he swung the sword and she turned to dust. Alecto was furiously trying to escape Annabeth, but the daughter of Athena held on tightly. Satyr managed to tie Alecto's legs in her on whip, before shoving her into a shrub. She tried to get up, but her wings kept running into the bush. "Zeus will destroy you," Alecto yelled at Percy, keeping up the act. "Hades will have your soul." Percy yelled something, probably an insult, in Latin, but Chrissa didn't catch it. While she could read Latin due to Hogwarts, she was not fluent in spoken Latin. She had died before it had come to exist, after all. Thunder shook the sky overhead while an earthquake shook the ground. Chrissa decided she really needed to get out of the car. She had made it over to the kids when lightning shredded her car and destroyed the woods around them. One hit near Alecto, but she was unharmed. "Our bags!" the satyr cried. "We left our..." The Fury began to shriek. "Run!" Annabeth yelled. "She's calling for reinforcements." All four plunged into the woods as rain began to pour, the car in flames behind them. By the time they made it to the bank of the Hudson River, Chrissa felt like it was safe to talk. None of the three kids looked well, but Annabeth looked the best out of the three. After what she'd gone through during the months she spent alone on the streets, and the 6 months she spent with Luke and Talia, Chrissa wasn't surprised. Out of all of them, she had the most experience with monster attacks. The satyr was shivering and braying, "Goat." Eyes turned slit-pupilled and full of terror. "Three kindly ones," he said. "All three at once." Annabeth was pulling them along. "Come on. The farther away we get, the better," she urged. "All our money was back there," Percy reminded. "Our food and clothes. Everything." "Well, we don't have much of a choice now," she snapped. "Tin cans," the satyr brayed mournfully. "A perfectly good bag of tin cans." "Shut up, goat boy," said Annabeth. They were silent for a long moment, before Chrissa spoke up. "Well, someone owes me a car," she sighed. "I'm definitely charging someone for that. I haven't decided who I'm charging. But I'm definitely billing either Father or the Lord of Riches for that." "The Lord of Riches?" Percy asked, confused. "Our mutual uncle," Chrissa replied. All three kids stopped and stared at her. "You're going to bill your uncle, the absolutely terrifying lord of the underworld that we're on our way to confront, for the car that his pet monsters destroyed," Annabeth deadpanned. "Absolutely. The Lord likes me. We have similar senses of humor." They continued sloshing across mushy ground, through nasty twisted trees that smelled like sour laundry. Annabeth eventually fell in next to Percy. "Look, her voice faltered. "I really appreciate you stepping in front of us, okay? That was really brave. We're a team, right?" Percy replied. Annabeth was silent for a few more steps. It's just that if you died, aside from the fact that it would really suck for you, it would mean the quest was over. This may be my only chance to see the real world. You haven't left Camp Half-Blood since you were 7? Percy asked, surprised. No, only short field trips. Camp is group trips for the year-rounders. And Chrissa takes Luke and I out sometimes. But my dad, the history professor. Yeah, it didn't work out for me living at home. I mean, Camp Half-Blood is my home. She was rushing her words out now, as if she were afraid somebody might try to stop her. At camp, you train and train. And that's all cool and everything, but the real world is where the monsters are. That's where you learn whether you're any good or not. It was only because she knew her so well that Chrissa could hear the doubt in her voice. You're pretty good with that knife, Percy said. You think so? Annabeth asked. Anybody who can piggyback ride a fury is okay by me, Percy replied. Chrissa's been helping me. Have you ever seen her fight with her knives? I saw her pull a knife on Luke during a sword fight, Percy replied. That doesn't count. She was using her knife as part of a sword fight. When she goes all out with her knives, it's beautiful. Why thank you, Annabeth, Chrissa said, raising her voice so the pair could hear her. Both jumped and turned around. Gods, Chrissa, how are you this quiet? I forgot you were here. Annabeth exclaimed. Chrissa let out a small laugh. I'm good in the shadows. Always have been. A shrill toot 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 interrupted any further conversation. Like the sound of an owl being tortured. Hey, my reed pipes still work. The satyr cried. If I could just remember a find path song, we could get out of these woods. He puffed out a few notes. But the tune sounded suspiciously like Hilary Duff. Instead of finding a path, it confused Percy enough that he slammed into a tree and got a nice-sized knot on his head. Satyr, if you do not remember the find path song, do not attempt to play it. Chrissa barked. She saw him wilt from ahead of her. He probably didn't think she could see it. For the next mile or so, Chrissa watched in amusement as the kids tripped and cursed their way through the woods. Since she had perfect night vision, she did not have the same problem. Then, finally, the colors of a neon sign appeared ahead of them. The smell of fried, greasy food wafted its way to them. They continued walking until they saw a deserted two-lane road through the trees. On the other side was a closed-down gas station, a tattered billboard for a 1990s movie. And one open business, which was the source of the neon light and the smell of food. There was a neon sign that displayed the name in red cursive. What the heck does that say? Percy asked. I don't know. Annabeth said. Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium, the satyr translated. 2 cement garden gnomes, ugly bearded runts, flanked the entrance, smiling and waving, as if they were about to get their pictures taken. Chrissa scoffed. Garden gnomes do not look like that. I have never in my life seen a garden gnome smile, and I have had to help the gnome my best friend's mother's garden many, many times. Percy crossed the street and moved towards the building. Hey, the satyr warned. The lights are on inside, Annabeth pointed out. Maybe it's open. Snack bar, Percy said wistfully. Snack bar, Annabeth agreed. Are you too crazy? The satyr asked. This place is weird. Chrissa could feel the persuasive magic beating against her occlumency shields. She read a smile on her face and followed Percy and Annabeth into the clearing. The front lot was a forest of statues, cement animals, cement children, even a cement satyr playing the pipes, which the satyr objected to. Blah ha ha, he bleated. Looks like my Uncle Ferdinand. They stopped at the warehouse door. Don't knock, the satyr pleaded. I smell monsters. Your nose is clogged up from the furies, Annabeth told him. All I smell is burgers. Aren't you hungry? Meat, the satyr said scornfully. I'm a vegetarian. You eat cheese enchiladas in aluminum cans, Percy reminded him. Those are vegetables. Come on, let's leave. These statues are looking at me. The door creaked open, revealing a tall woman wearing a long black gown, her head completely veiled. Her eyes glinted behind a curtain of black gauze. But that was all Chrissa could make it. Her coffee-colored hands looked old, but well manicured and elegant. Chrissa froze inwardly, making the connection of who this must be. She cursed mentally, wishing she was more than a chaperone so she could tell the kids who they were about to face. The woman, Medusa, said, Children, it is too late to be out all alone. Where are your parents? I'm their guardian for the moment, Krissa said, stepping forward and offering her hand for the woman to shake. I'm Chris, and is my nephew, Percy, and his best friends, Anna and Grover. We'd been on a day trip to New York. When my car malfunctioned shortly after the Lincoln Tunnel. We flipped several times, and shortly after we were out of the car, it exploded, taking my cell phone with it. We've been looking for someplace for several hours now. I'm afraid we're a bit lost. Is that food I smell? Percy asked. Oh, my dears, Medusa said. You must come in, poor children. I am Auntie M. Go straight through to the back of the warehouse, please. There is a dining area. Thank you, ma'am, Krissa said, echoed by the kids. The warehouse was filled with more statues, people in all different poses. Wearing all different outfits and with different expressions on their faces. Krissa was pretty sure she'd seen similar ones in Persephone's gardens. Percy and Annabeth obviously did not notice the satyr's nervous whimpers, the way the statues' eyes seemed to follow them, or that Auntie M had locked the door behind them. At the back of the warehouse was a fast food counter with a grill, soda fountain, a pretzel heater, and a nacho cheese dispenser. Please, sit down, Medusa said. Awesome, Percy said. The satyr said reluctantly. We don't have any money, ma'am. It was all in the car. No, children. No money. This is a special case, yes. It is my treat, for such nice children. That's very kind of you, ma'am. Do you have a phone I could use to call my boyfriend? I'm sure he can come pick us up. And he'll pay you as well, Krissa said, hoping to remind the kids that something wasn't right. Of course, dear, but why don't you sit down and eat first? I'm sure you must be hungry. Thank you, ma'am, Annabeth said. Medusa stiffened, but only for a second before saying, quite all right, Annabeth. You have such beautiful gray eyes, child. Krissa was the only one who caught that she had introduced Annabeth as Anna, yet Auntie M had known her real name. Medusa disappeared behind the snack bar and started cooking. The phone is right around that corner, dear. If you want to call your boyfriend, Medusa said helpfully. Sure enough, there was an old payphone around the corner. Krissa had to dig around in her purse for quarters, but she eventually found enough and dialed Hades' phone number. Most people were quite surprised to find out that the underworld not only had both landlines and cell service. All the deities and daimons who lived there had cell phones. And there was a landline in every office. Krissa chose to call Hades' office phone. It was still early enough in California. Hello, he answered. Krissa flicked her wand and silently cast the Muffaliato charm. Hi darling, Krissa replied. Love, why are you calling? Has something happened? Hades asked worriedly. No, dear, everything's fine. Mostly, anyway. I'm chaperoning the quest that Percy Jackson is taking to confront you in the underworld about the missing Master Bolt. The Furies totaled my car, which I'm fining you for, by the way, and we ended up at Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium. Hades responded slowly. Krissa, love, you do know that the Emporium is run by Medusa? He asked. I figured that out on my own, thank you. But, I told her that our car crashed and I needed to call my boyfriend to pick us up. I don't need you to pick us up, but I still decided to call my boyfriend. I miss you, after all. I miss you too, my love. I'll see you in a few days. No later than the 21st. Krissa promised. I love you. I love you too. Don't get turned into a statue. I won't. Don't drown in paperwork. I won't. Good night. Good night, dear. She hung up the phone, took down the charm, and returned to the main part of the warehouse. By the time she got back, Medusa had brought them all plastic trays heaped with double cheeseburgers, vanilla shakes, and extra large servings of French fries. Percy was devouring his burger. Annabeth slurped her shake. The satyr was picking at his fries and eyeing the waxed paper liner as if he might eat that instead. But he still looked too nervous to eat. What's that hissing noise? He asked. Percy and Annabeth listened, but didn't hear anything. Krissa listened, and faintly heard the sound of snakes whispering to each other. I hope Mistress finishes with them soon. I want to get out of this blanket. I want to see light again. I want dinner. Krissa shook her head slightly, trying to get the hissing voices out of her mind. Who knew that the snakes atop Medusa's head spoke in Parseltongue? Hissing, Medusa asked. Perhaps you hear the deep fryer oil. You have keen ears, Grover. I take vitamins. For my ears, the satyr said. That's admirable, Medusa said. But please, relax. Chrysa resisted the urge to snort. The woman was literally staring at them as they ate her food, yet she made no moves to eat anything himself. Though, Chrysa admitted to herself, for a monster, Medusa was a pretty good cook, even if her food had far too much grease in it. It actually reminded her of Guinea's cooking. The woman couldn't do any of her mother's recipes, but she could deep fry anything. It made her a favorite of the newest generation of Weasleys. So, you sell gnomes, Percy said, trying to make small talk while Chrysa continued her meal. Oh, yes, Medusa said. And animals. And people. Anything for the garden. Custom orders. Statuary is very popular, you know. A lot of business on this road. Percy asked. Not so much, no. Since the highway was built, most cars, they do not go this way now. I must cherish every customer I get. Percy turned to look at the statue of a young girl holding an Easter basket. Her face was terrified. She had obviously seen her doom before it happened. Ah, Medusa said sadly. You notice some of my creations do not turn out well. They are marred. They do not sell. The face is the hardest to get right. Always the face. You make these statues yourself? Percy asked. Oh, yes. Once upon a time, I had 2 sisters to help me in the business, but they have passed on, and Auntie M is alone. I have only my statues. This is why I make them, you see. They are my company. She sounded truly sad at the loss of her sisters. Apparently monsters could feel loss. I'm so very sorry about your sisters, Chrysa said sympathetically. I lost my own sister a few years ago, and another sister when I was much younger. The bond between sisters is so hard to replace, isn't it? Medusa sighed. Annabeth stopped eating. She sat forward and asked, 2 sisters. It's a terrible story, Medusa said. Not one for children really. You see, Annabeth, a bad woman was jealous of me, long ago. When I was young, I had a boyfriend, you know, and this bad woman was determined to break us apart. She caused a terrible accident. My sisters stayed by me. They shared my bad fortune as long as they could. But eventually they passed on. They faded away. I alone have survived, but at a price. Such a price. Percy seemed to be falling asleep. Annabeth shook him to get his attention. Percy, she said tensely. Maybe we should go. I mean, our parents are probably worried about us. Such beautiful gray eyes, Medusa told Annabeth. Yes, it has been a long time since I've seen gray eyes like that. She reached out as if to stroke Annabeth's cheek, but Annabeth stood up sharply. We really should go, she insisted. Yes, Grover exclaimed. Our parents will be worried. Right. Please, dears, Medusa pleaded. I so rarely get to be with children. Before you go, won't you at least sit for a pose? A pose? Annabeth asked warily. A photograph. I will use it to model a new statue set. Children are so popular, you see. Everyone loves children. Annabeth shifted her weight from foot to foot. I don't think we can, ma'am. Come on, Percy. Sure we can, Percy said. It's just a photo, Annabeth. What's the harm? Yes, Annabeth, Medusa purred. No harm. Annabeth obviously didn't like it, but went along as Medusa led them back out the front door, into the garden of statues. Medusa directed them to a park bench next to the stone statue. I'll sit over here, so I don't mess up the photo of the children. Chrysa said cheerfully, taking a seat on the other side of the garden. Medusa looked annoyed, until Chrysa flared her aura. The Gorgon quickly waved her acquiescence. Her aura was far more powerful and dark than most monsters would dare to cross. Especially with easier prey sitting right in front of her. Now, she said, I'll just position you correctly. The young girl in the middle, I think, and the young gentleman on either side. Not much light for a photo. Percy pointed out. Oh, enough, Medusa said. Enough for us to see each other, yes. Where's your camera? Grover asked. Medusa stepped back, as if to admire the shot. Now, the face is the most difficult. Can you smile for me please, everyone? A large smile. The organic satyr glanced at the cement satyr next to him and mumbled, that sure does look like Uncle Ferdinand. Grover, Medusa chastised. Look this way, dear. Chrysa pulled a large mirror out of her purse and angled it so that she could see Medusa in it. She drew a knife with her other hand. None of the kids could see her. Percy, Annabeth said. I will be just a moment, Medusa said. You know, I can't see you very well in this cursed veil. Percy, something's wrong, Annabeth insisted. Wrong? Medusa asked, reaching up to undo the wrap around her head. Not at all, dear. I have such noble company tonight. What could be wrong? That is Uncle Ferdinand. The satyr gasped. Look away from her, Annabeth shouted. She yanked her Yankees cap from her back pocket and vanished. Her invisible hands pushed both Percy and the satyr off the bench. The satyr scrambled off in one direction, Annabeth in another. Percy remained lying at Medusa's sandaled feet. By this point, her hands had turned gnarled and warty, with sharp bronze talons for fingernails. He was about to look higher when Annabeth yelled, No. Don't. Run. The satyr bleated. Maya. He yelled, his shoes sprouting wings and lifting him to the sky. Chryssa absently wondered where he'd gotten them. Hermes was the one who wore winged shoes, and it wasn't a gift Chiron had given them. Hermes' cabin made her think of Luke, but she didn't think Luke had winged shoes during his quest for the golden apples. Percy remained motionless. Such a pity to destroy a handsome face. Medusa cooed. Stay with me, Percy. All you have to do is look up. Percy managed to look to one side instead. Chryssa could see the moment when he caught Medusa's reflection in one of the glass spheres that decorated the lawn. His eyes grew wide with horror. The gray-eyed one did this to me, Percy, Medusa said. Annabeth's mother, the cursed Athena, turned me from a beautiful woman into this. Quote, Don't listen to her, Annabeth shouted from somewhere in the statuary. Run, Percy. Silence. Medusa snarled. To be fair, you were the one who allowed you godly boyfriend to convince you to have sex in a temple dedicated to Athena, a virgin goddess, Chryssa pointed out. Medusa ignored Chryssa, her voice modulating back to a comforting purr. You see why I must destroy the girl, Percy. She is my enemy's daughter. I shall crush her statue to dust. But you, dear Percy, you need not suffer. No, Percy muttered. His legs twitched as he tried to get up and run. Do you really want to help the gods? Medusa asked. Do you understand what awaits you on this foolish quest, Percy? What will happen if you reach the underworld? Do not be a pawn of the Olympians, my dear. You would be better off as a statue. Less pain. Less pain. Percy. The satyr yelled as he flew towards the Gorgon. Duck. Percy managed to turn, even as the satyr flew in, eyes shut tight. Clutching a tree branch the size of a baseball bat. Duck. The satyr yelled. I'll get her. Percy dove to one side, and the satyr beamed Medusa with a loud thwack. Medusa roared with rage. You miserable satyr. She snarled. I'll add you to my collection. That was for Uncle Ferdinand. The satyr yelled back. Chryssa watched closely in her mirror as Percy scrambled away and hid in the statuary. Grover swooped down for another pass, hitting Medusa with a loud, whack. Erg. The Gorgon yelled. Her snake hair was hissing and spitting. The snakes were being very vocal in the IR complaints about being hit in the head. One of them had lost a tooth. Annabeth took off her Yankees cap and became visible next to Percy. You have to cut her head off, she told him. What? Are you crazy? Let's get out of here. Medusa is a menace. She's evil. I'd kill her myself, but, Annabeth swallowed. But you've got the better weapon. Besides, I'd never get close to her. She'd slice me to bits because of my mother. You've got a chance. What? Percy demanded. I can't. Look, do you want her turning more innocent people into statues? Annabeth pointed to a pair of statues' lovers, their arms around each other. She grabbed a green gazing ball from a nearby pedestal. A polished shield would be better, she complained as she studied the sphere. The convexity will cause some distortion. The reflection size should be off by a factor of. Would you speak English? Percy demanded. I am. Annabeth insisted, tossing Percy the glass ball. Just look at her in the glass. Never look at her directly. Hey, guys. The satyr yelled. I think she's unconscious. Ruer. Maybe not, the satyr corrected. He went in for another pass with the tree branch. Hurry, Annabeth said. Grover's got a great nose. But he'll eventually crash. Percy uncapped his new sword pen. The bronze blade appeared in his hand. He moved towards Medusa, eyes locked on the glass ball. Even as he moved, the satyr attempted another pass with his stick. However, he flew too low and Medusa was able to grab the stick and pull him off course. The satyr tumbled through the air and crashed into Oh, the arms of a stone grizzly bear with a painful, umphh. Medusa was about to lunge at him when Percy yelled, "Hey!" She turned to look at him. She let Percy approach instead of charging him, even T. Huff. Percy was obviously looking at the glass ball in his hand and not at her. "You wouldn't harm an old woman, Percy," Medusa crooned. "I know you wouldn't. Percy, don't listen to her." The satyr yelled. "Too late." Medusa cackled. Before lunging at Percy with her talons, Percy slashed upwards with his sword and managed to cut Medusa's head off. It fell to the ground next to his foot with a plop, even as the body disintegrated. "Oh, yuck," the satyr said. "Mega yuck." Annabeth walked over to Percy, eyes skyward, holding Medusa's black veil. "Don't move," she ordered Percy. Very carefully, she knelt and draped the monster's head in black cloth before picking it up. It was still dripping green juice. "Are you okay?" Annabeth asked Percy, voice trembling. "Yeah," Percy replied. Why didn't the head evaporate? Once you sever it, it becomes a spoil of war," Chryssa called as she got up from her bench. "Same as the Minotaur horn. With Medusa, you get the head. With her sisters, you got vials of Gorgon blood. Blood from one side of the Gorgon heals practically anything, blood from the other side is a poison that can kill practically everything. When I was 12, I killed a drakon that left its entire carcass behind. Drakon meat used to be considered a delicacy. I still have clothes made from the skin, and a few of my knives are embedded with the venom. But don't unwrap the head. It can still petrify you. And we really don't have the time for me to unpetrify you. You know how to unpetrify people. I thought it was impossible." Annabeth exclaimed. "Not impossible, just very difficult. Especially if you turn all the way to stone. I'll probably sublet the job to some friends back in Britain. I'll see what I can do once this quest is over." The satyr moaned as he climbed down from the grizzly statue. He had a big welt on his forehead. "The Red Baron," Percy said. "Good job, man." The satyr managed a bashful grin. "That really was not fun, though. Well, the hitting her with a stick part. That was fun. But crashing into a concrete bear. Not fun." The satyr snatched his shoes out of the air. Percy recapped his sword. The three made their way back into the warehouse, Chryssa wandering close behind. Chryssa found some old plastic grocery bags behind the snack counter and double-wrapped Medusa's head, before charming it sealed. The three kids collapsed in the table around it. Too exhausted to speak. "You did well," Chryssa said quietly. When the original Perseus was given the quest, he had the aid of Hermes, Athena, and Hades. He also snuck up on her when she was asleep. "You have all surpassed him this day. Did you know?" Annabeth asked quietly. Chryssa hummed to herself. "Not immediately, but I figured it out very quickly. It's not my place to intervene though. I can't intervene without jeopardizing the quest. If I do too much, Father could say that I found the Master Bolt, not Percy, and the war might still begin." Everything fell silent once more. Finally, Percy asked, "So we have Athena to thank for this monster?" Annabeth glared at Percy. "Your dad, actually. Don't you remember? Medusa was Poseidon's girlfriend. They decide to meet in my mother's temple. That's why Athena turned her into a monster. Medusa and her two sisters who had helped her get into the temple, they became the three Gorgons. That's why Medusa wanted to slice me up. But she wanted to preserve you as a nice statue. She's still sweet on your dad. You probably reminded her of him." To be fair, Athena had turned Poseidon's previous girlfriend, Coronis, into a raven. It really was a constant back and forth between the two. "Still is, actually," Chryssa said helpfully. "So now it's my fault we met Medusa," Percy said sarcastically. Annabeth straightened. In a bad imitation of Percy's voice, she said. "It's just a photo, Annabeth. What's the harm?" "Forget it," Percy said. "You're insufferable. Annabeth began, before Chryssa cut in. "Acting like little children. Shut up. Just because your parents are rivals doesn't mean you have to be." "I'm not arguing with Percy, am I, Annabeth? And my father is threatening to start a war with his father. So shut up." There was silence for a moment. Before the satyr asked, "What are we going to do with the head?" All four stared at the head. Percy got up suddenly. "I'll be back," he said. "Percy," Annabeth said, "what are you?" He came back a few minutes later with a box and a packing slip. He filled out the delivery slip. "The gods. Mount Olympus. 600th floor. Empire State Building, New York, New York. They're not going to like that, the satyr warned. They'll think you're impertinent. I am impertinent, Percy replied, pouring golden drachmas into the pouch attached to the packing slip. As soon as he sealed it, there was a sound like a cash register. The package floated off the table and disappeared. Come on, Annabeth muttered. We need a new plan. And I certainly don't want to sleep here tonight. That won't be a problem, Chrissa said. We just need to find a nice clearing in the woods, and I can set up my tent. Chrissa, all our things burnt up in your car, Percy pointed out. Chrissa gestured to T. He purse still hanging over your shoulder. All your things burnt. The only thing of mine that burnt was the car. You're telling me you have an entire tent in that little, tiny purse, Percy said dubiously. I've seen her do some really weird things with magic, Annabeth sighed. I'd believe her. Come on, let's find a place to stay. They tromped out into the woods, and found a marshy clearing only 20 minutes later. It was about 100 yards from the main road and had obviously been used by local kids for parties. The ground was littered with beer cans and cigarette butts. Chrissa pulled the folded-up tent out from her bag. Like this, it looked like a handkerchief. I don't think that's a tent, the satyr said. Chrissa dropped the tent on the ground, pulled out her wand, and tapped the tent. It sprung up into a fully formed tent, looking just like a Muggle camping tent. In you go, Chrissa said with a smile. Boys on the left, girls on the right. She opened the tent flap, and gestured for the three to enter. She heard them gasp as soon as they were inside. Unlike the tent she, Ron, and Hermione had used during the Horcrux hunt, this tent was much more expensive. It had 10 rooms, including 2 bathrooms and a kitchen, all of which were fully functioning. There are 4 bedrooms, 2 to the right and 2 to the left. You boys will be staying on the left-hand side. Anne, Beth and I will stay on the right-hand side. There is a bathroom on each hallway. The kitchen cupboards should be fully stocked if you wake up before I do. I am going to set up wards so that nothing can attack us overnight. Sleep well, everyone. If anyone wakes me up before 7, I reserve the right to stab you. If you are not up by 8, I reserve the right to dump cold water on you. With those parting words, she cast her spells around the tent and made her way to her bedroom for some much-needed rest. It had been a long day and the next day was likely to be more of the same. Besides, between her tent and the wards, they were safe enough for the night. There were no guarantees the next night would be the same. The next morning, only Percy required the bucket of water dumped on him. He woke, trembling, eyes wary. Chrissa was immediately concerned. Percy, she asked, kneeling beside his bed. Did you have a dream? No, he tried to say. Chrissa gave him a look. Percy, demigod dreams are often not just dreams. Tell me, what did you see? He was silent for a moment, before admitting, I was in a dark cavern. There was a gaping pit right in front of me. The spirits of the dead were all around me, tugging at my clothes, trying to pull me away from the pit. I don't listen though. I walked to the very edge. It was so dark, bottomless. There was something in it, something trying to get out, something huge and evil. Chrissa felt her blood go cold. There was a voice, it was ancient, cold and heavy. It told me I was weak, and young, and it offered me my mother if I would help it rise. It wanted the master bolt. It tried to use me to pull itself out. The spirits of the dead woke me up, Percy confessed. Chrissa felt herself go pale. Are you certain, Percy? The spirits of the dead were around you at the entrance to a bottomless, black pit? She asked urgently. He nodded, then asked, that thing, in the pit. What was it? Chrissa remained silent for a long moment. There was only one place that it could be. Evil, she finally told him. Evil that I will not speak of here, not while we are in danger. Even saying its name could summon a host of monsters. Even she would know. T dared to speak the name of Tartarus lightly, and she had once dwelt in the House of Night. She stood from her kneeling position and offered Percy a hand up. He took it. I've made breakfast, she offered. There's fresh clothes in the dresser. Take a shower, too. Make it fast, though. There's an Amtrak station nearby, and we need to be on the train leaving at noon. Unfortunately, they were too late to get berths in the sleeper car. But Chrissa was still able to get them a row of seats each. That would allow them to stretch out while they slept. Since all their things had been destroyed, all T. Re kids were very bored staring at the scenery for hours on end. Krissa quickly produced multiple board games from her bottomless bag so that the ADHD kids would not drive her crazy. It was during T.'s first night on the train that she overheard a conversation between Percy and Annabeth. Krissa did not sleep well in moving vehicles, and the shadows only gave her strength, so she was only pretending to nap. So, Annabeth asked, "Who wants your help?" "What do you mean?" Percy tried to evade. "When you were asleep just now, you mumbled, 'I won't help you.' Who were you dreaming about?" Percy quietly related his story of the voice in the pit. Annabeth was silent for a long moment. "That doesn't sound like Hades," Annabeth finally said. "He always appears on a black throne, and he never laughs. He offered my mother in trade." "Who else could do that?" Percy questioned. "I guess, if he meant, help me rise from the underworld. If he wants war with the Olympians. But why ask you to bring him the Master Bolt if he already has it?" There was slight movement behind her, as if Percy was shaking his head. The satyr mumbled something about vegetables in his sleep. "Percy, you can't barter with Hades," Annabeth said firmly. "You know that, right? He's deceitful, heartless, and greedy." Krissa clenched her fists at the slander towards her beloved. None of it was true. What need did Hades have of greed when all the riches beneath the earth were his in the first place? He might be possessive of what was his, but he didn't desire anything that wasn't already his. Heartless was immortal. Descriptor, Hades was cold and he had to be. He couldn't return the souls of everyone who had loved ones pray for it. His duty came first. Always. Mercy had no place in the underworld. As for DCDF, that was more likely an attribute of hers that had been attributed to him after her death. "I don't care if his kindly ones weren't as aggressive this time," Annabeth continued. "This time?" Percy asked. "You mean you've run into them before?" Talia, Krissa thought, heart aching slightly at the mention of her lost sister. "Let's just say I've got no love for the Lord of the Dead." "You can't be tempted to make a deal for your mom," Annabeth warned. "What would you do if it was your dad?" Percy demanded hotly. "That's easy," Annabeth replied. "I'd leave him to rot." "You're not serious?" Percy asked in shock. "My dad's resented me since the day I was born, Percy," Annabeth said, voice steely. "He never wanted a baby. When he got me, he asked Athena to take me back and raise me on Olympus because he was too busy with his work. She wasn't happy about that. She told him heroes had to be raised by their mortal parent." "But how? I mean, I guess you weren't born in a hospital." Percy stammered. "I appeared on my father's doorstep, in a golden cradle, carried down from Olympus by Zephyros, the west wind. You'd think that my dad would remember that as a miracle, right? Like, maybe he'd take some digital photos or something. But he always talked about my arrival as if it were the most inconvenient thing that had ever happened to him. When I was 5 he got married and totally forgot about Athena. He got a regular, mortal wife, and had 2 regular, mortal kids, and tried to pretend I didn't exist." Percy was silent for a long moment. "My mom married a really awful guy," he finally said. "Grover said she did it to protect me, to hide me in the scent of a human family." "Maybe that's what your dad was thinking. He doesn't care about me," Annabeth replied. "His wife, my stepmom, treated me like a freak. She wouldn't let me play with her children. My dad went along with her. Whenever something dangerous happened, something with monsters, they would both look at me resentfully. Like, how dare you put our family at risk?" Finally, I took the hint. I wasn't wanted. I ran away. "How old were you?" "Same age as when I started camp. 7. But, you couldn't have gotten all the way to Half-Blood Hill by yourself. Not alone, no. Athena watched over me, guided me toward help. I made a couple of unexpected friends who took care of me, for a short time, anyway." That seemed to end the conversation. Krissa sighed, sat up, and turned to face them. "I know where you're coming from, Annabeth. And I know where you're coming from, Percy. When my mother and adoptive father were murdered, I was left on the doorstep, literally left on the doorstep, all night long at the beginning of November. The Dursleys, my biological aunt and uncle, hated me with a burning passion. They hated that I was magical. They hated that I was beautiful. They hated that I outshone their fat pig of a son on all occasions. If they were in the underworld, I would let them rot. When I was 13, almost 14. But my birthday's midsummer, my godfather gained custody of me. The abuse suit against the Dursleys went through. I know Vernon's still in prison, he had a life sentence plus 50 years. I think Marge is out, she only had 10 years. I'm not sure about Petunia, she had at least 10 years, but I'm not really sure about the charges. Child abuse and child neglect, most likely. If the Dursleys were in the underworld, I wouldn't save them. If my godfather, his husband, or their children were there, I'd give everything to save them. What would you do if it was Luke, Annabeth? The girl colored. Before finally admitting, I'd want to save Luke. See, Chrissa said. It all depends on who we consider our family. You see your dad as your parent, but not family, so you wouldn't save him. You see Luke as your family, so you want to protect him. Her words of wisdom shared, Chrissa laid back down and turned away. The next afternoon, they arrived in St. Louis. Cree Saw watched as Annabeth craned her neck to stare at the gateway arch. I want to do that, she sighed. What? Percy asked. Build something like that. You ever see the Parthenon, Percy? She questioned. Only in pictures, Percy replied. Someday, I'm going to see it in person. I'm going to build the greatest monument to the gods, ever. Something that'll last 1,000 years, Annabeth said dreamily. Percy laughed. You, an architect? Quote. Chrissa winced. Insulting Annabeth's passion was the fastest way to set her off. Annabeth flushed. Yes, an architect. Athena expects her children to create things, not just tear them down. Like a certain god of earthquakes I could mention. Percy turned to look at the churning water of the Mississippi River below them. Sorry, Annabeth said. That was mean. Can't we work together a little? Percy asked. I mean, didn't Poseidon and Athena ever cooperate? The chariot, Chrissa put in. Athena invented the chariot itself, but Poseidon created horses out of the crests of waves. They had to work together to make it complete. See, Percy said, nodding to Chrissa before looking at Annabeth. They worked together. So we can cooperate too, right? Anna. Beth was intently watching the gateway arch again. I suppose, she finally said. As they pulled into the Amtrak station in downtown St. Louis, the intercom announced that they had a 3-hour layover before continuing on to Denver, Colorado. The satyr stretched, moaning, food, as he woke up. Come on, goat boy, Annabeth said, prodding him. Sightseeing. Sightseeing, the satyr asked. The gateway arch, Annabeth said. This may be my only chance to ride to the top. Are you coming or not? The satyr and Percy exchanged looks. Percy looked to Chrissa. Are you going? Chrissa nodded. I've gone on most of Annabeth's architecture expeditions. Might as well join this one. The satyr shrugged. As long as there's a snack bar without monsters. That's the kicker, isn't it? Chrissa said. Do you remember that time in Barcelona? Annabeth. The girl groaned. How could I forget that time in Barcelona? We almost died a dozen times. In one day. Percy and the satyr both turned to stare at Chrissa. She shrugged. I promised Annabeth a trip to Barcelona for her last birthday. It was Luke, Annabeth, her brother Malcolm, and I who went. We spent the whole time looking at architecture. The first 2 days were fine. But the third day we were attacked by monsters every time we breathed. Chiron was furious with me when we got back. She didn't tell Chiron she was borrowing us for 3 days, Annabeth said helpfully. Though at least Chrissa healed us before bringing us back. Otherwise Malcolm's arm still would have been broken, then Chiron would have been really angry. Details, Cree Saw said dismissively as they disembarked. The arch was about a mile from the train station. Late in the day, the lines to get in were not very long. They threaded their way through the underground museum, looking at covered wagons and other artifacts from the 1800s. Percy and the satyr both looked bored, but Chrissa was reading the information on nearly every card, sometimes aloud so that Annabeth could hear as well. The daughter of Athena kept commenting with interesting facts about how the arch was built. Percy seemed to be examining all the other people in line with them. You smell anything? Chrissa heard him ask the satyr. The satyr sniffed. Underground, he said distastefully. Underground air always smells like monsters. Probably doesn't mean anything. Guys, Percy finally said. You know the gods, symbols of power. Chrissa had been in the middle of reading Annabeth information about the construction equipment used to build the arch, but they both looked over. Yeah, Annabeth asked. Well, hey, Percy began. But the satyr cleared his throat. We're in a public place, he reminded. You mean, our friend downstairs? Right, Percy said. Our friend way downstairs. Doesn't he have a hat like Annabeth's? Krissa cast a quick muffliato around them. Mortals would probably assume they were talking about a video game or a book or actual mythology, not real life, but there was no harm in taking precautions. You mean the Helm of Darkness, Annabeth said. Yeah, that's his symbol of power. I saw it next to his seat during the Winter Solstice Council meeting. He was there? Percy asked. Annabeth nodded. It's the only time he's allowed to visit Olympus, the darkest day of the year. But his helm is a lot more powerful than my invisibility hat, if what I've heard is true. It allows him to become darkness, the satyr confirmed. He can melt into shadow or pass through walls. He can't be touched, or seen, or heard. And he can radiate fear so intense it can drive you insane or stop your heart. Why do you think all rational creatures fear the dark? Because in some distant, inherited part of their hindbrains, they knew that the dark was where the. But then, how do we know he's not here right now? Watching us. Annabeth and the satyr exchanged looks. We don't, the satyr said. Thanks, that makes me feel a lot better, Percy said. Got any blue jelly beans left? The satyr passed him more jelly beans. There is a very low probability that he is here, Krissa stated with a roll of her eyes. The Lord has much better things to be doing than watching us. Besides, the umbrakinesis isn't just from his helm. Really? Annabeth asked. Krissa nodded. Oh, yes, she said. Control of the underworld comes with some propensity for shadows, but the most RFUL users of shadows are Nyx and Erebos, of course, being the protogonoi of night and darkness. But the goddess of shadows, Titaness, originally, was Luke. Luke was the Lord's first consort, which automatically gave him some control of her domain. When she died, most of her power went to the Lord as her consort. I thought Persephone was his wife. Percy asked in confusion. Of the big three, Poseidon is the only one who still has his first wife, Krissa stated. In the first war against the Titans, 3 of Rhea's attendants, Titanesses all, aided Zeus from the beginning. They were sisters, Oceanides. Daughters of Oceanus and Tethys. The eldest daughters of Oceanus and Tethys, in fact. Amphitrite was the youngest of the trio, the Titaness of saltwater and sea creatures. Métis was the middle, the Titaness of good counsel. She turned to look at Annabeth. Métis was the consort of Zeus, and your grandmother, Annabeth. I know that story, Percy said, face scrunched slightly. Zeus turned her into a fly and swallowed her, and then Athena was born from Zeus' skull. That's right, Percy, Krissa praised. The eldest of the Oceanides, however, was Luke. She was raised by Gaia and fostered by Nyx and Erebos. She was the Titaness of shadows and secrets, and was once counted first among the Council of Olympus. What happened to her? Percy asked. Krissa was silent for a moment. She died, she finally said. And Hades changed. Olympus changed. Métis was dead by that point. Amphitrite and Hades were both kicked off the council. Hades grew withdrawn. He stopped leaving the underworld. He grew bitter that no one helped him after Luke's death. Very few on Olympus will speak of her, either from grief or fear. Fear? Percy asked. Luke was essentially the Olympian spymaster. With the shadows she controlled her spies. A more perfect system than anything mortals have ever created. No secret could be hidden from her, Percy. Can't you see why those who did not love her would fear her? Krissa asked. A look of realization dawned on his face. Yeah, I guess I do, he said. Wasn't Luke the one turned into a tree? Annabeth asked. As she died, Krissa said with a nod. Hades turned her into a white poplar tree, which is why white poplars are sacred to him. So don't break any white poplar trees, Percy said. Got it. They made it through the elevator Q&D ended up shoved inside with a fat lady and her chihuahua. Krissa could sense the aura of monster about them. No parents, dears. The lady asked as they were about halfway up. In her mortal guise, she had beady eyes, pointy, coffee-stained teeth, a floppy denim hat, and a denim dress that bulged so much, she looked like a blue jean blimp. I am adult enough to watch over my cousins, Krissa said with a smile. The chihuahua growled. The woman said, now, Sonny. Behave. The dog had beady eyes like its owner, intelligent and vicious. Sonny, Percy said. Is that his name? No, the lady said with a smile. The observation deck at the top of the arch reminded her of a tin can with carpeting. Rows of tiny windows looked out over the city on one side and the river on the other. Anna was talking about structural supports, and how she would have made the windows bigger, and designed a see-through floor. Her ideas certainly would have been more interesting than this was. She was interrupted when the park ranger announced that the observation deck would be closing in a few minutes. Percy steered Annabeth and the satyr towards the exit and loaded them into the elevator. There was no more room for him and Chrissa, as there were already 3 other tourists inside. "Next car, sir," the park ranger said. "We'll get out," Annabeth said. "We'll wait for you." Percy glanced at Chrissa beside him before saying, "Nah. It's okay. I'll see you guys at the bottom." The pair in the elevator looked nervous, but they let the elevator door slide shut. Their car disappeared down the ramp. The only people left on the observation deck were Chrissa, Percy, a little boy with his parents, the park ranger, and the probable monster lady and her probable monster chihuahua. Percy smiled uneasily at the lady. She smiled back, her forked tongue flickering between her teeth. The chihuahua immediately jumped down and started yapping at Percy. Now, Sonny," the lady said. "Does this look like a good time? We have all these nice people here." "Doggy," said the little boy. "Look, a doggy." Before he could get any closer to the monster, his parents pulled him back. The chihuahua bared his teeth at Percy, foam dripping from his black lips. Chrissa flicked her wrists, and she had her wand in one hand and a dagger in the other in a second. "Well, son," the fat lady sighed. "If you insist." Did you just call the chihuahua your son?" Percy asked. "Chimera, dear," the fat lady corrected. "Not a chihuahua. It's an easy mistake to make." Chrissa cursed inwardly. The chimera and echidna. How did Percy keep facing the worst monsters possible on his first quest? Echidna rolled up her denim sleeves to reveal her scaly green arms. She smiled, and her fangs were revealed. The glamour on her face melted away, showing that the pupils of her eyes were reptilian slits. The chimera barked louder, and with each bark, it grew. First to the size of a Doberman, then to a lion. The bark became a roar. The little boy screamed. His parents pulled him back towards the exit, straight into the park ranger, who stood, paralyzed, gaping at the monster. The chimera grew to be so tall that its back rubbed against the roof. It had the head of a lion with a blood-caked mane, the body and hooves of a giant goat, and a 10-foot-long diamondback for a tail. The rhinestone dog collar still hung around its neck, and the plate-sized dog tag was now easy to read. Chimera, rabid, fire-breathing, poisonous, if found, please call Tartarus, Ext. 954. Percy was so shocked, he hadn't even uncapped his sword. Chrissa nudged him and hissed. "Sword. According to the laws, I can't help you until it attacks me personally." Echidna hissed in laughter. "Be honored, Percy Jackson. I am so rarely allowed to test a hero with one of my brood. For I am the mother of monsters, the terrible Echidna," she proclaimed. Percy stared at her, before asking, "Isn't that a kind of anteater?" The monsters faced her, Ned brown and green with rage and embarrassment. "I hate it when people say that," she howled. "I hate Australia naming that ridiculous animal after me. For that, Percy Jackson, my son shall destroy you." The chimera charged at Percy, its lion teeth gnashing. Percy managed to leap aside and narrowly dodge the bite. However, that caused the chimera to hit Chrissa, its teeth scraping her shoulder. Chrissa's shadow traveled over to where Percy was. He had ended up next to the family and the park ranger, all of whom were screaming as they tried to pry open the emergency exit doors. "Go," Chrissa yelled to him. "I'll get them out of here. You distract it." Percy uncapped his sword, ran to the other side of the deck, and yelled, "Hey, Chihuahua." The chimera turned rapidly to face Percy and breath. A column of poisonous fire towards him. Chrissa did not look to see if her cousin had escaped the flames. She trusted his reflexes. Instead, she snapped her fingers in front of the poor mortals trapped there. "You were trapped up here when a madwoman and her dog attacked a boy and a teenage girl. You managed to escape down the emergency exit, but you don't know what happened to the boy and girl," she ordered, manipulating the mist to change their memories. As soon as their eyes slipped into that glassy state, Chrissa waved her wand and magically unlocked and opened the emergency exit door. As soon as the park ranger and his family were out, she sealed the door again. She heard Echidna cackling, "They don't make heroes like they used to, son." She turned around to see Percy standing Saint in front of a hole in the arch that looked like it had been made by the Chimera's breath. There was blood from a snakebite dripping down Percy's leg. His sword was nowhere to be seen. The monster growled, "If you are the son of Poseidon," Echidna hissed, "you would not fear water. Jump, Percy Jackson. Show me that water will not harm you. Jump and retrieve your sword. Prove your bloodline." Percy glanced down at the water. Then back to Echidna. The Chimera's mouth glowed red, heating up from another attack. "You have no faith," Echidna taunted. "You do not trust the gods. I cannot blame you, little coward. Better you die now. The gods are faithless. The poison is in your heart." "Percy," Chrysa said firmly, drawing everyone's attention to her. She had daggers in either hand, one of celestial bronze and one of Stygian iron. "Jump," she ordered your cousin. "Into the water. You are the son of the sea god. Water cannot harm you. Go." Percy gave her a searching glance, then swallowed heavily. He turned and jumped out of the gateway arch even as the Chimera sent a column of flame towards him. His clothes caught fire, but Chrysa expected that the wind and the water would put them out soon enough. Before the monster could turn and charge her, Chrysa charged it. She threw the bronze knife into the monster's left eye. As it let out a terrible roar, her knife of Stygian iron landed perfectly in Echidna's throat. The mother of monsters screamed as her essence was absorbed into the blade. By the time the Chimera realized what was happening, Chrysa was upon it and had summoned the knife back to her hand. She leapt onto the monster's back and slammed the knife into its skull. The monster roared again, even as it dissolved into dust and its essence was absorbed into the blade. Saw quickly replaced both knives in their sheaths, then moved into the shadows of the arch. She cast an unlocking spell on the emergency exit door, then melted into the shadows as the door slammed open. She wandered through the shadows back down to the ground, and remained in them as she searched for her company. A policeman shouting, "Gangway!" caught her attention. Chrysa melted out of the shadows to join the crowd as they parted. And a pair of paramedics came through, rolling a woman on a stretcher. Chrysa immediately recognized her as the mother of the little boy who had been on the observation deck. She was saying, "And then this huge dog, this huge fire-breathing chihuahua." Chrysa winced. She thought her skills at memory manipulation were a bit better. Maybe this was just a woman capable of seeing through the mist. "Okay, ma'am," the paramedic said. "Just calm down. Your family is fine. The medication is starting to kick in." "I'm not crazy," the woman exclaimed. The monster was attacking the boy and girl. The boy was distracting it while the girl got us out, but those kids were still up there. Something on the other side of the crowd caught her attention. "There he is," she yelled, pointing away from her. "That's the boy." Chrysa looked intently, and caught sight of Percy, Annabeth, and the satyr, moving rapidly away from the area. She followed close behind. "What's going on?" Annabeth asked. Just before she reached them. Was she talking about the chihuahua on the elevator? Yeah, it was actually the Chimera, and the lady was actually Echidna, and Chris is still up there. We have to do something. Percy exclaimed. "It's all right, Percy," Chrysa said. "I'm fine." All three jumped and whirled around to face her. Annabeth's hand had gone to her knife, while Percy had his pen in hand again. He quickly shoved it back into his pocket and then leapt at her, wrapping his arms around her tightly. "I thought you were gone," he said, his voice muffled by her shirt. "I didn't want to lose more family." Chrysa wrapped her arms around him in reply and kissed the top of his head. "It's all right, Percy. I'm fine. Your distraction helped quite a bit. I was able to stab and kill both of them before they could react. Then I just charmed myself invisible and flew down to join you all," she said. "Did you say you flew?" Percy asked with interest, leaning away slightly so he could look up at her face. "I did," Chrysa confirmed. "I can show you later." "What happened when you jumped?" Percy quickly related the story, backing up slightly in the telling in order to explain. In what happened on the arch platform to Annabeth and the satyr, of how he jumped off the gateway arch and met an underwater lady who was a messenger from his father. "Whoa," the satyr said. "We've got to get you to Santa Monica. You can't ignore a summons from your dad." Before either Annabeth or Chrysa could say anything, they passed a reporter doing a news break. What he said almost caused them to freeze in shock. "Percy Jackson. That's right, Dan. Channel 12 has learned that the boy who may have caused this explosion fits the description of a young man who went missing in a New York car crash 9 days ago. Both Percy Jackson and his mother, Sally, have been missing ever since. There was also said to be a teenage girl on the platform, also involved in the incident. Preliminary reports say that her appearance matches that of Amy Potter Black, the young heiress whose car was found totaled in New Jersey 3 days ago. While not a teenage girl as was initially reported, Amy Potter Black has been noted for her youthful appearance. Jackson and Potter Black appear to be traveling west. For our viewers at home, here are photos of both Percy Jackson and Amy Potter Black. The foo are ducked around the news van and slipped into an alley. First things first, Percy stated. We've got to get out of town. He looked over at Chrissa. Is Amy Potter Black you? Chrissa sighed and nodded. My full name is Amaranth Chrysocomb Potter Black Lupin. Since Potter and Black are the two noble houses I'm a part of, the media usually refers to me just as Amaranth, or Amy, Potter Black. I really hate being called Amy though. If you have to use my first name, it's Amaranth, not Amy, she stated. We'd better hurry. The train will be pulling out soon. Somehow, through liberal use of notice, me not charms, they managed to get back to the Amtrak station without being spotted. They made it on board the train just before it pulled out for Denver. The train trundled west as darkness fell, Oli's lights still pulsing against the St. Louis skyline behind them. They didn't reach Denver until the next afternoon. Continued use of notice me not charms had kept the train staff from identifying either Percy or Chrissa as the missing persons reported for being somehow involved in an explosion at the Gateway Arch. Thanks to Chris's magical purse, they were well fed, but they still hadn't showered since Half-Blood Hill. And it was beginning to become obvious. Let's try to contact Chiron, Annabeth said to Percy as they got off the train. I want to tell him about your talk with the river spirit. We can't use phones, right? Percy asked. I'm not talking about phones, Annabeth replied. Ah yes, we haven't introduced Percy to the wonders of iris messaging yet, Chrissa said with a smile. Iris messaging? Percy asked, looking even more confused. You'll see, the other three chorused. They wandered around downtown Denver for half an hour before finding an empty do-it-yourself car wash. They veered toward the stall farthest from the street, keeping their eyes out for patrol cars. Hanging out at a car wash without a car was slightly suspicious, especially when everyone involved looked like teenagers. What exactly are we doing? Percy asked as the satyr took out the spray gun. It's 75 cents, he grumbled. I've only got 2 quarters left. Before he could say any more, Chrissa handed him a full roll of quarters. All three people stared at her. You carry that around in your purse? Annabeth asked incredulously. Heiress, Chrissa reminded. Filthy, stinking rich over here. And my boss is literally a god. He can afford to pay me a high salary. The satyr shrugged and dropped 3 quarters into the machine. We could do it with a spray bottle, of course, but the connection isn't as good. And my arm gets tired of pumping. What are you talking about? Percy demanded. The satyr turned the settings dial to fine mist. I'm the satyr stated. Instant messaging? Percy asked, still looking horribly confused. Iris messaging, Annabeth corrected. The rainbow goddess Iris carries messages for the gods. If you know how to ask, and she's not too busy, she'll do the same for half-bloods. You summon a goddess with a spray gun. The satyr pointed the nozzle in the air and water hissed out in a thick white mist. Unless you know an easier way to make a rainbow. At some point, Percy will most likely be fully capable of manipulating water molecules in the air to form a rainbow, but he's still a few years away from that, Chrissa pointed out. The afternoon light filtered through the vapor and broke into colors. Chrissa fished a drachma out of her purse and announced, Oh, Iris, goddess of the rainbow, please accept our offering. She tossed he drachma into the rainbow and it disappeared in a golden mist. She then gestured for Annabeth to take the lead. Half-Blood Hill, Annabeth requested. The mist melted into an image of Strawberry Phi. LDS and the Long Island Sound in the distance. The image was being projected from the porch of the big house. Standing with his back to them was Luke. He was dressed in shorts and an orange tank top, and had a bronze sword in his hand. He was staring intently at something down in the meadow. Luke, Percy called. Luke turned, eyes wide. Percy, he cried, breaking into a grin. Is that Annabeth too? And Krissa? Thank the gods. Are you guys okay? We're, fine, Annabeth stammered. She was madly straightening her t-shirt and trying to comb the loose hair out of her face. We thought. Chiron, she said. He's down at the cabins, Luke said, smile fading. We're having some issues with the campers. It's probably a good thing neither Percy nor Chris are here. Listen, is everything cool with you? Is Grover all right? I'm right here, the satyr called. He held the nozzle to one side and stepped into Luke's line of vision. What kind of issues? Just then, a big Lincoln Continental pulled up. Stereo blaring some hip-hop music. Krissa pulled out her wand and cast a notice me not and a silencing charm around their area. Chiron had to break up a fight, Luke said. Things are pretty tense here. Word leaked out about the Zeus-Poseidon standoff. We're still not sure how, probably the same scumbag who summoned the Hellhound. Now the campers are starting to take sides. It's shaping up like the Trojan War all over again. Aphrodite, Ares, and Apollo are backing Poseidon, more or less. Athena is backing Zeus. I don't know if it would be better or worse if Percy and Krissa were here. I shudder to think that Clarissa's cabin would ever be on my dad's side for anything, Percy said dryly. It happens, Krissa shrugged. Ares is pretty back and forth where wars are concerned. He usually likes to back whoever will be the most inflammatory. So, what's your status? Luke asked. Chiron will be sorry he missed you. Percy began relating everything that had happened to them on their journey. Including his dreams, which Krissa did not think was the best idea. Yes, she had known Luke for several years, but Wormtail was the perfect example of how a traitor could still be someone you've known for years. And Luke had plenty of cause to hate the gods. Krissa didn't think he had done anything, but it was still better to be safe than sorry. I wish I could be there, Luke said after Percy finished. We can't help much from here, I'm afraid, but listen, it had to be Hades who took the Master Bolt. He was there at Olympus at the winter solstice. I was chaperoning a field trip and we saw him. But Chiron said the gods can't take each other's magical items directly, Percy pointed out. That's true, Luke said, still looking troubled. Still, Hades has the Helm of Darkness. How could anybody else sneak into the throne room and steal the Master Bolt? You'd have to be invisible. Everyone seemed to realize what he said at the exact same moment. Annabeth was fuming. Hey, Luke protested. I'm sorry. Annabeth, I didn't mean you. I've known you for forever, you would never do anything like that. You're like a little sister to me. Thanks, Luke, Annabeth said unhappily. I'm going to go buy a soda. Grover, give the nozzle to Krissa and come on. The satyr handed over the nozzle, and the pair walked quickly to the vending machines on the other side of the parking lot. I did not mean it that way. Luke said guiltily. I love Annabeth. We know, Luke, Krissa replied gently. Our time's almost up, she reported. Percy, listen, Luke said quickly. Are you wearing the flying shoes? I'll feel better if I know they've done you some good. Oh, yeah. Percy said, even though Krissa was perfectly aware that it was the satyr wearing the flying shoes, not her cousin. They've come in handy. Really? Luke grinned. They fit in everything. The water shut off. The mist started to evaporate. Well, take care of yourself out there in Denver, Luke called. And tell Grover it'll be better this time. Nobody will get turned into a pine tree if he just. The mist disappeared and Luke's image faded to nothing. He should not have brought that up, Cree. Saw growled as Annabeth and Percy came around the corner, drinks in hand. They stopped short upon seeing their companions' faces. What happened, Percy, Krissa? What did Luke say? Annabeth asked. He just brought up things he shouldn't have brought up, Krissa muttered. Come on, let's find some dinner. A few minutes later, they were sitting at a booth in a gleaming chrome diner. They were surrounded by families eating burgers and drinking malts and sodas. Finally, the waitress came over. She raised her eyebrows skeptically. Well, we, want to order dinner, Percy said. You kids have money to pay for it. The waitress asked. Do you accept credit cards? Krissa asked sweetly, flashing her black Amex card. The waitress's eyes widened. Why yes, ma'am. What can I get for you? Suddenly, a rumble shook the whole building. A motorcycle the size of a baby elephant had pulled up to the curb. All conversation in the diner stopped. The motorcycle's headlight glared red. Its gas tank had flames painted on it. and a shotgun holster riveted to either side, complete with shotguns. The sea was leather, but leather that looked like Caucasian human skin. Its rider was dressed in a red muscle shirt and black jeans and a black leather duster, with a hunting knife strapped to his thigh. He wore red wraparound sunglasses and had the cruelest, most brutal face to ever exist. He was handsome, but wicked, with an oily black crew cut and cheeks that were scarred from many, many fights. Chrissa knew immediately who it was. "Annabeth, dear, go sit by Percy," she ordered with a steely voice. The girl looked confused, but had just relocated to sit alongside Percy and the satyr on the other side of the table when the man walked into the diner. A hot, dry wind blew through the place at his entrance. All the people, besides their table, rose, as if they were hypnotized, but the biker waved his hand dismissively and they all sat down again. Everyone resumed their previous conversations as if nothing had happened. The waitress blinked, as if somebody had just pressed the rewind button on her brain. She asked again, "What can I get for you?" "A little of everything, I think," Ares said as he took Annabeth's previous seat beside Chrissa. She was forced to move closer to the window to avoid being touched by her odious elder brother. Ares looked up at the waitress, who was gaping at him, and said, "Are you still here?" He pointed at her, and she stiffened. She turned as if she'd been spun around, then marched back toward the kitchen. Ares looked at Percy. Chrissa could see Ares' usual emotional manipulation flash over Percy's features. "So, you're old Seaweed's kid, huh?" Ares asked. "What's it to you?" Percy asked hotly. Annabeth's eyes flashed. "Percy, this is," she began. Ares raised his hand. "'S'okay," he said. "I don't mind a little attitude. Long as you remember who's the boss. You know who I am, little cousin." Percy studied him for a moment before saying, "You're Clarissa's dad." "Ares, god of war." Ares grinned and took of his shades. "That's right, punk. I heard you broke Clarissa's spear." "She was asking for it," Percy shot back. "Probably. That's cool. I don't fight my kids' fights, you know. What I'm here for, I heard you were in town. I got a little proposition for you." The waitress returned at that moment with heaping trays of food, cheeseburgers, fries, onion rings, and chocolate shakes. Ares handed her a few gold drachmas. She looked nervously at the coins. "But, those aren't." Ares pulled out his huge knife and started cleaning his fingernails. "Problem, sweetheart?" he asked. The waitress swallowed, then left with the gold. "I could have paid for that," Chrissa pointed out. "You're officially missing, lil sis. You really want the cops hunting you down because you used your Amex?" Ares asked. "You can't just threaten people with a knife," Percy exclaimed. Ares laughed. "Are you kidding? I love this country. Best place since Sparta. Don't you carry a weapon, punk? You should. Dangerous world out there. Which brings me to my proposition. I need you to do me a favor." "What favor could I do for a god?" Percy asked warily. "Something a god doesn't have time to do himself. It's nothing much. I left my shield at an abandoned water park here in town. I was going on a little date with my girlfriend. We were interrupted. I left my shield behind. I want you to fetch it for me. Why don't you go back and get it yourself?" Percy asked hotly. Ares' eyes glowed fierily. "Why don't I turn you into a prairie dog and run you over with my Harley?" "Because I don't feel like it. A god is giving you a chance to prove yourself, Percy Jackson. Will you prove yourself a coward?" Ares asked, leaning forward. "Or maybe you only fight when there's a river to dive into. So your daddy can protect you." "We're not interested," Percy said, clearly trying to clamp down on his Ares-inspired anger. Even when the war god wasn't intentionally manipulating others' emotions, he still inspired the feeling of wanting to punch him in the face. Luke had given in to it several times, and Chrissa had once. Ares probably hadn't forgotten that. "We've already got a quest," Percy continued. Ares snorted. "I know all about your quest, punk. When that item was first stolen, Zeus sent his best out looking for it. Apollo, Athena, Artemis, and me, naturally." He glanced over at Chrissa and jerked a thumb in her direction. "And the halfling. Probably why she came along this time. If I couldn't sniff out a weapon that powerful," he said, licking his lips. "Well, if I couldn't find it, you got no hope. Nevertheless, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. Your dad and I go way back. After all, I'm the one who told him my suspicions about old corpse breath. You told him Hades had the bolt? Percy asked. Krissa mentally catalogued that information. Ares shouldn't have said that in front of her. It was just like him to attempt to start a war though. Sure, Ares said. Framing somebody to start a war. Oldest trick in the book. I recognized it immediately. In a way, you got me to thank for your little quest. Thanks, Percy grumbled. Hey, I'm a generous guy. Just do my little job, and I'll help you on your way. I'll arrange a ride west for you and your friends. We're doing just fine on our own, Percy replied. Yeah, right. Money you can't spend without being tracked. No wheels. No clue what you're up against. Help me out, and maybe I'll tell you something you need to know. Something about your mom. That caught Percy's attention immediately. My mom? He questioned. Ares grinned. That got your attention. The water park is a mile west on Delaney. You can't miss it. Look for the Tunnel of Love ride. What interrupted your date? Percy asked. Ares bared his teeth, but it wasn't as menacing as he hoped. You're lucky you met me, punk, and not one of the other Olympians. They're not as forgiving of rudeness as I am. I'll meet you back here when you're done. Don't disappoint me. And for a little extra insurance, I think little sister here is going to stick with me for the time being. Ares grabbed Krissa's arm roughly and flashed away. Krissa had just enough warning to close her eyes when Ares flashed them away. While seeing a god's true form wouldn't kill her, it was still somewhat uncomfortable in her halfway in between state. They reappeared in what Krissa recognized as Ares' temple on Olympus. She wrenched her arm out of the god's grasp and quickly moved several steps away, knives already in her hands. Don't touch me, she warned. Don't you dare touch me. You know what'll happen if you do. Ares sneered at her. Don't worry, little sister. I've got no plans of making father upset for hurting daddy's little girl. Well, if you'll excuse me. I'm going to go find father for the duration of this little exercise, Krissa growled, since I assume you won't allow me to go back to Denver until they've done what you've asked. Bingo. Ares smirked. He waved a hand, as if he could dismiss her. Go on, little sister. Go complain to daddy. He's a bit busy at the moment. Krissa stormed out of the temple and took a moment to orient herself on the streets of Olympus outside. She sheathed her knives as she moved towards the throne room, where she expected her father to be. As she walked, her t-shirt and Anne's ensemble was encased in shadows and replaced with something more appropriate for an Olympus on the verge of war. The shadows formed into her Stygian iron breastplate, bracers, and greaves, which took their place over soft black clothing suitable for sneaking around in. There were 6 visible knives on her person, 2 belted to her waist, 2 strapped to her thighs, and 2 ones on her forearms. There were many other weapons on her person, but those were the only visible ones. Before Krissa could enter the throne room, she was intercepted by a man in a Hawaiian shirt, Bermuda shorts, and Birkenstocks. She inclined her head to him, but kept her eyes on him warily. Poseidon, she greeted. What can I do for you? I would have a word with you, Luke Chrysocone, the sea god stated. Krissa raised an eyebrow at him. Need I be worried for my safety? Poseidon looked like he was resisting the urge to roll his eyes. I already have one brother threatening to start a war. I don't need my other brother and my wife against me as well. Krissa inclined her head in agreement and gestured for him to lead the way. To her surprise, Poseidon did not lead them to his temple, where he would be the safest, but instead towards a small garden behind the throne room. While the garden had no proper name, it was often called Kepos Triadelphas, or the Garden of the Three Sisters, due to the monument that stood there. The monument was a tribute to Luke, Métis, and Amphitrite for their aid in the War of the Titans. They had been the first of the Titans to convert to the side of the gods, and all 6 children of Kronos and Rhea knew that without them, the battle would not have been won. The monument had been set up after Leuce's death, so that no one would forget the 3 Oceanids who built Olympus. It was shaped much the same as a temple, except it was missing the front wall and had no roof. Each of the 3 walls had images of Luke, Métis, and Amphitrite. Métis' wall was on the left, Amphitrite's was on the right. And Leuce's wall was at the back of the monument. It was the largest of the 3 walls, depicting her long life and her mysterious death. Amphitrite comes here every time she is on Olympus, Poseidon said, breaking the silence. It pains her to see the images of her lost sisters, but she comes here anyway. She does not want to forget your métis. Well, I am alive again. I'll be a bit harder to forget now, Chrysa pointed out. But she does not see you often, Poseidon replied. She does not say so, but she often wishes that you would visit more. She thin. KS that your memories are not strong enough for you to still consider her your sister. Chrysa's eyes widened in surprise. I have always seen Amphitrite as my sister. I did not want to overstep my bow. Underease by acting as such with her though. I thought she only considered me a partial replica of her sister. She still loves you, and she misses you dearly. She knows that you are not the same now as you were then. Neither is she the same now as she was when you were first alive. Time tends to change people, even gods. We have both suffered much since we were born as sisters, Chrysa said quietly. Taking a seat at one of the benches that lined the central walkway of the hall. Poseidon took the bench across from her. I did not take the master bolt, he said bluntly after a short silence. I did not think you did. Chrysa replied calmly. Nor do I think Hades did, despite what Ares may have claimed. It did not seem like something Hades would do, Poseidon admitted. He would rather avoid us than have Zeus' symbol of power stolen. Besides, he has you back, and he's happier than I've seen him since you died. None of you attempt to see him very often, so I'm not surprised you say that, Chrysa said icily. But I digress. Why have you called me here, Poseidon? The sea god took a deep breath. Before rushing out, I want to know about my son. Chrysa took a moment to rewind that sentence in her mind. Percy, I assume. Poseidon nodded. Chrysa smiled slightly. He's a good kid. He's naturally talented with a sword, and he has the best battle instincts I've seen in a long time. He cares very deeply for his mother. And he despises his stepfather. I don't doubt that his stepfather is abusive towards both Percy and his mother. Poseidon was visibly furious. Chrysa gave him a look. There is nothing you can do about it at the moment, she lectured. Poseidon took a deep breath and let it out again. He also wants your attention, Chrysa offered. He wants to know that you didn't just sire him and then forget about him. Quote, I was there when Medusa's head arrived, Poseidon admitted. I thought it was hilarious. Your father was quite as amused. I was wondering what the reactions would be to that, Chrysa replied. I thought it was funny too. The pair shared a smile. I know you're officially not supposed to interact with him, but you should do something to show him that you care, Chrysa pointed out. Poseidon thought a moment, and then a mad grin spread on his face. What if, once this whole mess is over and done with, I send Medusa's head back to him so he can deal with his stepfather? Chrysa's face lit up. Wonderful idea. I know I'd love to be able to petrify my mortal relatives. We'll have to wait until this mess is over though. Suddenly, a loud voice announced across Olympus. Attention everyone. Hephaestus TV will begin rolling in 10 seconds, 9, 8. Poseidon snapped his fingers and a television screen appeared in front of them. On the screen were Annabeth and Percy. Inside what Chrysa suspected was the tunnel of love ride that Ares had sent them to. I knew Ares was up to something, Chrysa grumbled. When did you meet Ares? And why aren't you with Percy in the first place? Poseidon asked. Ares kidnapped me in order to get Percy, Annabeth, and the satyr to do his dirty work, Chrysa said bluntly. We're apparently watching said dirty work now. The girl is Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. Water exploded around the pool the pair was in, drenching them and washing away the metallic spiders that were coating everything. Percy pulled Annabeth into the seat next to him and fastened her seat belt just before the tidal wave slammed into their boat. The boat turned, lifted in the flood, and spun in circles around the whirlpool. Then the boat's nose turned toward the tunnel and they rocketed into the darkness. Hephaestus TV only caught rapid flashes of Percy and Annabeth screaming as the boat hurtled around curves and corners. And took 45-degree plunges past pictures of Romeo and Juliet and miniature cupids. You should be proud of him, Chrysa noted. He's only known he's your son for a week and he's already controlling water. I am proud of him, Poseidon said, and Chrysa could see it in every aspect of his being. He truly loved and was proud of Percy. Will you tell him so? The sea god asked. I will, Chrysa said. They watched as Percy and Annabeth rocketed towards the exit of the ride, which was chained shut. Percy and Annabeth unfastened their seatbelts and argued about jumping for it. Thankfully, Percy gave in to Annabeth. She was probably better at physics anyway. They jumped out of the boat even as it struck the sealed gates. They were thrown through the air, straight over the gates, over the pool at the end of the ride, and down towards solid asphalt. Miracle of miracles, the satyr managed to catch them, even if he was unable to completely stop their fall due to their combined weight. He was able to slow it, though. And while the pair were banged up upon hitting the ground, they looked fine overall. Percy still had Ares' shield on his arm. The pair got the satyr out from where he had crashed into a photo board, and then turned back towards the cameras and spotlights. Percy waved at them. "Show's over," he yelled. "Thank you. Good night." The screen went black. "Well, that was amusing," Chrysa said. "I suppose so," Poseidon said. Even if it was a child of Athena with Percy. Chrysa stared at her uncle for a moment, then stated, "I'm going to laugh at you if those two get together." Repeatedly. "While following you around your palace. Trite will let me." Poseidon sighed. "Fine. If they get together, which I highly doubt, you have bragging rights." Any more conversation was interrupted by a loud voice bellowing. "Poseidon, I think fathers realized we're both here," Chrysa said dryly. Zeus stormed in a moment later, eyes fixed on Poseidon, looking absolutely furious. "What is the meaning of this, brother? Why have you absconded with my daughter? Do you mean to do her harm?" he demanded. Father, Chrysa soothed, standing up and gesturing towards herself. "I'm fine. Poseidon and I were simply talking about Amphitrite. We've planned a visit once this little mess is over." Zeus still looked suspicious, even as his eyes scanned Chrysa for any harm. "When are you planning to visit?" he asked. Chrysa glanced at Poseidon. "June 23rd. I can't do the 22nd, I'm hosting a dinner party. And I'm supposed to be in England on the 24th. Anti-Voldemort rallies and all that. The 23rd sounds good to me." Poseidon agreed with a smile. "What dinner party are you hosting on the 22nd? Zeus asked. "And why am I not invited?" "You are. Hera knows. It's her job to get you there. It's black tie, by the way. Trite's bringing you, Poseidon." Both gods stared at her. "I think I may be busy that day," Zeus hedged. "Ray's coming. I'll clear my schedule," Zeus said quickly. "Me too," Poseidon added. Chrysa smirked at them. "Your wives cleared them for you," she replied sweetly. Both gods groaned. Chrysa mentally checked the time. "Well, I do have to get back to Denver. Please don't attempt to murder each other once I'm gone. I will be very upset if either of you miss my dinner party." The shadows came up from around her and transported her back to the diner parking lot in Denver. Ares was already there, leaning against his motorcycle. "Might want to change, sweetheart," Ares said, giving her a leering once-over. "Ancient Greek assassin isn't exactly the fashion choice around here." "Ha ha." Chrysa deadpanned, even as the shadows up to return her t-shirt, jeans, and combat boots. It was a good thing that she came back when she did, because as soon as she was dressed again, Percy, Annabeth, and the satyr rounded the corner. Well, Ares said. "You didn't get yourself killed. You knew it was a trap," Percy accused. Ares grinned wickedly. "Bet that." Crippled blacksmith was surprised when he netted a couple of stupid kids. "You look good on TV," he mocked. Percy shoved his shield at him. "You're a jerk," he said firmly. Annabeth and the satyr held their breaths. Ares grabbed his shield and spun it in the air. It melted into a bulletproof vest, which he slung across his back. "See that truck over there?" he asked, pointing to an 18-wheel. "Are parked across the street from the diner. That's your ride. Take you straight to LA, with one stop in Vegas." The sign on the back of the truck read, "Kindness International, Humane Zoo Transport. Warning. Live wild animals." "You're kidding," Percy said. Ares snapped his fingers, and the back door of the truck unlatched. "Free ride west, punk. Stop complaining. And here's a little something for doing the job." He grabbed a blue nylon backpack off the handlebars of his motorcycle and tossed it to Percy, who looked inside. "I don't want your lousy," Percy began, but the satyr interrupted him. "Thank you, Lord Ares," he said, giving Percy a warning look. "Thanks a lot." Percy was gritting his teeth, looking like he was trying not to explode. "You owe me one more thing," Percy told the war god. "You promised me information about my mother. You sure you can handle the news?" Ares said, kick-starting his motorbike. "She's not dead." Percy looked shocked. "What do you mean?" "I mean she Was taken away from the Minotaur before she could die. She was turned into a shower of gold, right? That's metamorphosis, not death. She's being kept, Ares stated. Kept? Why? Percy demanded. You need to study war, punk. Hostages. You take somebody to control somebody else, Ares pointed out. Nobody's controlling me, Percy said angrily. Ares laughed. Oh, yeah, see you around, kid. Percy balled his fists. You're pretty smug, Lord Ares, for a guy who runs from Cupid statues. Ares' eyes glowed red. A hot wind blew all around them. We'll meet again, Percy Jackson. Next time you're in a fight, watch your back. He revved his Harley, then roared off down Delancey Street. That probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, Percy, Chrissa pointed out. I don't care, the boy replied. You don't want a god as your enemy. Especially not that god, Annabeth said. Hey, guys, the satyr said, I hate to interrupt, but. He pointed towards the diner, where two men in Kindness International uniforms were paying their check. If we're taking the Zoo Express, we need to hurry, the satyr said. The four ran across the street and climbed in the back of the big rig, closing the doors behind them. The stench was immediate. It smelled like no one had bothered to clean the refuse out of the truck in days. Chrissa whipped out her wand and ordered, Lumos. The tip of the wand lit up, illuminating. A row of filthy metal cages holding pathetic-looking zoo animals, a zebra, an albino lion, and an antelope. This is kindness, the satyr yelled. Humane zoo transport. Before he could say any more, the truck's engine roared to life and the trailer started shaking. They were forced to sit before they fell down. Chrissa dug deep into her purse and pulled out 3 camping lanterns. She gave one to each of the children. Here, turn these on. I'm going to need my wand. Once the lanterns were on, Chrissa ordered, Nox. Before casting an air-freshening spell, she then used her wand to levitate the correct food to each animal. Before going over to sit by the lion, Hello, she said. My name is Chrysocomb. Do you have a name? No, lady, the lion replied. They never needed to give us names. Though one of the drivers has been calling me, Snowy. May I give you a name? Chrissa murmured, reaching into the cage to stroke his tangled mane. The lion bowed his head. I would be honored, lady. Chrissa thought for a moment before asking, how about Kyrios? It means, Lord. It is an honor for the lady to name me a lord, the lion replied. I found a water jug, if we want to refill their bowls, Percy said quietly. Chrissa jumped slightly. She hadn't realized he had come up behind her. I wouldn't trust anything that came from this place, she said scornfully. She cast a scouring charm on the lion's water bowl and then ordered, Aguamenti. The bowl filled with fresh, clean water. Chrissa moved around the room and did the same to the water bowls of the zebra and the antelope. The satyr had calmed the antelope down. And Annabeth was in the process of cutting the balloon off its horn. Can we get the gum out of the zebra's hair? Percy asked. Annabeth looked regretful. I think it's too risky. With all the bumping around we're doing. I promise we'll help you more in the morning, Chrissa whispered to the lion, stroking his mane. We can't do much right now. We're stuck here too. That's all right, lady. Kyrios the lion replied. It is enough. The lion seemed to share her opinions that it was time to sleep. The satyr curled up on a turnip sack. Annabeth opened the bag of double-stuffed Oreos from Ares. Percy settled down beside her. Chrissa stayed next to the lion, fingers tangled in his mane, as she curled up on the ground. She was almost asleep when Annabeth began to talk. Hey, she said. I'm sorry for freaking out at the water park, Percy. That's okay, the boy replied. It's just, she shuddered. Spiders. Because of the Arachne story, Percy guessed. She got turned into a spider for challenging your mom to a weaving contest, right? Chrissa couldn't see her, but she assumed Annabeth nodded. Arachne's children have been taking revenge on the children of Athena ever since. If there's a spider within a mile of me, it'll find me. I hate the creepy little things. Anyway, I owe you. We're a team, remember? Percy said. Besides, Grover did the fancy flying. I was pretty amazing, wasn't I? The satyr mumbled. Annabeth and Percy laughed. In the Iris message, what did Luke say? Annabeth asked. He said you and he go way back. He also said Grover wouldn't fail this time. Nobody would turn into a pine tree. The satyr let out a mournful bray. I should have told you the truth from the beginning, the satyr said, voice trembling. I thought if you knew what a failure I was, you wouldn't want me along. I've known that you were the satyr who tried to rescue Talia, Percy replied. Krissa told me my first day of camp. She still blames me, the satyr said glumly. And the other two half-bloods Talia befriended, the ones who got safely to camp, that was you and Luke, wasn't it? Percy asked, presumably directing the question to Annabeth. Like you said, Percy. A 7-year-old half-blood wouldn't have made it very far alone. Athena guided me toward help. Talia was 12. Luke was 14. They'd both run away from home, like me. They'd been working together for almost 2 years before they found me. They were happy to take me with them. They were amazing monster fighters, even without training. We traveled north from Virginia without any real plans, fending off monsters for about 4 months before Grover found us. I was supposed to escort Talia to camp, the satyr said, sniffling. Only Talia. I had strict orders from Sheer on. Don't do anything that would slow down the rescue. We knew Hades was after her, but I couldn't just leave Luke and Annabeth by themselves. I thought I could lead all 3 of them to safety. It was my fault the kindly ones caught up with us. I froze. I got scared on the way back to camp and took some wrong turns. If I'd just been a little quicker. Stop it, Annabeth said. No one blames you. Talia didn't blame you either. She sacrificed herself to save us, the satyr said miserably. Her death was my fault. The Council of Cloven Elders said so. Krissa says so. Krissa sighed and sat up abruptly. I don't truly blame you, Grover Underwood, she stated tiredly. The 3 jumped at the sound of her voice. You don't. The satyr asked in a small voice. Not entirely. A piece of the blame rests on you. But it also rests on Father, Hades, and me. Krissa sighed and looked down at her lap. Talia ran away from home in March of 1998. I learned about the gods in May of 1998. And I first spoke to Father in December of that same year. December 22nd, to be exact. Talia's birthday. But Father didn't tell me I had a little sister out there, a little sister that I could have saved had I known. I didn't learn about Talia's existence at all until I arrived at camp until September of 2002, 3 months after she had died. I could have helped her. But if I'd known about Talia as soon as I knew about the gods, she never would have met Luke and Annabeth. They both would have died before making it to camp. That's right, Annabeth said. I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for Talia and Grover. Neither would Luke. We don't care what the council says. It's just my luck, the satyr sniffled. I'm the lamest satyr ever, and I find the 2 most powerful half-bloods of the century. Talia and Percy. You didn't find me, Krissa pointed out. But I got directions from my boss, so there were no satyrs involved. Your boss? Percy asked in confusion. I never told you. Krissa asked in surprise. I have a summer job working for one of the gods. My contract doesn't allow me to speak of who I work for, but I'm pretty much an administrative assistant between the months of March and September. This is my first time being at camp during the normal summer season. That's why only the year-rounders know me. My boss and I are friends, of a sort, as much as you can be friends with a god. So he tells me things. Current Olympian gossip, information on potential enemies, where to find Camp Half-Blood. Back to the original subject, you're not lame, Grover, Annabeth insisted. You've got more courage than any satyr I've ever met. Name one other who would dare go to the underworld. I bet Percy is really glad you're here right now. Krissa saw her foot shift. Presumably kicking Percy for his response. Yeah, Percy said. It's not luck that you found Talia and me, Grover. You've got the biggest heart of any satyr ever. You're a natural searcher. That's why you'll be the one to find Pan. Quote, if you manage to find a child of Hades though, we're going to have to rethink your talents, Krissa added. The satyr let out a deep, satisfied sigh. They waited for him to say more. But he started snoring instead. How does he do that? Percy marveled. I don't know, Annabeth said. But that was a really nice thing you told him. I meant it, Percy replied. Annabeth rubbed her necklace like she was thinking deep, strategic thoughts. That pine tree bead, Percy said. Is that from your first year? She looked down. She hadn't realized what she was doing. Yeah, she said. Every August, the counselors pick the most important event of the summer, and they paint it on that year's beads. I've got to Leah's pine tree, a Greek trireme on fire, a centaur. R in a prom dress, now that was a weird summer. And the college ring is your father's? Percy asked. That's none of your. Annabeth stopped herself. Yeah, it is. You don't have to tell me, Percy said. Annabeth glanced at Chrissa. Chrissa already knows the story. I kinda rant to her a lot, Annabeth said. I don't mind telling you. She took a shaky breath. My dad sent it to me folded up in a letter, 2 summers ago. The ring was, like, his main keepsake from Athena. He wouldn't have gotten through his doctoral program at Harvard without her. That's a long story. Anyway, he wanted me to have it. He apologized for being a jerk, said he loved me and missed me. He wanted me to come home and live with him. That doesn't sound so bad, Percy pointed out. Yeah, well, the problem was, I believed him. I tried to go home for that school year, but my stepmom was the same as ever. She didn't want her kids put in danger by living with a freak. Monsters attacked. We argued. Monsters attacked. We argued. I didn't even make it through winter break. I called Chiron, who sent Chrissa to bring me right back to Camp Half-Blood. Percy looked over at Chrissa, who shrugged. I talked to Annabeth's parents while she was at school. They technically signed over custody of her to me. Apparently I'm a bit more comforting than a man in a wheelchair who turns into a centaur. You think you'll ever try living with your dad again? Percy asked Annabeth. Please, I'm not into self-inflicted pain, Annabeth replied, though she wouldn't meet Percy's eyes. You shouldn't give up, Percy told her. You should write him a letter or something. Thanks for the advice, Annabeth said coldly, but my father's made his choice about who he wants to live with. They passed another few minutes in silence. So if the gods fight, Percy said, will things line up the way they did with the Trojan War? Will it be Athena against Poseidon? Annabeth leaned her head against the backpack from Ares and closed her eyes. I don't know what my mom will do. I just know I'll fight next to you. Why? Percy asked. Because you're my friend, Seaweed Brain. Any more stupid questions? Annabeth fell asleep before Percy could respond. Don't worry, Percy, Chrissa said with a yawn as she laid back down. If things turn into a war, I'll kidnap you and Annabeth and we can go live on my private island. You have a private island? Percy asked. I told you, I'm filthy rich. Now go to sleep. The next morning, it took both Annabeth and the satyr shaking Percy to get him to wake up. The truck stopped, the satyr said. We think they're coming to check on the animals. Hide, Annabeth hissed. She pulled her Yankees cap onto her head. Percy and the satyr dived behind feed sacks. Chrissa cast disillusionment spells on them. Then backed into the shadows, which came up to hide her. The trailer doors creaked open. Sunlight and heat poured in. Man, one of the truckers said, waving his hand in front of his nose. I wish I hauled appliances. Quote. He climbed inside and poured some water from a jug into the animals' dishes. You hot, big boy? He asked Kyrios, before splashing the rest of the jug into the lion's face. Kyrios roared in indignation. Chrissa resisted the urge to do the same, or better yet, curse the man into oblivion. However, cursing muggles was still illegal, especially in the US. Yeah, the man said. The trucker threw the antelope a squashed-looking Happy Meal bag. He smirked at the zebra. How ya doin', Stripes? Least we'll be getting rid of you this stop. You like magic shows. You're gonna love this one. They're gonna saw you in half. The zebra was wide-eyed with fear. There was a loud knock on the side of the trailer. The trucker inside yelled, What do you want, Eddie? Eddie yelled back, Maurice. What did you say? What are you hanging for? Knock. What banging? Eddie yelled in response. Maurice rolled his eyes and went back outside, cursing at Eddie all the while. Annabeth pulled off her cap, appearing beside Percy. Chrissa stepped out of the shadows and cancelled the disillusionment charms. This transport business can't be legal, Annabeth said. No kidding, the satyr replied. They're animal smugglers, lady, Kyrios said. Kyrios says that they're animal smugglers, Chrissa volunteered. Who's Kyrios? Annabeth and Percy asked. The lion, Chrissa replied. We've got to free them. The satyr insisted. Percy grabbed his sword and slashed the lock off the zebra's cage. It burst out, then turned to Percy and bowed. The satyr held his hands up and said a blessing in goat speak. Maurice poked his head back inside to check the noise, but the zebra was faster. It leapt over his head and into the street. There was yelling and screaming and cars honking. All four rushed to the doors of the trailer in time to see the zebra galloping down a wide boulevard lined with hotels and casinos and neon signs. Maurice and Eddie ran after it, with a few policemen running after them shouting, "Hey! You need a permit for that. Now would be a good time to leave," Annabeth pointed out. "The other animals first," the satyr said firmly. Percy cut the locks with his sword. The satyr raised his hands and spoke the same goat blessing he'd used for the zebra. "Good luck," Percy told the animals. The antelope and the lion burst out of their cages. The antelope jumped out of the truck immediately, but the lion stayed to nudge Chris's waist. "Thank you, lady," he said. "Do you want me to send you to my father instead?" Chrissa asked, kneeling down to wrap her arms around the zebra's neck. "He'll take care of you." Kyrios hesitated. "I would like that, lady." Chrissa turned to the other three, who were watching them. "Go on," she said. "I'll catch up once I take care of him." They looked hesitant, but grabbed Aries' backpack and stumbled out of the trunk. Chrissa, keeping her arms wrapped around the lion, pulled the shaw dows around them both and transported them to Mount Olympus. As expected, Zeus was in the throne room. "Father," Chrissa exclaimed, "could you take care of this lion for me? Please. I know lions are one of your less well-known symbols. But he really needs help." The Lord of the Sky looked slightly stunned that his daughter had just randomly appeared with a half-starved albino lion. "As you wish, daughter," he said. He opened his mouth to speak again, but Chrissa was faster. "I have to get back to Vegas now. Love you. Bye." The shadows enveloped her again, and she reappeared in Percy's shadow as they walked through Vegas. "Kyrios is all taken care of," she announced. All three jumped. "Stop doing that," Annabeth exclaimed, clutching her heart. "You're going to give me a heart attack before I'm 30. Chrissa shrugged. "Sorry. I can't help it." They continued walking through Vegas, passing Monte Carlo, the MGM, pyramids, a pirate ship, and the miniature Statue of Liberty. They somehow ended up standing at a dead end in front of the Lotus Hotel and Casino. Chrissa had never actually seen the entrance before. It was a huge neon flower, the petals lighting up and blinking, as she and Hades always shadow traveled in when they wanted to visit their kids. The doorman smiled at them. "Hey, kids, you look tired. You want to come in and sit down?" Chrissa knew what a bad idea it was, but, just like with Medusa, she couldn't tell them that. "Whoa," the satyr said as they stepped inside. Just like every other time she had visited the casino, Chrissa was impressed. The whole lobby was his giant game room. There was an indoor waterslide around the glass elevator, which went straight up for at least 40 floors. There was a climbing wall on one side of the building, and an indoor bungee jumping bridge. There were virtual reality suites with working laser guns, and hundreds of video games, each one the size of a widescreen TV. Waitresses and snack bars served every kind of food one could imagine. It was any teenager's paradise. "Hey," a bellhop said as he approached them. He wore a white and yellow Hawaiian shirt with lotus designs, shorts, and flip-flops. "Welcome to the Lotus Casino," he said. "Here's your room key." But," Percy stammered. No, the bellhop laughed. "The bill's taken care of. No extra charges, no tips. Just go on up to the top floor, room 4001. If you need anything, like extra bubbles for the hot tub, or skeet targets for the shooting range, or whatever, just call the front desk. Here are your Lotus Cash cards. They work in the restaurants and on all the games and rides." "How much is on here?" Percy asked as he took his green plastic credit card. "What do you mean?" the bellhop asked, his eyebrows knitting together. "I mean, when does it run out of cash?" Percy questioned. The bellhop laughed. "Oh, you're making a joke. Hey, that's cool. Enjoy your stay. I would like a separate room," Chrissa said quickly. The bellhop startled, but handed her another room key. 4002. Right next door to theirs, the bellhop stated. The four rode up the elevator to the 40th floor, where their rooms were. The other three were in a 3-bedroom suite, complete with a fully stocked snack bar. "Oh, goodness," Annabeth said. "This place is sweet," the satyr said. "Absolutely sweet. Showers, then meet back here," Percy offered. "My suite is right through there," Chrissa said, pointing at a door in the living room. I'll be right out, if you need me. She went into her suite and bathed in a shower that could have held 4 people. There were windows in the bathroom that let in the natural sunlight, so Krissa wrapped a towel around herself and tossed a drachma into the rainbow the water created. "O Iris, goddess of the rainbow, accept my offering," she said. Hades. In the underworld. The image formed of Hades, sitting at his desk, scribbling furiously at his paperwork. Thankfully, he was alone. "Adonis," she called teasingly. Hades looked up, eyes immediately finding her barely dressed form. "Hello, darling," he said in a low voice, nearly purring. "What's this call? I thought you were on a quest with the little sea child." "I am," Krissa replied with a smile. "We took a detour to the Lotus Casino. It'll take them a bit to figure out what's going on. I was wondering if you'd like to stop by for a bit. Then maybe we could go spend some time with the kids." Hades began to smile. "I'll be right over. Actually, finish whatever paper you're working on. I need to make sure that the kids actually go play some games," Krissa said with a sigh. "You can come over when you're done, and I'll be back up here once I'm sure they're busy." Hades glanced down at the pile of paperwork in front of him. "It may take a few minutes," he admitted. Krissa blew him a kiss. "I'll be waiting," she teased, just before slashing her hand through the water to end the connection. She quickly got dressed in the hotel-provided clothing, a KY emerald blouse that brought out her eyes and a pair of black leather Daisy Dukes, completed by a pair of black, lace-up, thigh-high boots with stiletto heels. She quickly pulled her hair away from her face and added on a bit of hotel-provided makeup before returning to the kids' living room. Thanks to the hotel's magic, they said nothing about her appearance. Grover was eating a bag of potato chips while Annabeth watched National Geographic. Percy came out from his room, hair still wet from his own shower, and immediately asked Annabeth, "All those stations, and you turn on National Geographic? Are you insane? It's interesting." Annabeth defended. "I feel good," the satyr said. "I love this place." Without his even realizing it, the wings sprouted out of his shoes and lifted him a foot off the ground, then back down again. "So what now?" Annabeth asked. "Sleep." Percy and the satyr looked at each other and grinned. They held up their green plastic casino cards. "Playtime," Percy said. After that, it was a mad rush for the kids to get to the elevator. Krissa returned to her room to find Hades waiting for her. She closed the door behind her and made sure the door from her living room to the kids was locked. She used her shadows to make her movement to Hades immediate. "So, darling," Krissa said, trailing a hand down Hades' chest. "Ready for a little playtime of our own?" His only response was a passionate kiss. A few hours later, in real time, not Lotus Casino time, they were dressed in more proper clothes and went off through the hotel to track down Nico and Bianca. The other guests of the hotel somehow sensed Hades' power and moved out of his way without consciously realizing what they were doing. They found Nico where they usually found him, at the Mythomagic table. A wave of Hades' hand freed him from the hold the hotel had on him. His face lit up upon seeing them. "Mama, Papa," he cried out excitedly. Nico abandoned his Mythomagic cards in order to embrace his parents. "I've missed you. How were your meetings these past few days? Are we going to leave soon?" He babbled excitedly. "Soon, Nicolo," Krissa said as she hugged her son tightly. "It won't be too much longer now. A few days. A week at most, I think. Then we'll be able to be a family again." She gave her son one last hug, then pulled away, allowing Hades to do the same. "Do you know where your sister is, Tessero?" Krissa asked, a hint of an Italian accent coloring her words. "She's playing the archery game again," Nico said, his shoulders drooping slightly. "She never wants to play with me anymore." Krissa leaned down so she was at eye level with her son. "Bianca loves you very much, my Nicolo. She just needs some time to herself every now and then. She's almost a teenager after all," she said with a smile and a small laugh. Nico smiled in reply. "All right, Mama. Are we having family time?" he asked, looking up at his father. "Indeed we are," Hades rumbled, a smile on his face as well. Nico ran ahead through the casino, dodging through the people and games like he had been there for years, even though it was only 7 weeks in his mind. As Nico had said, Bianca was at an archery game, firing arrows into different things, targets, animals, random flying things, with near-perfect accuracy. Can we make bows of Stygian iron? Krissa whispered in Hades' ear. Because I think she needs one. I'll set the spirits on it, Hades promised. He waved his hand, and Bianca was also freed from her trance, though her attention remained on the game. Bianca, Nico yelled. Quiet, Nico, I almost beat my high score. The older girl scolded. She was 12 years old now, the same age as Percy and Annabeth. Deep inside, Krissa knew her desperation to keep her cousin alive so that her children could one day be free of this place. But Bianca, Nico whined, but she cut him off again. I don't care about your mythomagic game, Nico, I want to finish this. But Mama and Papa are here. Bianca froze, and the split second of inattention caused her to miss one of her targets. She set the game controllers down and turned around. Like Nico, her face lit up and she flung herself at them. Mama, Papa. Unlike her brother, Bianca managed to catch both of her parents in one hug. She clutched their necks tightly as they embraced her in turn. We're having a family day, Bianca. Nico exclaimed happily. You, me, Mama, and Papa. All four of us. Even before they had been in the Lotus Hotel and Casino, family days with all four of them had been very rare. Are we staying at the hotel, or going out? Bianca asked. Hades and Krissa exchanged glances. Twice now, they had snuck the children out of the hotel and done family days somewhere else. One of the times, they had a week at Disney World. Krissa had spoken to Zeus first, and they had exchanged oaths that Zeus would not harm them as long as Hades and Krissa took the pair back to the casino when they were done. Inside this time, I think. Krissa said slowly. She needed to be here in case Percy, Annabeth, or the satyr managed to snap out of the Lotus Eater's control. Papa will only be here today, but I'll be staying a little while longer. What would you like to do first? Mythomagic, Nico exclaimed, just as Bianca exclaimed, shooting range. How about we go to lunch first? Hades said smoothly. I'm feeling a bit peckish. The children exchanged glances. Lunch sounds good, Bianca said, and Nico nodded. Eventually, they did get to both the shooting range and Mythomagic, as well as swimming in the pool, going bowling, and playing Monopoly. They ended the day by watching Bambi 2 in Nico and Bianca's bedroom, all curled up together on the bed. All four of them had gone together to see the original Bambi in theaters in 1942. Just as they had every other Disney animated film released before Maria's death. The last film they had seen together was The Three Caballeros in February of 1945. Once they had put the children to bed, Hades destroyed his block on the hotel's powers, leaving them unchanging and unaware of the passage of time. He turned to Krissa and kissed her sweetly. I'll see you soon, I hope. He whispered against her lips. Hopefully my cousin will be able to break the spell so we can get out of here, Krissa replied, before kissing him again. Anything that returns you to my side is something that I can get behind, Hades said. Feel free to send me my paperwork. I'm sure I'll be here for a few more days. If the solstice passes, I'm getting myself out, she replied. Fair enough, Hades said. I'll see you on the solstice then. I'll see you on the solstice, Krissa repeated. By Krissa's count, it was June 20th by the time that Percy figured out something was wrong. He had already freed Annabeth and the satyr, though the satyr still looked half entranced and had his arms held tightly by Annabeth and Percy, when he found her at playing Mythomagic with Nico. Bianca, unfortunately, was elsewhere in the casino. Krissa, Percy exclaimed. We need to go. This place is a trap. Krissa laid down her cards and stood up swiftly. I was wondering when you'd figure it out. I'm ready if you are. Nico looked heartbroken. You're leaving already? He asked despondently. Krissa smiled sadly at him and carded her fingers through his hair. It's all right, Nico. I'll come back and see you soon. Tell your sister, all right. All right, Nico said, standing up and embracing Krissa. I'll miss you. I'll miss you too, Tesoro, Krissa whispered into his ear. I love you very much. Tell your sister I love here. Of course, Nico said with a smile. Krissa waved goodbye to him as she walked away. I'll see you soon, she called. The Lotus bellhop hurried up to them when they hit the lobby. Well, now, are you ready for your platinum cards? He asked. We're leaving, Percy said firmly. Such a shame, he said earnestly. We just added an entire new floor full of games for platinum card members. He held out the cards. The satyr reached for one, but Annabeth yanked back his arm and said, "No, thanks." They walked out of the door, and into much different weather than they'd walked in under. It was still mid-afternoon, but now it was stormy, with heat lightning flashing out in the desert. Percy ran to check the nearest newspaper stand. Chrissa noted that Aries' backpack was now on his shoulder. The other three followed close behind him. "It's been 5 days," he told them. "We only have 1 day left. What should we do?" Annabeth pulled out the Green Lotus cash card and held it up. "We take a taxi," she replied. All 4 of them got into a taxi van, and Annabeth told the driver, "Los Angeles, please." "That's 300 miles, the cabbie said as he chewed his cigar. "For that, you gotta pay up front. You accept casino debit cards?" Annabeth asked. He shrugged. "Some of 'em. Same as credit cards. I gotta swipe 'em through first." Annabeth handed him her Green Lotus cash card. He looked at it skeptically. "Swipe it," Annabeth invited. He did, and the meter machine began rattling. Finally, an infinity symbol came up next to the $sign. The cigar fell out of the driver's mouth, and he looked back at them with widened eyes. "Where to in Los Angeles, Your Highness?" "The Santa Monica Pier," Annabeth instructed, sitting up a little straighter. "Get us there fast. And you can keep the change." The cab's speedometer never dropped below 95 the entire way through the Mojave Desert. Once the privacy shield was up, Percy said, "I had another dream. But I can't remember it all." "Tell us, Percy," Chrissa urged. "I was back in the dark cavern, spirits of the dead everywhere. The thing in the pit was speaking again, but it wasn't talking to me this time. There was a throne room, too. It asked if someone, he, suspected anything, and it had this invisible servant that said no. The servant, I think it was a male, it sounded like someone I know. But I don't know who. The servant called the monster in the pit something other than, 'My Lord,' some special title or name," Percy said, his voice trailing off. "The Silent One," Annabeth suggested. "The Rich One. Both of those are nicknames for Hades." "Maybe," Percy replied, though he sounded doubtful. "That throne room sounds like Hades," the satyr said. "That's the way it's usually described." Percy shook his head. "Something's wrong. The throne room wasn't the main part of the dream. And that voice from the pit, I don't know. It just didn't feel like a god's voice." Something was niggling in the back of Chris's mind. More specifically, something was niggling in the back of Luke's mind. She decided to let the children finish their thoughts first. Maybe she could make some more connections. Annabeth's eyes widened. "What?" Percy asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just, no, it has to be Hades. Maybe he sent this thief, this invisible thief, to get the master bolt, and something went wrong." "Like what?" Percy questioned. I don't know. But if he stole Zeus' symbol of power from Olympus, and the gods were hunting him, I mean, a lot of things could go wrong. So this thief had to hide the bolt. Or he lost it somehow. Anyway, he failed to bring it to Hades. That's what the voice said in your dream, right? The guy failed. That would explain what the Furies were searching for when they came after us on the bus. Maybe they thought we had retrieved the bolt. But if I'd already retrieved the bolt, Percy said, why would I be traveling to the underworld? To threaten Hades, the satyr suggested. To bribe or blackmail him into getting your mom back. Percy whistled. You have evil thoughts for a goat. Why, thank you, the satyr replied. But the ing in the pit said it was waiting for 2 items, Percy said. If the master bolt is one, what's the other? The satyr shook his head. Annabeth looked a bit paler. Chrissa knew what the second item was. Percy, she asked in a low voice. The name the servant called the thing in the pit by, was it perhaps the Crooked One? Percy's face lit up. Yeah, that was it. Chrissa felt her already pale skin pale further. Annabeth and the satyr both looked on the verge of shock. But, he's dead. The satyr exclaimed. Chrissa shook her head. Not dead. Just dissipated. It's always possible to reform in Tartarus. Just as the monsters reform in Tartarus. This time, it just took a really long time. Ancient things are awakening, things that haven't been seen since the ancient days, her voice I led off as her mind drifted to what other ancient things might be returning. Her uncles, certainly. Potentially followed by her grandmother. This is bigger than we know, she said abruptly. We must continue to the underworld. But this quest will not proceed as we expected it to. If at any point I tell you to run, I expect you to run away and not look back, understand? All three looked confused. But what if you need help? Percy asked. Then I will get it. But if it comes to the point where I need help, you will not be able to aid me. You will need to run. Run far, run fast. Run to the ocean, if you can. It will protect you, Percy, and you can use it to protect Annabeth. And she glanced at the satyr, before wincing and saying, Grover. Trust me on this. All right, Percy said confused. The answer is in the underworld. Annabeth said. You saw the spirits of the dead, Percy. There's only one place that could be. We're doing the right thing. The cab continued to speed west, and EY spent most of the rest of the journey in awkward conversations about the land of the dead. Chryssa spent it in silence, hoping, praying that Kronos was not well on his way to returning. They arrived at the beach at Santa Monica around sunset and walked down to the edge of the surf. What now? Annabeth asked. Now Percy and I go talk to a sea nymph, Chryssa said, kicking off her shoes and tying her hair back. But you're the daughter of the Lord of the Sky. Should you really be going into the ocean while Zeus and Poseidon are on the verge of war? Annabeth asked. I'm also Poseidon's great-granddaughter. Besides, Uncle and I had a short chat when Ares kidnapped me. He bears no ill feelings towards me, Chryssa said. Percy turned violently to Chryssa. You talked to my dad. Chryssa smiled at him. Walk and talk, Percy. We don't have much time. They walked into the surf together, past their ankles, up to their waists, up to their chests. Annabeth called after them, you know how polluted that water is. There's all kinds of toxic. Their heads went under. Chryssa could tell that Percy was still holding his breath. She was far more used to breathing underwater than he was. They walked down into the shoals and beds of sand dollars. A pair of mako sharks met them there. Chryssa grabbed onto the fin of one mako shark and watched Percy grab onto the other. The sharks deposited them at the edge of the ocean proper, where the sand bank dropped off into a huge chasm. The surface shimmered 150 feet above them. A nereid glimmered in the darkness below them. Percy Jackson, she called. She had flowing black hair, a dress made of green silk, and rode a stallion-sized seahorse. She dismounted, and the seahorse went off to play with the mako sharks. She only looked mildly surprised to see Chryssa. We were wondering whether you would come, little cousin. I'm here, Chryssa said, extending her arms and gesturing towards herself. I am chaperoning this adventure. I'm chaperoning Percy to make sure you are a nereid sent by Lord Poseidon and not a clever trap to kill him. The nereid looked offended. Nothing in the ocean would kill our sea prince. You have yet to tell us your name. Chryssa pointed out. Ah, the nereid said. I am Iphianissa. She turned to smile at Percy. You've come far, Percy Jackson. Well done. He bowed to her, looking slightly bewildered. You're the woman who spoke to me in the Mississippi River, he said. Yes, child. I am a nereid, a spirit of the sea. It was not easy to appear so far upriver, but the naiads, my freshwater cousins, helped sustain my life force. They honor Lord Poseidon, though they do not serve in his court, Iphianissa said. And, you serve in Poseidon's court? Percy asked. She nodded. It has been NY years since a child of the sea god has been born. We have watched you with great interest. If my father is so interested in me, Percy said, why isn't he here? Why doesn't he speak to me? Do not judge the Lord of the Sea too harshly, Iphianissa said. He stands at the brink of an unwanted war. He has much to occupy his time. Besides, he is forbidden to help you directly. The gods may not show such favoritism, even to their own children. Percy asked. Especially to them. The gods can work by indirect influence only. That is why I give you a warning, and a gift. She held out her hand. And extended 3 white pearls to Percy. I know you journey to Hades' realm, she said. Few mortals have ever done this and survived. Orpheus, who had great music skill, Hercules, who had great strength, Houdini, who could escape even the depths of Tartarus. Do you have these talents? No, ma'am. Ah, but you have something else, Percy. You have gifts you have only begun to know. The oracles have foretold a great and terrible future for you, should you survive to manhood. Poseidon would not have you die before your time. Therefore take these, and when you are in need, smash a pearl at your feet. What will happen? Percy asked. That, she said, depends on the need. But remember, what belongs to the sea will always return to the sea. What about the warning? Percy asked. Her eyes flickered with green light. Go with what your heart tells you, or you will lose all. Hades feeds on doubt and hopelessness. He will trick you if he can, make you mistrust your own judgment. Once you are in his realm, he will never willingly let you leave. Krissa bristled at the insult to her husband. He did not keep people in the underworld unjustly. Except Seth, but that was a different story. Keep faith, the Nereid instructed. Good luck, Percy Jackson. She summoned her seahorse and rode toward the void. Wait, Percy called. At the river, you said not to trust the gifts. What gifts? Goodbye, young hero. She called back. You must listen to your heart. And Lady Krissa, there are some who would speak to you if you would wait behind. I'll wait, Krissa called back, but IPH. Yanissa had already faded into a spot of green light. Go on back, Percy. I'll catch up, no matter where you are. Okay, Percy said uncertainly, before kicking back towards shore. It wasn't until he had disappeared onto land that the others appeared. Krissa felt tears begin to fall at the sight of them. She had not seen her first family in a long, long time. Cleone, she greeted, her voice choking up. Hesian, Philyra, Clemene, mother, father. 4 Oceanides and 2 Titans stood before her. A 5th swam up, with a fishtail instead of legs. Sorry I'm late, she said, but that was all it took for Krissa to throw herself into her dark-haired sister's arms. Amphitrite, I thought I wouldn't see you until the dinner party. Amphitrite wrapped her arms around her younger sister in turn. That was the plan, but Poseidon told me about the conversation you two had a few days ago, and when I received word that you were here, she shrugged. I had to come see my favorite sister. That's hurtful, Trite, Cleone said. Really hurtful. What are we, chopped liver? Fish guts, actually, Amphitrite replied promptly, causing all of them to laugh. But seriously, what are all of you doing here? We've missed you. Daughter, Oceanus rumbled. It's been a very long time, Luke, Tethys added. The sight of her parents reminded her on the threat they might soon be facing. Mother, father, if Kronos returns and attempts to take back his throne, will you join him? Tethys immediately looked offended that she had to ask, but Oceanus was much harder to read. I don't know, he said finally. It depends on what offer he makes me. If you do, Krissa said slowly, as your firstborn daughter, could you at least do me the favor of warning me, preferably from a distance, before you try to kill me? If he won't, I will. Tethys said firmly, giving her husband a sharp glare. Distant or not, Luke was and always would be their firstborn. She was probably one of their most liked children as well, due to having a brain and not taking over her parents' domain. That instead lay in the hands of Amphitrite. How long can you stay? Philyra asked. Philyra was the second eldest of elder Oceanides, after Luke herself, but one of the least intelligent. It was Philyra who had been seduced by Kronos in the form of a horse, which had caused her to later give birth to the first centaur, Chiron. Krissa glanced at her Rolex. No later than midnight, she said finally. I'm babysitting, and I don't want those kids getting into any more trouble. That still gives us more than 3 hours, Hesian pointed out. We've got you until then. Krissa smiled at her sisters and her parents. You've got me until then, she confirmed. It was with a heavy heart that Krissa left them behind several hours later. Philyra had whined and cajoled her to stay longer, but Krissa had been firm in her decision to leave precisely at midnight. It hadn't taken more than a minute to get back to shore. And a drying charm took care of her dripping clothes. She cast a quick tracking charm, and followed the invisible tug all the way to the entrance of the DOA recording studios. She walked in with confidence, and was unsurprised to see that none of the kids were there. Karen was though, and he told her, I just took them down, lady. If you hurry, you'll catch up. Thank you, Karen, Krissa replied. Before shadow traveling to the other side of the Styx, she could see Cerberus standing over the lines of the dead up ahead. Unlike most of the people who came through here, the shadows and mist did not hinder her vision at all. She watched as Cerberus sat down and was rewarded by a small red ball. She assumed it must be the kids. She used her shadows to displace space as she stepped forward, moving her closer and closer to the kids at a rapid pace. While she ran, she heard the metal detector scream, unauthorized possessions. Magic detected. Krissa sighed and muttered to herself, really, kids. Why did you think there was a metal detector? She finally had line of sight on Percy, Annabeth, and the satyr several miles into Asphodel Fields. Hades' palace was already visible in the distance. She heard the satyr yelp. And he started to be tugged away across the ground by his flying shoes. He wasn't being tugged towards Hades' palace, no, he was being pulled towards Tartarus. See. Rissa cursed under her breath and Shadow traveled as close to the entrance as she was willing to go. She grabbed the satyr as he passed by, and the sudden yank was enough for his left shoe to come off. The right shoe kept tugging him along. But the combined counterweight of Krissa and the satyr managed to slow it enough that the satyr was able to kick the shoe off. Percy and Annabeth caught up at that moment, looking relieved that Krissa had found them. How did you get here so quickly? Percy asked. We wandered around LA for half the night. Krissa shrugged. Part of my job is to know where to find the gods. I knew where the DOA recording studios was. Any issues? We ran into Procrustes the stretcher, but he won't be hurting anyone for a while, Annabeth said firmly. It took Krissa a minute to recall that myth. Ah, who chopped his head off? Percy, Annabeth said. The satyr still looked panicked. I don't know how, he panted. I didn't. Wait. Percy said. Listen. There was a whisper in the darkness. Percy. This place, Annabeth began. Shish, Percy ordered, standing up. The sound was getting louder, a muttering, evil voice from far, far below us. It was coming from the pit. Krissa recognized the words it said, rather, Luke recognized the words it said. She recognized the voice too, but she knew better than to say his name when he was so close. What's that noise? The satyr asked, sitting up. Tartarus. Annabeth said solemnly. The entrance to Tartarus. Percy uncapped his sword, and the voice faltered for a moment, before resuming his chant. Magic, Percy whispered. We have to get out of here. Annabeth said. Krissa drew her sword, her proper sword, not the celestial bronze one on her belt. The Stygian iron blade was enough to make the monster in the pit think twice. Go, she ordered. Go now. I'll be right behind you. Annabeth and Percy dragged the satyr up and started back up the tunnel. The voice grew louder and angrier, and all four broke into a run. A cold wind pulled at them, as if the pit itself were inhaling. Knowing Tartarus, he probably was. Percy lost his balance for a moment, but Krissa dragged him up with superhuman strength and pushed him towards the exit. They finally reached the top of the tunnel and broke out into the fields of Asphodel. The wind died. A wail of outrage echoed from deep in the tunnel. He was not happy that they'd gotten away. What was that? The satyr panted. One of Hades' pets. Something much worse, Krissa replied grimly as they collapsed in the relative safety of a grove of white poplar. The poplar trees both amused and annoyed Krissa. On one hand, they were a monument of Hades' affection for her. On the other hand, she'd been turned into a tree and did not like the reminder of it. They only rested for a few minutes more. Percy capped his sword and put the pen back into his pocket. Let's keep going, he said. He looked at the satyr. Can you walk? The satyr gulped. Yeah, sure. I never liked those shoes anyway. Even as they walked, Krissa kept her senses focused outwards, searching for any remainder of the threat in the pit. He had many allies, if he was returning. They made their way into Hades' palace. The Furies were circling the parapets. The outer walls of the fortress glittered black, and the 2-story-tall bronze gates stood wide open. They continued on into the gardens of Persephone, which were a strange arrangement of flowers and jewels and poisons, all held together in a display of macabre beauty. They walked up the steps of the palace, between black columns, through a black marble portico, and into the palace. The entry hall had a polished bronze floor that seemed to boil in the reflected torchlight. There was no ceiling on this part of the palace, just the cavern roof far above. The guards stood at the doorways, grotesque skeletons in multiple centuries of military armaments. The main doors were guarded by skeletal marines with rocket-propelled grenade launchers. You know, the satyr mumbled, I bet Hades doesn't have trouble with door-to-door salesmen. Well, guys, Percy said. I suppose we should knock. Krissa nodded distractedly, and gestured discreetly. A hot wind blew down the corridor and the doors swung open. The guards stepped aside. I guess that means entrez vous, Annabeth said. The throne room looked as it always did, and Hades looked as magnificent on his throne as ever. He was 10 feet tall at the moment, probably to impress the kids, and wore black silk robes and a crown of braided gold. His skin was paler than Chris's own. His hair shoulder length and the same jet black. He radiated power as he lounged on his throne fused of human bones, looking lithe, graceful, and dangerous as a panther. "You are brave to come here, son of Poseidon," Hades said. His voice smooth and oily. It nearly made Chrysa weak at the knees. "After what you have done to me, very brave indeed. Or perhaps you are simply very foolish." Hades glanced at Chrysa, as if he knew what his voice was doing to her. The glimmer in his eyes said he did. The slight twitch of his face when Percy stepped forward told her that he wanted to hear Percy out before he heard Chrysa's report. "Lord and uncle, I come with 2 requests," Percy said bravely. Hades raised an imperious eyebrow. "Only 2 requests?" He scoffed. "Arrogant child. As if you have not already taken enough. Speak, then. It amuses me not to strike you dead yet." Percy swallowed and glanced at the black flower thrown to Hades' left. That one belonged to Persephone. There was another thrown to Hades' right. This one made of black stone, the shadows twisting all around it. According to Hades and Persephone, no one had ever removed Leuce's throne from its position beside Hades. Though her shadows has stilled for as long as she had been dead. Hades said that it was a comfort to see her shadows move around her throne, even when she was not present. Annabeth cleared her throat and prodded Percy in the back. "Lord Hades," Percy began again. "Look, sir, there can't be a war among the gods. It would be bad. Really bad," the satyr added helpfully. "Return Zeus' master bolt to me," Percy said. "Please sir, let me carry it to Olympus." Hades' eyes grew dangerously bright. Chrysa moved one of her shadows to run a soothing touch down his back, in an attempt to keep him from murdering her new favorite cousin. "You dare keep up this pretense, after what you have done?" he demanded. Uncle," Percy said. "You keep saying, after what you've done. What exactly have I done?" The throne room shook with a tremor strong enough that they probably felt it in the city above. Hundreds of skeletal warriors marched in and lined the perimeter of the room, blocking the exits. "Do you think I want war, Godling?" Hades bellowed. "You are the lord of the dead," Percy said carefully. "A war would expand your kingdom, right? A typical thing for my brothers to say." Hades spat. "Do you think I need more subjects? Did you not see the sprawl of asphodel fields? Well, have you any idea how much my kingdom has swollen in this past century alone, how many subdivisions have had to open?" Hades demanded. He was making his way into a familiar rant, familiar to Chrysa, at least. "More security ghouls," Hades moaned. "Traffic problems at the Judgment Pavilion. Double overtime for the staff. I used to be a rich god, Percy Jackson. I control all the precious metals under the earth. But my expenses. Karen wants a pay raise," Percy blurted out. Chrysa winced. That was a whole other rant waiting to happen. "Don't get me started on Karen," Hades yelled. "He's been impossible ever since he discovered Italian suits. Problems everywhere, and I've got to handle them all. The commute time alone from the palace to the gates is enough to drive me insane. And the dead keep arriving. No, Godling, I need no help getting subjects. I did not ask for this war. But you took Zeus' master bolt," Percy said. Confused. "Lies," Hades yelled as the throne room rumbled once more. "Your father may fool Zeus, boy, but I am not so stupid. I see his plan. His plan. You were the thief on the winter solstice. Your father thought to keep you his little secret. He directed you into the throne room on Olympus. You took the master bolt and my helm. Had I not sent my fury to discover you at Yancy Academy, Poseidon might have succeeded in hiding his scheme to start a war. But now you have been forced into the open. You will be exposed as Poseidon's thief, and I will have my helm back." "But," Annabeth said, "Lord Hades, your helm of darkness is missing too. Do not play innocent with me, girl. You and the satyr have been helping this hero, coming here to threaten me in Poseidon's name. No doubt, to bring me an ultimatum. Does Poseidon think I can be blackmailed into supporting him?" "No," Percy exclaimed. "Poseidon didn't, I didn't. My lord Hades," Chrysa said, stepping forward and bowing slightly. Technically, as a demigod before one of the elder gods, she should have bowed much more deeply, but she was Luke Chrysocombe, and she would never bow subserviently to her consort. I have been observing Perseus Jackson, as instructed, since his arrival at Camp Half-Blood and for the entirety of his quest. He did not steal the Master Bolt. He did not steal the Helm of Darkness. I knew that you also had no compliance in the theft, but there were other forces that wanted us to think that you did. When we entered Asphodel Fields, a pair of magical flying shoes, given to Satyr Grover Underwood, malfunctioned, I suppose you could say, and attempted to drag him away. She paused a moment for dramatic effect. The shoes were attempting to drag him into Tartarus. A voice spoke from the depths of Tartarus in the tongue of the old times, chanting a ritual of claiming, attempting to consume all four of us. Lord Tartarus himself attempted to breath us into his depths. I know the voice that spoke to us, my lord. You know his name as well. It was him. Hades still looked furious, but he sat back down on his throne. I do not doubt what happened, but Perseus J. Jackson was involved in the theft of your father's Master Bolt, daughter of Zeus. Chryssa winced inwardly as Hades spoke. He was probably wincing too. They rarely ever acknowledged that she was Zeus' daughter now. Except on occasions when it was necessary, such as their lunch meetings with him. Can you not sense it, daughter of Zeus? Can you not sense your father's power? My senses have been busy trying to ward off creatures from the depths of Tartarus, Chryssa said irritably, but she dropped her extended senses and brought them back in. Suddenly, she realized what Hades was saying. She walked over to Percy. Bodily turned him around, and opened his backpack. Inside was a 2-foot-long metal cylinder, spiked at both ends, humming with energy. Chryssa pulled the bolt out of the backpack. Percy, Annabeth asked. How? I don't know, Percy said. I don't understand. You heroes are always the same, Hades scoffed. Your pride makes you foolish, thinking you could bring such a weapon before me. I did not ask for Zeus, Master Bolt, but I am sure it will make an excellent bargaining tool. Now, my helm. Where is it? Percy looked speechless. Chryssa stepped forward again, Master Bolt still in her hand. My lord Hades, she said. Percy did not gain this backpack on his own. It was given to him by Ares after Percy did him a favor in Denver. She reached out with her magic and touched the backpack. The backpack is the Master Bolt's sheath, she stated, reforged to look like something innocuous. I do not know what enchantment kept the Master Bolt from returning to its sheath until now. But I swear to you that the Master Bolt was not in the backpack before the children entered the underworld. I would have sensed it. Why did you not sense it as soon as it returned? Hades asked. We entered the underworld at separate times, Chryssa said. I stopped to speak with some sea nymphs. From the look in Hades' eyes, he knew exactly who she had stopped to speak with. You claim that Ares has my helm? Hades asked, attention focused solely on Chryssa. Are you certain of this? I am certain that there are far-reaching implications of this that we do not know, Chryssa said quietly. There is something wrong here, my lord. Hades leaned back against his throne and raised a hand to stroke his chin. I will take your word for it, daughter of Zeus. Return the Master Bolt to its sheath. Chryssa turned around, and Percy handed her the backpack. She slid the Master Bolt inside and sealed the backpack tightly. A quick bit of magic made it so that it would only be opened in the presence of Zeus. I will allow you to leave, demigods, Hades said. You will use your little gifts to return to the surface. You will find Ares. You will return my Helm of Darkness. If you do not complete your quest and fix this mess, I will kill you myself. When everything is fixed, I will return Sally Jackson to life. Understand? All three kids looked pale. Yes, sir, Percy said, echoed by Annabeth and the satyr. Percy pulled the pearls out of his pocket. Wait, he said. There's 3 pearls and 4 of us. The daughter of Zeus has her own way out, Hades said in a bored voice. The kids looked at Chryssa. I'll be fine, she promised. Go. Percy passed the pearls to Annabeth and the satyr, and they smashed them at their feet. For a scary moment, nothing happened, but the pearl fragments exploded with a burst of green light and gust of fresh sea wind. All 3 were encased in milky white spheres, which began to float up towards the stalactites. Once all 3 had gone through the cavern ceiling, Hades dismissed the guards and came down from his throne, shrinking as he walked towards Chryssa. By the time he reached her, he was human-sized and easily able to lean down and kiss her. It was Ares. He asked against her lips. The whole time, Chryssa confirmed. I thought something was off when we encountered him in Denver. The things he said, they didn't quite make sense. But Ares couldn't have been the original thief, he's a god. I don't know who stole the items in the first place. Ares must have caught the thief, whoever he was. But Ares did not instigate this. Uncle was expecting the bolt. He has been in Percy's dreams this entire quest. It was your father behind this entire thing. It should have been impossible for Hades to pale, considering his skin was already paper white. But he managed to do so anyway. It can't be, he said. It is, Chrysa said firmly. Percy Jackson, you can doubt, beloved, but you cannot doubt me. I knew Kronos for far longer and far better than any other still living free, except perhaps for Rhea. And even then, it could be argued that I know him best. Hades sighed and kissed her again. I know, he said. You should probably head upstairs. Find Ares. Return my helm. Get the master bolt back to your father before he throws an even bigger hissy fit. Chrysa laughed at that. I will. I'll be back soon, love. No more than a week. And you'll be at my party tomorrow evening. Of course, Hades confirmed. If you'd come back once everything is fixed, I'd appreciate it. Chrysa smirked at him before she disappeared into the shadows. I'll send you an iris message. She found herself on the beach a moment later. She could see Percy, Annabeth, and the satyr down the beach, facing a bulky man beside a motorbike. As Chrysa watched, the man pulled a black ski cap out of his pocket and placed it between the handlebars of his bike. It turned into an elaborate bronze war helmet that Chrysa immediately recognized as her consort's. Chrysa cloaked herself in shadows and moved closer. Ares wouldn't be able to sense her. Only Nyx and Erebos could find her when she was cloaked in shadows, and even they could not do it consistently. I didn't want the trouble, she heard Ares say. Better to have you caught red-handed, holding the thing. You're lying, Percy replied. Sending the bolt to the underworld wasn't your idea, was it? Of course it was. Ares growled. Smoke drifted up from behind his sunglasses. You didn't order the theft, Percy said confidently. Someone else sent a hero to steal the two items. Then, when Zeus sent you to hunt him down, you caught the thief. But you didn't turn him over to Zeus. Something convinced you to let him go. You kept the items until another hero could come along and complete the delivery. That thing in the pit is ordering you around. I am the god of war. I take orders from no one. I don't have dreams. Percy hesitated, then said, who said anything about dreams? Ares attempted to cover his agitation with a smirk, but he wasn't a very good actor. Let's get back to the problem at hand, kid. You're alive. I can't have you taking that bolt to Olympus. You just might get those hard-headed idiots to listen to you. So I've got to kill you. Nothing personal. He snapped his fingers and the sand exploded at his feet. Out charged a wild boar, even larger. And uglier than the one whose head hung above the door of Ares' cabin at camp. Percy stepped into the surf. Fight me yourself, Ares, he demanded. Ares laughed, but there was an uneasy edge to it. You've only got one talent, kid. Running away. You ran from the Chimera. You ran from the underworld. You don't have what it takes. Scared, Percy taunted. In your adolescent dreams, Ares scoffed. No direct involvement. Sorry, kid, you're not at my level. Percy, run, Annabeth cried. The giant boar charged. As the boar rushed past him, Percy uncapped his sword and sidestepped. The boar's seve. Red tusk fell at his feet while the disoriented animal charged into the sea. Wave, Percy shouted. Immediately a wave surged up from nowhere and engulfed the boar, wrapping around it like a blanket. The beast squealed once in terror before it was swallowed up by the sea. Percy turned back to Ares and taunted, Are you going to fight me now? Or are you going to hide behind another pet pig? Ares' face was purple with rage. Watch it, kid. I could turn you into a cockroach, Percy cut in. Or a tapeworm. Yeah, I'm sure. That'd save you from getting your godly hide whipped, wouldn't it? Oh, man. You are really asking to be smashed into a grease spot, Ares said as flames danced across the top of his glasses. If I lose, turn me into anything you want. Take the bolt. If I win, the Helma. ND the bolt or mine and you have to go away, Percy said. Ares sneered and swung his baseball bat. How would you like to get smashed, classic or modern? Percy held out his sword. That's cool, dead boy, Ares said. Classic it is. The baseball bat in his hands changed into a two-handed sword. The hilt was a large silver skull with a ruby in its mouth. Percy, don't do this. He's a god, Annabeth said. He's a coward, Percy replied hotly. Annabeth swallowed. Wear this, at least. For luck. She took off her camp necklace and tied it around Percy's neck. Reconciliation, she said. Athena and Percy together. Thanks, Percy said with a smile, flushing slightly. And take this, the satyr said, handing him a flattened tin can. The satyrs stand behind you. Grover, Percy said. I don't know what to say. The satyr patted him on the shoulder as Percy stuffed the tin can in his back pocket. You all done saying goodbye? Ares said, heading towards them. I've been fighting for eternity, kid. My strength is unlimited and I cannot die. What have you got? Chryssa used Ares' distraction to shadow to his motorcycle and take the helm of darkness. She turned it back into a ski cap and stuffed it into her bra. Ares struck down at Percy, but Percy was no longer there. Percy catapulted over the war god, slashing as he came down. But Ares was just as quick. He twisted, and the strike that should have caught him directly in the spine was deflected off the end of his sword hilt. Not bad, Ares said with a grin. He slashed again, and Percy was forced to jump onto dry land. Percy attempted to get back to the water, but Ares blocked him at every move. When Percy tried to get in close with a sword thrust, Ares knocked the blade out of his hand and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying 30 feet away. Thankfully, Percy landed in a sand dune. Percy! Annabeth yelled. Cops! There were red and blue lights flashing on the shoreline boulevard, and car doors were slamming. There, officer! Someone yelled. See! A gruff cop voice said, looks like that kid on TV, what the heck? That guy's armed. Another cop called. Call for backup. Percy rolled to one side as Ares' blade slashed the sand. He ran for his sword, scooped it up, and launched a swipe at Ares' face that was again deflected. Percy stepped back into the surf, forcing Ares to follow him. Admit it, kid, Ares said. You got no hope. I'm just toying with you. More sirens arrived. Drop the guns, yelled a police officer through a megaphone. Set them on the ground. Now. Ares turned to glare at the spectators, and bellowed. This is a private matter. Be gone. He waved his hand, and a wall of red flame rolled across the patrol cars. The police barely had any time to dive for cover before their vehicles exploded. The crowd behind them scattered, screaming. Ares laughed. Now, little hero, let's add you to the barbecue. He slashed, but Percy managed to deflect his blade. Percy tried to feint, but Ares knocked the blow aside. Chryssa noticed that the water behind Percy was receding. Ares went towards Percy, grinning with confidence. Percy lowered his blade, as if he were too exhausted to go on. Ares raised his sword, and Percy jumped straight over Ares on a wave, which smashed him full in the face, leaving him cursing and sputtering with a mouth full of seaweed. Percy landed behind him with a splash and feinted toward Ares' head. Ares turned in time to raise his sword, but he didn't catch Percy's feint. Percy changed direction, lunged to the side, and stabbed Riptide straight down into the water, sending the point through the god's heel. Ares roared in fury, blasting the sea away from him in a 50-foot circle. Percy was blasted back as well, but Chryssa cushioned his fall. Ichor fell to the sand. Ares' face was a mask of pain, shock, and complete disbelief that he'd been wounded. As he limped towards Percy, muttering curses in ancient Greek, something stopped him. A dark power overtook the area, slowing time, dropping the temperature to freezing, and exuding an aura of extreme despair. Chryssa gasped. She knew that aura. He shouldn't be so powerful yet. The darkness lifted, and Ares looked stunned. Still, he lowered his sword. You have made an enemy, Godeling, Ares told Percy. You have sealed your fate. Every time you raise your blade in battle, every time you hope for success, you will feel my curse. Beware, Perseus Jackson. Beware. His body began to glow. Percy. Annabeth shouted. Don't watch. Percy was still too stunned to move, but Chryssa tackled him to the ground, being sure to cover his face as the golden light filled the area. When the light died, Chryssa got off of Percy, who looked slightly embarrassed to have been in that position with his much older, female cousin. The helm, Annabeth exclaimed. It's gone. It's fine, Chryssa said. I have it. She pulled the ski cap out of her bra. Where did you? Never mind, I don't want to know, Percy said. The Furies chose that moment to land in front of them. We saw the whole thing, Alecto hissed, addressing Percy. So, it truly was not you. No, Percy said. I will personally return your master's helm to him. Chrysa told Alecto, winking slightly. I need to take care of the mortals first, and make sure these three get on their way back home, but I swear on the river Styx that I will return the helm of darkness to Lord Hades. Thunder rumbled to confirm her oath. The Furies hissed, keeping with their part. Very well, Alecto said. She turned back to Percy and ran a forked tongue over her green, leathery lips. Live well, Percy Jackson. Become a true hero. Because if you do not, if you ever come into my clutches again. She cackled as she and her sisters rose on their bats' wings, fluttering into the smoke-filled sky and disappearing. The satyr and Annabeth had walked over to them. Percy, the satyr said. That was so incredibly terrifying, Annabeth put in. Cool, the satyr corrected. Did you guys feel that, whatever it was? Percy asked. Both nodded uneasily. Must have been the Furies overhead, the satyr said. It was not the Furies, Chrysa said. It was something that even I dare not speak of here. It was evil, Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase, Grover Underwood. If the evil is coming back, I fear that you will have to face it again. But now, you need to get back to New York. Tonight. That's impossible, Annabeth said. Unless we fly, Percy agreed. Annabeth and the satyr both stared at him. Fly, like, in an airplane, which you were warned nev. To do lest Zeus strike you out of the sky, and carrying a weapon that has more destructive power than a nuclear bomb. Annabeth asked incredulously. Yeah, Percy said. Pretty much exactly like that. Come on, I will make sure you get safely on a flight, Chrysa promised. And my father daren't strike you down while you carry the master bolt. That's a relief, the satyr said. Why aren't you coming? I need to return the helm to Lord Hades. Percy doesn't have the time, and having another child of the big three return it is a peace gesture. What about the mortals? Annabeth asked. They think Percy's a criminal. Chrysa smirked. Leave that to me. It was very simple to manipulate the mortals' minds into a plausible story that did not involve monsters, magic, or gods. According to the LA News, the explosion at the Santa Monica beach was caused when a crazy kidnapper fired a gun at a police car. He accidentally hit a gas main that had ruptured during the earthquake. This crazy kidnapper, aka Ares, was the same man who had abducted Percy, his mother, and his two best friends from New York, followed by the abduction of heiress Amy Potter Black, before bringing them across the country on a 10-day odyssey of terror. Poor little Percy Jackson wasn't an international criminal after all. The crazy criminal had caused the explosion at the St. Louis Arch when Percy nearly got away from him. A concerned waitress in Denver had seen the man threatening his abductees inside and outside her diner, with Amy being prevented from using her credit card, as it could be used to track them. The waitress had a friend take a photo and then had notified the police. Finally, brave Percy Jackson had stolen a gun from his captor in Los Angeles and battled him shotgun to rifle on the beach. Police had arrived just in time. But in the spectacular explosion, 5 police cars had been destroyed and the captor had fled. No fatalities had occurred. Amy Potter Black, Percy Jackson, and his 2 friends were safely in police custody. Chrysa played the reporters the entire time, leaving the kids the only job of acting tearful and exhausted victims. What was this man's motive? One of the reporter asked. I was taken because of both my money and a family heirloom that only I know the location of. It's here in Los Angeles, which is why that man dragged us all the way across the country. Percy and his friends were kidnapped as hostages to convince me to give up the item, Chrysa said. But why these kids? Another reporter demanded. Chrysa wiped away a tear that had fallen. Percy's father was my father's long-lost brother. Percy never met his father, nor did I meet my uncle, and my father died as a baby, so I didn't know that he existed until recently. Percy and his mother were on their way to meet up with me for the first time when they were kidnapped. They're my only living family, so Percy was taken, and his best friends were taken with them, as they were spending the weekend together, she announced. The man's other thugs kept Sally back in New York, and I hope that my aunt will be returned home safely. But now, I need to get my cousin and his friends back home to their families. I'm taking them to the airport right away. They had to go through another round of questioning at LAX, but Chrysa got all 3 of them on the plane. When reporters asked her what she was doing, she replied, "I'm going to my LA house, showering, changing, eating, and then I'm going to move the artifact my kidnapper was after so he'll never be able to find it again." That wasn't quite the truth. She did go to her LA house, but only so the reporters would stop following her. Once inside, she immediately shadow traveled back to the underworld. Hades was waiting for her, looking much calmer now. "What do we do now?" he asked as he took the helm of darkness from her and wrapped her in an embrace. "Well, the kid's flight doesn't take off for another hour, and it's a 6-hour flight from here to New York City. So I'd say we have about 6 hours to do whatever we want before I have to give my report to Zeus and Poseidon," Chrysa said teasingly, before she pressed her lips to his. 7 hours later, Chrysa was dressed to the nines in a white chiton edged in gold, golden jewelry around her neck, and golden flowers in her hair. "You look beautiful," Hades murmured in her ear as he came up behind her. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her cheek. "Why thank you," Chrysa replied. "But I'll never make it to Olympus if you don't let go." "I don't want you to go to Olympus," Hades pouted. Chrysa laughed and kissed his cheek. "I'll be back before you know it. Tonight I'll go to Olympus and back to Camp Half-Blood, tomorrow's my dinner party, and I'll come back home in a week." Hades sighed with exaggerated despondence. "I supposed I'll survive." Chrysa pulled him in for one last kiss, a long, lingering one, before saying, "I'll see you soon, my love," and shadow traveling back to Olympus. She appeared in the throne room. Only Zeus and Poseidon were present, arguing back and forth as they waited for Percy Jackson to arrive. Zeus, as usual, was dressed in a pinstriped, three-piece suit. Poseidon wore a slightly tacky Hawaiian shirt, shorts, and beachcombers. "Father, uncle," Chrysa greeted with a bow. "It is a pleasure to see you again." "Daughter," Zeus greeted with a nod. "I assume you have returned Hades, missing item to him." "I have," Chrysa said with a smile. "I assume you have been watching." Both gods frowned. "Our vision has been clouded," Poseidon admitted. "What happened? Who had the master bolt?" "Ares," Chrysa said. "Ares?" Both gods asked in shock. "He was not the original thief," Chrysa said. "He found the thief, reclaimed the master bolt and the helm of darkness, but was convinced by the thief's original commander to keep the items in order to start a three-way war between the gods. He very nearly succeeded." "Who was the original thief's commander?" Zeus asked sharply. "And who was the original thief?" "I do not know who the original thief was," Chrysa admitted. "I do know his commander, and it is ill news." "Who, Chrysa?" Poseidon urged. "Kronos," Chrysa said firmly. Both gods looked shocked. "It cannot be Kronos," Zeus said. "It is. He is dead. Destroyed. I chopped him to pieces myself." "You were there," Zeus exclaimed, rising from his chair. I was also there for the 4,000 years of Kronos' life before you were born, so I hope you believe me when I say I know what I saw." "It cannot be," Zeus nearly whispered, slumping back onto his platinum throne. "She is correct, brother. Of all those living, only Luke and Rhea are likely to be able to identify Kronos so easily," Poseidon pointed out. "She would know better than we would if father was returning." Zeus still looked uneasy. "I would hear Perseus Jackson's report," he finally said. "He has already entered Mount Olympus. He will be here shortly." "I will hide myself," Chrysa said, stepping around the thrones to conceal herself behind Zeus. As the thrones were sized for 10-foot-tall immortals, and she was only 5.5 feet. It was easy to stand behind the platinum monstrosity. Chrysa soon heard footsteps as Percy entered the room. She expected he went to Poseidon's throne first. "Father," he greeted, "should you not address the master of this house first?" "Boy?" Zeus questioned. "Peace, brother," Poseidon said. "The boy defers to his father." "That is only right. You still claim him, then?" Zeus asked menacingly. Quote, "You claim this child whom you sired against our sacred oath." "I have admitted my wrongdoing," Poseidon said. "Now I would hear him speak." "I have spared him once already," Zeus grumbled. "Daring to fly through my domain, I should have blasted him out of the sky for his impudence." "And risked destroying your own master bolt?" Poseidon asked calmly. "Let us hear him out, brother." Zeus grumbled a bit more. "I shall listen," he decided. "Then I shall make up my mind whether or not to cast this boy down from Olympus." "Perseus," Poseidon said, "look at me. Address Lord Zeus, boy," Poseidon instructed. "Tell him your story." Percy began his recounting, telling everything that had happened since the attack by Electo at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Krissa could hear the point where Y removed the master bolt from his backpack and laid it at Zeus' feet. The weapon crackled with immense power. There was a long silence after that, broken only by the hearth fire. Finally, the crackling that heralded Zeus reclaiming his bolt occurred. "I sense the boy tells the truth," Zeus muttered. "But that Ares would do such a thing, it is most unlike him. He is proud and impulsive," Poseidon said. "It runs in the family." If that wasn't a jab at Zeus' ego, Krissa didn't know what was. "Lord?" Percy asked. "Yes," both answered. "Ares didn't act alone. Someone else, something else, came up with the idea." Percy described his dreams, and the feeling he'd had on the beach, the momentary breath of evil that had seemed to stop the world and prevented Ares from killing him. "In the dreams," Percy said, "the voice told me to bring the bolt to the underworld. Ares hinted that he'd been having dreams, too. I think he was being used, just as I was, to start a war." "You are accusing Hades, after all?" Zeus questioned. "No," Percy said. "I mean, Lord Zeus, I've been in the presence of Hades. This feeling on the beach was different. It was the same thing I felt when I got close to that pit. That was the entrance to Tartarus. Wasn't it? Something powerful and evil is stirring down there, something even older than the gods." "It is Father," Poseidon said in ancient Greek. "It has to be. How could he have reformed so much without us knowing?" Zeus questioned in the same language. "It's not like we have a Tartarus prison check," Poseidon scoffed. "Even we hesitate to go down there, brother. I doubt Hades would have gone without Luke, and I am under the impression that they have other things on their minds when they are together." "Perhaps we could." Zeus cut him off. "I don't think that's necessary. But we need to be prepared in case of a war." Poseidon argued. "We will speak of this no more," Zeus said, returning to English. "I must go personally to purify this thunderbolt in the waters of Lemnos. To remove the human taint from the metal." He rose from his seat. "You have done me a service, boy," Zeus said. "Few heroes could have accomplished as much." "I had help, sir," Percy said. "Grover Underwood and Annabeth Chase and Krissa Potter. Krissa said she'd meet me here, but the last thing I knew, she was back in the underworld." "Is she okay?" "I'm fine, Percy," Krissa said, stepping out from behind her father's throne and striding forward to embrace her cousin. He returned it tightly. "I was worried," he said quietly. "It was dangerous for you to go to the underworld alone. Hades knows better than to keep me there against my will," Krissa said firmly. "If we are done," Zeus said dryly, "to show you my thanks, boy, I shall spare your life. I do not trust you, Perseus Jackson. I do not like what your arrival means for the future of Olympus. But for the sake of peace in the family, I shall let you live." Thank you sir," Percy said. "Do not presume to fly again. Do not let me find you here when I return. Otherwise you shall taste this bolt. And it shall be your last sensation. Krissa, brother, I shall see you at dinner tomorrow." Thunder shook the palace. With a blinding flash of lightning, Zeus was gone. "Your uncle," Poseidon told Percy, "has always had a flair for dramatic exits. I think he would have done well as the god of theater." An uncomfortable silence ensued. Krissa leaned over and kissed the top of Percy's head. "I'll wait outside. You two need to talk." "Uncle, I'll see you tomorrow." "Percy, I'll be right outside to take you to see your mom." "She's back," Percy said, face brightening. Krissa nodded. "Hades returned her. I saw him to it. I'll see you in a bit." She walked out the main entrance to the throne room and shut the doors behind her. Percy and Poseidon's conference did not last long. When Percy came out, he seemed to be in a kind of daze. Krissa simply grasped his arm and led him through the streets of Olympus. Back to the Empire State Building entrance. As they walked by, conversation stopped. The muses paused their concert. People and satyrs and naiads all turned towards them, their faces filled with respect and gratitude. And they knelt as they passed, honoring Percy as a hero. It took 15 minutes to get back to the streets of Manhattan from the throne room. Krissa hailed a taxi, bundled Percy inside, and then told the driver the address of Percy's mother's apartment. Percy was still too out of it to even realize that she shouldn't know where she lived. Percy rang the doorbell, and a woman opened the door, weariness and worry evaporating from her face as soon as she saw him. "Percy. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, my baby." She embraced Percy in a tight hug as they both cried. Sally Jackson was running her fingers through Percy's hair as Percy shook in her arms. Chrissa stayed a respectful distance away. When they finally broke apart somewhat, Sally noticed Chrissa. "Who's this?" she asked with a smile. "Chrissa Potter, Mrs. Jackson," Chrissa said with a smile, extending her hand. "I'm Percy's cousin on his father's side." Sally froze slightly. "Oh," she asked. "May I ask who your parent is?" "My father is the Sky Lord," Chrissa replied. "I've been looking after Percy these past few weeks. Do you know what has happened?" Sally shook her head. "I appeared at the apartment this morning. I scared Gabe half out of his wits. Gabe's my husband." "I know," Chrissa said gently. "Percy told me." Sally took a deep breath and continued. "I don't remember anything since the Minotaur. Gabe told me that Percy was a wanted criminal, traveling across the country, blowing up national monuments. I didn't want to believe him. I've been going out of my mind with worry all day. Gabe made me go to work. He said that I have a month's salary to make up, and I needed to get started." Percy looked like he was trying to hold back his anger. Chrissa felt the same way, but she was much more adept at hiding her true emotions. Percy began to relate the story of his own quest. He was blurring the details, trying to make it seem less scary, but it didn't help much. He had just reached the fight with Ares when a man's voice called, "Hey, Sally, that meatloaf done yet or what?" Sally closed her eyes. "He isn't going to happy to see you, Percy. He seemed gleeful that you were thought of as a criminal. Maybe my presence will curb his temper a bit," Chrissa offered. "It's not the best idea to anger your stepson's wealthy cousin, and I'm sure Gabe has seen that news. It has been playing on all the news channels." Sally smiled weakly at her. "Percy, just don't make him angrier, all right? Come on." Sally led them into the apartment, which looked like it had been in the possession of a male slob for a month, which it had. Chrissa subtly cast a charm around her head to block out the smell. She did the same for Percy, who looked towards her gratefully. A man Chrissa identified as Gabe Giuliano was playing poker at the table with 3 large friends. When Gabe saw Percy, his cigar dropped out of his mouth and his face turned a brilliant shade of red. "You got nerve coming here, you little punk. I thought the police." "He's not a fugitive after all," Sally interjected. "Isn't that wonderful, Gabe?" Gabe looked between the two of them, but he did not notice Chrissa as she stood in the background. "Bad enough I had to give back your life insurance money, Sally," Gabe growled. "Get me the phone. I'll call the cops." "Gabe, no." The brute of a man raised his eyebrows. "Did you just say, no? You think I'm gonna put up with this punk again? I can still press charges against him for ruining my Camaro." "But," Sally said. Gabe raised his hand, and Sally flinched. Chrissa chose that moment to intervene, stepping out of the shadows and into the light. "Excuse me," she said frostily, stepping forward. "But if I see one more implication of domestic abuse, then it will be me pressing charges on behalf of Sally and Percy." "Who are you?" Gabe growled. "Amaranth Potter Black," Chrissa shot back. "I'm sure you've heard my name in connection with my cousins," she gestured towards Percy, "on the news channels." Gabe had paled. "I wasn't really, he stammered. "I don't believe you," Chrissa replied frostily. "However, I will not press charges if Sally does not want me to." She glanced over at the woman, who hesitated. Then shook her head. Chrissa nodded in response, then turned back to Gabe. "Percy Jackson is not a fugitive anymore," Chrissa stated. "He was cleared earlier after I gave my statement that my cousin, his best friends, and I were kidnapped by a man seeking an heirloom of my family. Sally was also kidnapped, but she was kept sedated here in New York while my cousin, his friends, and I were dragged across the country by the madman. The police have the story. Most of the news channels are playing it. Percy is a hero. He managed to steal a gun from our captor and went toe-to-toe with him. Pistol on rifle, in Santa Monica. If you would refrain from further impinging on my cousin's honor, I would be much obliged." Gabe sat there, dumbfounded. "Why don't you show me your room, Percy?" Chrissa said, turning to her cousin. Percy nodded, looking pleased at what she had done. Chrissa took Sally's arm as well and pulled her along with them. Percy's room had been filled completely with things that belonged to Gabe Giuliano. There were stacks of used car batteries, beer cans, and a rotting bouquet of sympathy flowers with a card from someone who had seen the Barbara Walters interview. "Gabe is just upset, honey," Sally told Percy. "I'll talk to him later. I'm sure it will work out." "Mom, it'll never work out. Not as long as Gabe's here," Percy said. Sally wrung her hands nervously. I'll take you to work with me for the rest of the summer. In the fall, maybe there's another boarding school." "Mom," Percy cut her off. She lowered her eyes. "I'm trying, Percy. I need some time." Krissa noticed a package appear on Percy's bed. She recognized it. "Percy," she said. When he looked over at her, she gestured towards the bed. The battered cardboard box that Percy had used to ship Medusa's head to the Olympians now sat on his bed. The address on the mailing slip was the same one Percy had written, but another hand had written over it. Krissa recognized Poseidon's handwriting. The black marker had the apartment on it and the words, "Return to sender." Percy looked up at his mother. "Mom, do you want Gabe gone?" "Percy, it isn't that simple. Mom, just tell me. That jerk has been hitting you. Do you want him gone or not?" She hesitated, then nodded almost imploringly. "Yes, Percy, I do. And I'm trying to get up my courage to tell him. But you can't do this for me. You can't solve my problems." Percy hesitated, then said, "I can do it. One look inside this box, and he'll never bother you again." Sally glanced at the package, and seemed to understand immediately. "No, Percy," she said, stepping away. "You can't. Poseidon called you a queen," Percy insisted. "He said he hadn't met a woman like you in 1,000 years." Her cheeks flushed. "Percy, you deserve better than this, Mom," Percy said. "You should go to college, get your degree. You can write your novel, meet a nice guy maybe, live in a nice house. You don't need to protect me anymore by staying with Gabe. Let me get rid of him." Sally wiped a tear off her cheek. "You sound so much like your father," she said. "He offered to stop the tide for me once. He offered to build me a palace at the bottom of the sea. He thought he could solve all my problems with a wave of his hand." "What's wrong with that?" Percy asked. "I think you know, Percy," Sally said gently. "I think you're enough like me to understand. If my life is going to mean anything, I have to live it myself. I can't let a god take care of me, or my son. I have to find courage on my own. Your quest has reminded me of that." Those in the room were quiet for a moment, but the sounds of poker chips, swearing, and ESPN filtered into the room. "I'll leave the box," Percy said. "If he threatens you." She looked pale. But she nodded and asked, "Where will you go, Percy?" "Half-Blood Hill. For the summer, or forever." "I guess that depends," Percy replied. They locked eyes, and Krissa could see the unspoken agreement that passed between them. Sally kissed Percy's forehead. "You'll be a hero, Percy. You'll be the greatest of them all." She looked over at Krissa. "You'll watch out for him." "For me, of course," Krissa said firmly. "He's family. And I don't have much of that." Sally nodded. Krissa reached into her purse and pulled out a business card. She handed it over to Sally. "That's my personal cell number on that," she said. "When you get rid of the jerk, give me a call. I can help you get set up on your own. I know you want to live your own life, but there's nothing wrong with getting a little help." Sally nodded again, a small smile on her face. "I'll remember that." Percy grabbed a few things from his bedroom and embraced his mother once again. Then, all three walked to the front door. "Leaving so soon, punk," Gabe called after them. "Good riddance." Percy looked angry. "Hey, Sally," Gabe yelled. "What about that meatloaf, huh?" A steely look of anger flared in Sally Jackson's eyes. "The meatloaf is coming right up, dear," Sally said. "Meatloaf surprise." She looked at Percy and winked. The last thing Percy and Krissa saw before the door swung closed was Sally staring at Gabe, as if she were contemplating how he would look as a garden statue. Instead of taking a taxi back to Camp Half-Blood, Krissa offered an alternate transportation route. "Most people feel ill on their first try," she told him. "It's going to be a sharp twisting sensation, and then you'll feel like your whole body is being dragged through a straw. It's uncomfortable, but practically instantaneous. You up for it?" "Sure," Percy agreed. Krissa took his arm and twisted on her heel, immediately apparating to Half-Blood Hill, just outside the wards. Percy stumbled as they landed. That was awful, he said, looking queasy. I warned you, Krissa shrugged. How do you do that all the time? He demanded. Practice. Plus, it's easier to do it yourself than it is to be dragged along with someone else. Annabeth and the satyr were waiting for them with Chiron at the big house. Dionysus was there as well. Oh, you survived, he said with a sigh. Oh well. Chiron ignored him. Congratulations, Percy, on your successful quest. Annabeth and Grover have told me what happened, but I would like to know your side of the story. For the third time that day, Percy related his story. He concluded by saying, my dad said that the thing in the pit was Kronos, but Zeus didn't seem to think so. My father does not like admitting it when there are threats to his power, Krissa said. Trust me, Percy, when I say he believed it. He does not want to cause panic though. The elder gods will meet within the next few days to discuss this, possibly with the Olympian Council being brought in afterwards. But it will be those who fought Kronos the first time who convene first. You are certain it was Kronos? Chiron asked her. Positive. I also spoke with Lord Hades when I returned the Helm of Darkness. He admitted that things in the pit have been stirring of late. That is ill news, Chiron said, stroking his beard. We will see what we need to do to prepare. War is coming, Krissa said. Everyone must be ready to fight. Quote, I'll see to it, Chiron promised. An unspoken agreement passed between them. Well, now I believe that there is a feast waiting for our returning heroes, Fall. Owed by a processional and the burning of the shrouds, Chiron said. We should probably get to it. Krissa sat with Percy at the feast and tried to keep his mind on light topics, rather than his mother's situation in the upcoming war. Annabeth, Percy, and the satyr all had golden laurels. Someone had tried to give laurels to Krissa as well, but she had declined them, saying that it wasn't her quest. At the burning of the shrouds, there were only 3. Annabeth's was a beautiful gray silk with embroidered owls. The satyr's was brown with leaves on it. Percy's had been created by Ares Cabin, who had taken an old bedsheet and painted smiley faces with X'd-out eyes around the border, and the word loser painted across the center. Percy looked like he enjoyed burning it. Dionysus' welcome home speech was lacking. Yes, yes. So the little brat didn't get himself killed and now he'll have an even bigger head. Well, huzzah for that. In other announcements, there will be no canoe races this Saturday. The next evening, Krissa found herself dressed to the nines on Hades' arm as they entered the 5-star Greek restaurant Nerai. She had spent most of the day with Sally Jackson, who had indeed used Medusa's head on Gabe Giuliano. Krissa arranged for the statue to be sold to an art museum, and moved all of Sally and Percy's things into an apartment in Krissa's building before Sally could say a word in protest. I own the building, so your rent and utilities are free, Krissa said as she carried the last box inside, a dumbfounded Sally behind her. You'll still need to buy groceries and such. But if you ever need help with anything, just call me. It won't be a problem, unless I'm working. I work for an unnamed god between the months of March and September, normally, so I won't alwa. YS be available if you try to contact me then, but I'll come as soon as I can. The apartment has 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The master bedroom also has an attached study, which I believe you'll find useful for your writing. Percy has to share a bathroom with any guests, so I'd recommend keeping an eye on that. Everyone who works in the building knows your family, so they should treat you with all the respect you deserve. She finished. Sally still seemed in shock. I can't accept this, she finally said. Of course you can, Krissa replied. Take the money from Gabe's statue and use it to go to school. Get your degree. Write like you've always wanted to. Meet a nice guy. Fall in love. Be happy, Sally. The woman took a fortifying breath. All right, she said, gathering her strength. I can do that. That evening, Hades and Krissa entered the restaurant together. Good evening, Krissa greeted the hostess. We have a reservation for a private room under the name Theo's. The hostess checked her list. Yes, of course. Is the rest of your party here? No, they will be arriving separately, Hades said smoothly. The hostess led them to the private room, which had an extensive collection of wines on one wall. Hades moved over to look at them. The next to arrive was Rhea. Luke, darling, you look wonderful, she said as she embraced her former companion. Why thank you, my queen. Krissa replied with a dazzling smile. Her emerald green gown was of the finest silk, and had a thigh-high slit on the left side, exposing acres of pale skin. The gown was trimmed in gold at the top, and thin gold chains also made up the only straps of the dress. She wore a gold and emerald necklace, and had gold chandelier earrings hanging from her ears. The outfit was completed by elbow-length emerald gloves and a black silk drape. The rest of their party arrived soon after. All in all, there were 10 of them: Chrysa, Hades, Rhea, Amphitrite, Poseidon, Hera, Zeus, Hestia, Demeter, and Persephone. Rhea sat at the head of the table with Chrysa to her right and Amphitrite to her left. Hades was beside Chrysa, with Persephone beside him and Demeter beside her. Poseidon sat beside Amphitrite, then Hestia, then Hera. Zeus took the foot of the table. Conversation remained light until after the main course had been served. Then, Chrysa took charge. "Kronos is returning," she said bluntly. All conversation stopped and focused on her. "I have felt him. He influenced the thief who stole both the Master Bolt and the Helm of Darkness. He tried to pull Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase, Satyr Grover Underwood, and myself into Tartarus. He spoke to Percy in dreams. I felt his presence. He is returning," she stated firmly. Hades nodded. "I concur. The inhabitants of Tartarus have grown much more active of late. Father is the only one able to cause the circumstances Luke described," Poseidon volunteered. Rhea gave Chrysa a considering look. "If what you say is true, you are in grave danger, my dear," she said quietly. Chrysa ducked her head involuntarily. "I know. If Father is returning, we are all in grave danger," Demeter pointed out. "But the rest of you are merely usurpers," Rhea said. "Luke, Amphitrite, and I, we are traitors. And Luke is the biggest traitor of us all," Amphitrite added. Hestia, Hera, Demeter, and Persephone looked confused. "I don't understand," Hera said. "You weren't there when we finished Kronos off," Zeus said tiredly. "We had toppled Mount Othrys, yes, but Kronos was still powerful. He could have still fought enough to stop us, except Luke finally revealed her true loyalties. I stood at Kronos' side through the entirety of the Titanomachy," Chrysa explained to Persephone. "I was the spy, the informant. In the end, I was also the assassin. Luke carved Kronos' heart out of his chest," Hades told the assembled company. "He didn't even know she had betrayed him until she started cutting into him. He was still alive when I did it," Chrysa said in a subdued voice. "My shadows held him down. He couldn't escape. He talked the entire time. He told me that maybe they should have waited to kill Oranos until I was there. Because then he wouldn't have had to rely on his brothers. Not when he had such a valuable weapon at his disposal. When he realized that I truly was betraying him, he named me Luke Predatus and declared, 'Shadows and secrets have ever been your domain, but from now until the end of days, you will ever be the patron of traitors, so that all may remember that treachery is in your name.' He will hunt you," Rhea stated. "He will," Chrysa agreed with a sigh. "The worst is, we can't even know if he knows I'm alive again. He could have acquired the fact from Ares' mind. He could have been told by someone on the Dark Council. We don't know." "The Dark Council?" Hera asked. "What's the Dark Council?" "It's the council for all the darker deities," Chrysa explained. "Unlike the High Council, we don't limit ourselves to 12 members. But we also don't care if you never show up. Most people don't show up, actually. We usually only have 12 sitting members, but everyone else is allowed to show up." "How long has that been going on?" Zeus asked, flabbergasted. "The only member of the council younger than me is Melino," Hades deadpanned. Jaws dropped all over the table. "Most of the ill members are the children of Nyx and the children of Eris," Chrysa explained. "Chaos, Nyx, Erebos, and Tartarus all have seats on the council, but I don't think any of them have shown up since before I died. The usual members are myself, Hades, Melino, Hecate, Pallas, Persis, Eris, Nemesis, Styx, Dolos, Hypnos, and Thanatos. But others have shown up since I've been back. All of Nyx and Eris children know I'm back. Any one of them could have told Kronos if he's made them a nice enough offer. As soon as Kronos knows Luke is back, she will be a target," Rhea said firmly. "As soon as he knows her mortal identity, she will be even more of one. Do any of the campers know who you are, Luke?" "The only people to know that Luke is Chrysa Potter are the Olympian Council and those in this room," Chrysa said firmly. "Our parents and some of our sisters have seen her, but she did not give them her name," Amphitrite added. "I am as safe as I can be," Chrysa sighed. "And I doubt I truly nay. To worry until Kronos himself or at least my uncles rise. It is very difficult to get the drop on me, and it requires cutting me off from the shadows as well as overwhelming force to defeat me. I know that from personal experience. Everyone winced at the reminder of Luce's first death. I know it was the giants, but which ones? Hestia asked quietly. You've never told us. Chrysa was quiet for a moment. Alcyone has struck the killing blow, she finally said. But only because I'd already killed the other two. Their names were Chthonian and Hyperbios. Chthonian was my counter. Hyperbios was Thanatos. We never encountered them later, Poseidon asked, confused. Chrysa drew her favorite knife from its hidden sheath on her thigh. The black blade seemed to absorb the candlelight around them, and a wisp of shadows danced around its edge. Stygian iron, she said. They were absorbed. Gaia might be able to reclaim them. If the rest come back, the pair might be with them, but I don't know. I don't know what she can do with Stygian iron. There are so few of us that use it, we haven't really gotten beyond the monsters don't come back part. In theory, being the primordial of the earth, there is a chance that Gaia can bring them back. Even if they never come back, you are forgetting one thing, Luke, Hades said, his hand grasping Chrysa's own tightly. You're not truly immortal anymore. I know, Chrysa said. I'll be careful. I'll keep my guard up. Even at camp and home. Hades questioned, a hint of fear entering his voice. Chrysa laid her hand on his cheek and turned her face to his. She kissed him chastely, once, twice, 3 times, allowing the last kiss to linger. Even at camp and at home, darling. I won't make you lose me again. The rest of the table had politely looked away. With the exception of Persephone and Rhea. Persephone was a bit of a voyeur when it came to her husband and his consort. Rhea just liked witnessing happy, loving relationships, given that she was deprived of one herself. He's not the only one who would miss you, Luke, Hestia said quietly. You mean a great deal to all of us. Chrysa blushed slightly as everyone around the table nodded in agreement. I shudder to think what my brother, both of my brothers, would be like if you died once more, Poseidon said dryly. I will be careful, Chrysa promised again. As long as I am watching. There is nothing that can get past me. Shadows are everywhere, after all. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.